Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. With an all-star lineup of guests every single week, real traders, educators, not entertainers, who give you the 100% transparency into trading. You're not going to find another show like this out there that offers everything in one: education, support, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Winthrop and I'm Valentine. And I'd like to say good morning to everyone. We have an exciting, informative educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader. And yes, that voice in your head that says it's better to fail in originality than to succeed in imitation. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Game plan ready?
Check.
Checklist ready?
Check.
You got your journal ready to go?
Check.
John, you're ready. And speaking of John, I'd like to say good morning to the famous, worldwide famous, John Hoagland. Good morning, Hoag.
Good morning, Eddie. I don't know how famous, but it's great to see everybody. Great to see you, Eddie. Yes, it's the opening call Thursday, January the 18th. Focus always on context, risk management, and patience. How you holding up this morning, Eddie?
Holding up nice. A little dark outside, but we're going to get through today. Have an exciting lineup today, as I mentioned, all-star. And yes, all-star it is. So, Johnny, you ready to get to some news here?
Yeah. Let's hear it. What's going on?
All right. Well, okay. U.S. stocks hovered mostly above the flat line today, pointing to a quiet start for equities. We did have some numbers coming out to jolt the market, and Johnny's going to be talking about that. But earlier today, we did see the Dow was unchanged. We added about 5 points to the S&Ps, and NASDAQ was up a jumping jack flash, 59 points before the number. So indices today, we're seeing that yesterday. We did see that they did fall, dragging lower by the economic data, which sort of cooled off the bets that the Federal Reserve will soon begin to bring interest rates down in more than 2 decades high, which sort of was a bummer. AI, let's talk about some AI. Taiwan Semiconductor logged a smaller than estimated decline in its fourth quarter profits. The revenue was buoyed by an increase of sales, mostly in the advanced chip. Now, this is the world's largest contract semiconductor manufacturer. And the forecast came in weak for the first quarter of 2024. But they did say the chip demand is coming in this year. It's going to be bolstered by the soaring enthusiasm. Yes, soaring enthusiasm of artificial intelligence. So, how is your soaring enthusiasm, John?
It's soaring. Definitely soaring.
It's up in the clouds somewhere.
Yes.
But Johnny, what do you got here?
All right, as far as economic information this morning, early this morning at 6:30, Bostic has already spoken. He mentioned that if inflation slows, his idea is that it's better to keep rates higher for longer. What he doesn't want is for them to start cutting rates, have inflation begin to spike, and have to raise rates again. He is also speaking again today at 11:05. I don't know if there's going to be anything different that he's going to be talking about. But as far as the other economic numbers this morning, the housing numbers came out. Housing starts came out a little bit higher than expected, as did permits. Jobless claims. Initial jobless claims were expected to be at 207,000, came out much lower than that at 187,000. Jobless claims and continuing jobless claims continuing to trend lower. Continuing jobless claims last week, I should say, were 1,834,000, coming out at 1,806,000 this week. Probably the more impactful number this morning was the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. It has dropped again for the fifth month in a row. There was even a revision in the December number from minus 10.5 to minus 12.8. They were looking for minus 7, and that came out worse than that, lower than that, at minus 10.6.
Ouch.
Meaning, manufacturing continuing to slow in Pennsylvania. 9:30, the nat gas storage is due out. 10 o'clock, because of the holiday on Monday, the EIA petroleum status report is due out. The API came out with a small boost in inventories last night at 483,000. The EIA is expecting a small 313 barrel draw. And there's also a whole bunch of bill and note announcements today, a couple of smaller time frame auctions also. And then again at 11:05, Bostic speaks. We've got the VIX lower about 3% this morning, 1432 last I checked. Dollar index a little bit higher this morning, 103.51, and the yield on the 10-year continues to push higher than that 4% level at 4.14%, getting a little bit of a boost after that Philly Fed number came out today, as well as the other numbers. So as far as earnings are concerned, Eddie mentioned Taiwan Semiconductor beating on both earnings per share and revenue. Truist Financial also beating in both. Fastenal also beating on both. M&T Bank missed on earnings per share, but beat on revenues, as well as the same thing for Northern Trust. After the close today, kind of a smaller number, but JB Hunt is a big logistics company, big trucking company. I'm very interested to see how their earnings come out at the end of the day today. It may not be all that impactful, but melding all this information and all this economic numbers together, it takes time to digest. We're going to see how traders and investors digest all this information as time goes on. So looking forward again to an interesting trading day today. Eddie?
Of course. Interesting, exciting. You name it. We got it. Let's talk about crude. Crude futures traded 0.8% higher here today, while Brent also climbed 0.5. In a monthly report, oil group OPEC said it anticipates crude demand will remain relatively robust over the next 2 years, which is good. These harsh winter conditions in the U.S. states of North Dakota also led an output there that fell by 650,000 to 700,000 barrels per day, less than half its typical production. Additionally, Pakistan has launched retaliatory missiles strikes against Iran, responding to the strikes carried out by Iran inside Pakistani territory. The volumes fears of an expanding conflict in the Middle East. But price gains were capped for now by the unexpected U.S. crude stockpiles and challenging recovery conditions in China. Now, Johnny, I was going through this article. You play guitar, right?
I've been known to plink a little bit here and there. It's been a while. I'd have to get
I
my
know.
chops up for this, but what's going
You're a
on?
very good guitar player, yes. And I got an insight for you. Jeff Schroeder recently left Smashing Pumpkins. All right, more than 15 years with the band. He was the guitarist, the one guitarist. Now, there's a lot of interest in filling that. So, what happened is the band put out a application for a guitarist. So the band's received over 10,000 submissions. I submitted your name, John. I hope you don't mind.
That's all right.
So, yes, this is something you want to be a guitarist for Smashing Pumpkins. The job is open, and with 10,000 submissions, they hired 8 staffers to work full time to go sift through the pile. So I hope they pick you, man. That would be fun.
Yeah.
If they do, can I get front row backstage?
Absolutely, 100%. Everybody gets backstage.
Thank you, Oprah. All right. Tip of the week. What do we got, James? All right. Have a trading plan. Trading plan is what we need. Remember, this is about you. This is your secret notes. The only thing that this is about is knowing what makes you better, what I need to work on. Am I doing good? Keep a journal. All right. Define your goals, set your targets. All right. Let yourself know what's going on emotionally, physically, and of course in the markets. So have a trading plan. It's very good to have. Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, the trading plan is of course vital to your business. Your trading plan, even as a discretionary trader, even as somebody who is using market generated information to make your trading decisions. Your risk parameters, your decision making, all of that should be part of your trading plan. And as Eddie says, a big part of that trading plan is journaling and reviewing your performance, looking for opportunities always to improve.
You got that right. All right. We got that done. Let's get to our charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. As always, starting on the daily on the E-mini S&Ps. When we take a look at the longer time frame, obviously the market is in upside structure. In the medium time frame, we are in an upside digestion kind of market state. There's different names that people put for different market states. We could call this just consolidation, and we still remain in this consolidation area we've been for about a month. In short time frame, we've got a little bit of a downtrend started here, more of a pullback. But yesterday, on this pullback and kind of a breakout below kind of an important level, and we're going to see this on the 30-minute chart, we really didn't bring in a whole bunch of volume, and we lost open interest. Now, we only lost about 3,000 in open interest. In the S&Ps, I would consider that largely inert. But what I would have been looking for yesterday on this push to the downside was more volume and more interest, more open interest, more traders interested in what is going on in the market. Yes, in what was going on in the market yesterday. Now, take a look at this 30-minute chart. Yeah. All right. So, uh, get this really kind of smushy so we can see what we're looking at here. Now we've got a triangle formation, right? And yesterday, in the overnight, we broke out below that, and we had some pretty good attempts to push price lower. But as the day went on, as has been very much the trend lately, any kind of breaks tend to get bought, and that's what happened yesterday. So we put in the low, buyers came in and pushed price higher. So in the overnight, we have overnight inventory to the long side. We opened right about here. We're trading here. Shorter time frame traders have been placing long bets all night and are still holding on to those positions. So this 200 session moving average that we're looking at right here comes in right at this trend line, which had 1, 2, just put in a third point of contact in the overnight session. And we've rejected, at least initially, from that level. This is going to be a really kind of an interesting area for us, or at least for me today, because that kind of puts in our third point of contact. We got a little bit through it, but it was the overnight. The fact that the 200 session moving average is right in this area. And then at 4,800, where the afternoon pullback came on Tuesday, really that's kind of capped off any activity above that level. So somewhere between this, let's call it 47.95 and 4,800, 4,802 area, I'll be looking for some sort of an opportunity. Now we saw the market at 7:30 come back to this trend line, find buyers there, find support. Maybe it was more of a lack of sellers through that area, but it's offering us another opportunity up against this 200 session moving average, this trend line, and this afternoon pullback high on Tuesday. So this whole area up here, our overnight high, is going to be a really interesting area for us to start thinking about taking an opportunity. At least that's the way it looks for me now. Of course, there's we don't know, we can't foresee, we never know what's going to happen. All we can do is find areas to limit our risk, and somewhere up here I might be looking for an opportunity to limit risk. The profile yesterday. Now, this is something that was, there were a lot of questions about weak highs, weak lows yesterday. And yesterday was a really good example of a weak low that got revisited. And then we put in a weak high at the end of the day yesterday. So, we are going to be, kind of looking at that weak high that we put in yesterday. There it is right there. And it now, it's been trading above it. So we took out the weak low here. We took out the weak high here. We're going to see what the market has to offer us. Again, I'm looking at this as a pretty important inflection level here. This 47.95 to 14802 area just looks prime for an opportunity for us. The profile yesterday was normal variation day neutral. It traded both sides of the initial balance. There were probes on both ends. And again, that week high, well, we could call that revisited from the overnight activity here. So, we're going to be opening with a gap from yesterday. We never closed the gap from Wednesday to Tuesday. So, opening with a gap gives us the gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Would it have worked yesterday? We couldn't close the gap, and we pushed lower, at least giving us that opportunity to take a pretty decent short trade, which have been very short-lived. Anything that you're looking for, in a longer time frame uptrend in the opposite direction should probably be a short-lived opportunity for us. So, I'll be watching on the open. We're going to be opening with a gap. Opening range trade is highly likely, and we're going to see what we can get done up at our overnight high, 4802 and this 4795 area. This just looks like a decent opportunity. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We have to accept that, but at least there's a plan to that, and we'll see how that plays out for us today. Now, this is the NASDAQ, which is telling really a completely different story. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 now attempts to try and get through this 17,022 weekly kickoff high, which does remain as the weekly kickoff high from last week. On the daily yesterday, volume was a little bit lower on an attempt to try and push this market lower. However, we did add 2,500 in open interest. It's going to be difficult to know what direction that open interest came into yesterday. So again, fourth test of the weekly kickoff high. It is in play. We are close to it now. Last week's high, again, 17,057. So a lot of confluence up here, a lot of ending of ranges, lots of attempts to accept back above weekly kickoff high. If we do accept above it, of course, our all-time high right up here, 17,165 and a quarter seems like a really good target for a continuing upside move. It wouldn't even take that much for us to do so. So watch that weekly kickoff high this morning. It could be somewhat pivotal. If we reject it, maybe we'll get another push to the downside. If we reaccept it, a new leg really could be in play to the upside for the NASDAQ here. The 30-minute chart, we have overnight inventory to the long side again. We did not close the gap, or yes, we did close the gap yesterday, but it took all day for us to do so. Overnight inventory long, up against an important inflection level that has so far been quite resistant. This trend line up here does have, that's from the all-time high. So at least 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. This might be somewhat an important level for us to be paying attention to today. If we reaccept down below that level, then we could see an overnight inventory adjustment back close to closing the gap from yesterday. We do have gap rules in play today. We're already through the afternoon pullback high that we're looking at as an opportunity in the S&Ps here in the NASDAQ. We're already back above that. So open interest volume, we did that. Watch this weekly kickoff high. This again could be a really impactful and useful opportunity for us. The profile, normal variation day, excess on the low, and we put in a late spike. For those of you that aren't familiar with a late spike, it's when the market extends the range at the end of the session and closes outside of the value and the previous range for that session. What it says is, well, the price is attempting to accept at higher pricing, but runs out of time. It runs out of time to do so. So we look at where the market opens in relation to the late spike the following day. Obviously, the market is opening above the late spike, indicating potential acceptance of higher pricing. So, these are things that we look at, and obviously the market is holding, just kind of waiting, I think, for the regular trading hour open before any decisions are made up here close to at this important inflection level at 17,022. It's a really good opportunity back here on Tuesday as a potential short. What's it going to be today? Nobody knows. Remember that late spike that we put in the NASDAQ, not in the S&Ps. We put it in the NASDAQ. Opening above that indicates the potential for acceptance of higher pricing. The base of this late spike, if you are looking for a pullback towards an opportunity for a long at the base of the late spike, the base of the late spike is 16,843. 16,843. That would be a major inventory adjustment and a move back to the base of the late spike, which has a probability of being supportive if it is approached in the following day, which is today. Crude oil. This is a tough market to me because it is so in balance. It's been coiling. We've got higher lows. We've got lower highs. But we're right in the middle of the weekly kickoff high and low that have been remained. I think this is the third week in a row. Now, this is the March contract. The March contract now has higher volume. You're going to want to trade the March contract in crude oil. It's still in rollover. This is the switch day. It's still very difficult to read volume and open interest. We added 22,000 in open interest yesterday, but again, that can be really just largely a function of rollover. So, price is pretty central as far as the area of balance. I mean, it's just kind of like anything can happen. It's almost like everything that we look at here is going to be some sort of a random walk, almost a coin flip. For crude traders, be patient today. There's no real major changes in the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil. We are holding above yesterday's range. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see how this is beginning to play out for us here. So the market really just opening. Here's that 8 o'clock bar. Do we close the gap? We have not closed the gap. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. That reconciled. The market has opened and left a gap. So now we've got gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for moves in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Well, we may be a little late to the party there. We're up against the overnight high as we speak. But be patient. I like Deanna's idea of being patient, waiting for the initial balance, especially when the market is in balance and in range as it is today. One thing, we put in a late spike in the crude oil yesterday as well. So opening above the late spike or in the late spike is indicative of potential acceptance of higher pricing. In short time frame, does that mean much? Well, yeah, right now it looks like the opening above the base of the late spike, which, by the way, the base of that late spike is 72.27, 72.27. Overnight inventory adjusted. We've seen buying coming into this market, indicating, hey, looks like this thing's going higher. We've opened above or in or above the late spike. Let's see if we can keep this thing going. Overnight high, interesting spot for you here. Let's get through gold here, and then we can get down to business. I see lots of happy, fun faces waiting in the wings here. All right, gold. The breakout below the weekly kickoff low yesterday, which the weekly kickoff low, to be precise, is 2019. Didn't bring a whole bunch of extra volume. It didn't bring new open interest. Volume slowed on this breakout to the downside. Open interest lost about 6,900. That's approximate. That's approximately 6,900. So instead of seeing new business, new selling coming into this market to the downside, it seemed to cut off participation and we lost open interest. I'm giving this breakout, if I were to give it a grade, I would give it a D. I would give it a D, and I would call its parents, and I would say it needs to really put himself to his work here if he really wants to continue the work to the downside. My parents got that call a lot. Anyways, the retest of the weekly kickoff high in the overnight offers opportunity. When we take a look at this 30-minute chart, where did the market accelerate to the downside yesterday? Well, it tested down to the weekly kickoff low, came back above, and then accelerated through it, and then continued through the rest of the session. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside, a trend day that to the downside that didn't bring in more volume and didn't bring in new open interest. So how really did the market perform on this downside trend yesterday? It did not perform well. Again, I'm calling its parents. It needs to put itself, it needs to really try if it's going to continue this move to the downside. Again, the overnight high, weekly kickoff high offers decent opportunity for us in any direction. If we continue to use that as resistance, the opportunity might be to the downside. If we don't, if we get back above it, we spend some time, show some meaningful participation above that, then maybe this will be a failed downside attempt against an important inflection level. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, please pray for peace.
Yes, sir.
Is everything okay?
Mom, not now.
Oh, see, you're gonna call from Mom.
That
Is everything
was-
okay, John? She's checking on you.
Gold's mom. That was
It
Gold's
was
mom.
Gold's mom. Right. Hey, we got an all-star cast here today. Like I said, hey, we've got Anne Marie coming up here on Fast Market. Of course, we got Andre and MP, Michael Patak, and of course the Hoagman. A little later on, we got Hoag and Mick for Shoulder Tap. Coach Jay is going to join Andre and myself for Power Players. Vanessa's going to join Jack for Top Quiz. Hoag and JD for coaching. And yes, RIPS is going to be with us here once again from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So stick around. We're going to take a little break here. We're going to come back with Fast Markets. So get yourself situated, get your mindset ready. Everything's good to go. We'll be right back.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
Welcome back to Topstep TV. And yes, we've got Fast Markets. I'd like to say good morning to Anne Marie. Good morning, Anne Marie. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
It's good.
Doing
Good,
well.
good. Andre, how you doing, partner?
I'm doing well. Back in the saddle now, taking care of some family stuff. But yeah, good to go now. I'm happy to be back full time, full schedule. Let's go.
We did miss you, partner. Ready to crush it today?
Hell yeah.
All right. And Michael, Mr. Hollywood, how you doing, man? How you doing?
What up, Adam?
Ah,
I'm doing a lot better. I kept the position on overnight, put a one lot on long,
Again.
so I'm up 2,500 right now.
again?
Again,
Nice.
just same
Wow.
yesterday.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
Love
Let's get
I
ready.
got-
We got about a minute left here before we open things up. And let's get our Hollywood stars in the gates. Okay. And we got about inside a minute here before the markets do open.
I'm sharing my screen, James. There. Account number 7682.
Count numbers are
Account number
everything.
7.
Account number
No.
There it is.
VEW 06. VEW 06. Live account.
There you go.
7659. We live.
And these are live accounts, guys. We're going to talk to
are.
tell you about the same accounts we trade all the time.
Here we go. 5 seconds to the open.
Oh, boy.
Are you nervous, Michael?
I just had a donut, so
I'm kidding.
You just had a donut.
I got jet fuel running through the veins right now.
Let's get
Now, Michael, was that the dollar donut or the $13 donut?
it.
I was gonna go to the $13 donut, but I realized I wouldn't have time, so I went to just the grocery store donut. They taste different, Eddie. They're worth it. They're worth it.
I know.
They
I
do. Are you
know.
talking about Stan's or who are you talking about? Oh no, that's there in Aspen. Oh
Yeah, but Stan's is one of my
Yeah,
favorites.
good
Donut
versions.
Vault.
yeah.
All right, we got some rallying happening. We'll go figure out the gate.
All right.
I got longs
Anne
last
Marie,
night.
what are you looking at today?
I'm looking at the NQ. Of course, I'm a big fan. I wanted to take a short off of the high spike, but I missed it. It didn't come up far enough for me, and then it collapsed.
Runner.
So I'm thinking about a short.
Okay.
70%
Not a
long.
quick runner there. What do we think about tilt these days, Michael?
I'm thinking it's
The
paying
leads.
the bias. It feels like it's been paying the bias. I don't know about you, Ann, and what you see. It feels like it's been paying
Oh
the
yeah,
bias.
Anne Marie's here. Perfect.
Well, I think the tilt is doing the great job that it does, and that is tell us directionally where the traders are headed off to, and then at the same time tell us to go look at. Hang on, I'm going to flatten this. I think it does a great job. The question of how it works for me really comes to the things like, so for me, I'm looking at Hoag's levels, and I see that the weekly open high, that's not, would it be to kickoff?
Weekly kickoff high.
1722.
Right.
Yeah. So my thought was, okay, if I can see it get close to 17,057, I'm going to look at the tilt. If the tilt is really stretched and
Yes.
I'm coming into that 17 and 57, I'm going to try and short it into 22. So just a second ago, I'm on my Topstep X account, and I took the 140, 17,040 and went into the 22, and I got right out. That's how I'm using the kickoff levels combined with the
Gotcha.
tilt. So only when the tilt goes off, I go, where are John's levels? What is the recent high? What is the recent low? What's important that everybody's seeing who doesn't have a tilt? And then we can see from the tilt, okay, I can reverse this, or, hey, I better just buy this dip.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, Michael, earlier you said pay the bias. Can you explain that?
Well, the tilt has a bias. And guys, we only talk about tilt just because it's information about what people's bias is. I mean, they're long or short. It's only two things you can be. They're long or short or out of the market. But this is getting everybody's data who's in the market here at Topstep. Thousands of people trading, thousands of open positions right now that I'm seeing. And if we just go, for example, NASDAQ 67.28, 67% of them have has a long bias. So if there's 1,000 open positions, let's just say 670 of them, that's more than 50% of them. So when you get more than 50% of anything, it's always interesting to see, okay, well, what's going on here? Now it's 80%. Now it's 90%. Whoa. Okay. Why? And then the why and the digging and probing is kind of what Anne Marie was talking about, is to look at other things because it's an information piece. That's really what it is. And then when I say the bias is getting paid, the bias, the heavy bias. So right, if it was just 70%, now it's 50. But the 70%, if it started rallying, which it has been, the bias so far this morning has been long on the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, on everybody that has an open position. So that means traders here at Topstep are a little bit leaning towards being long out of the gate today. And so far the markets are paying them. So the markets are paying the bias.
The market's moving in the direction of the bias.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another way to say it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Eddie, you know what I'm going to ask you right now? What do we got today?
Well, you know what? We had some meat on the bone earlier today, sort of spun the market around. Crude traders, we got a 10 o'clock central
Right.
crude oil inventories, and the prior was 1,000,003, 1.3. Expectations, they're looking a little lower at 313,000. In less than an hour, we've got our natural gas storage. That's going to be coming out here in about 54. And throughout the day here, pretty much just energies, heating
Right.
oil, gasoline, distillates. Little later on, we will have an Atlanta Fed, the GDP now. That's a minor number. And of course, Bostic will be spewing out some vocabulary, and he's going to be up here for a while. So he'll start at 10:30 and continue and through 11 o'clock. And one thing I want to keep an eye on also is today at noon, we do have our 10-year tips auction. And later on this evening, I think right around the close, we got a Fed's balance sheet. So there you go, Andre. I hope that
Thank you,
helps.
sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
We had some people questioning about XFAs and the delay. I'm looking at our funding team last night. They created 891 XFAs. So that was, and they only have 270 emails in the inbox, which is kind of a normal day. I don't know. Paid out 125 people. I look at those stats. So whoever asked me that, I saw it, ran through there. It looks like they're getting created, but I also pinged them for you. That's the great thing about being on Topstep TV, folks. If you're in the chat, I'm not going to take support questions or that, but I'll help you out. I saw you
there. A direct line to the boss.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that bat phone never stops ringing. Oh, I was on late last night.
Is it the red phone?
Listen,
Tends to always be
when
an
I was a kid,
emergency, Eddie, so I don't know.
I
Commissioner
raced
Gordon.
home to see that show. I was in third grade, I think,
Mm-hmm.
when that show came out, or when it was in its heyday. And man, did I love
That's a
that
good
TV show.
That was great, wasn't it?
A lot of big stars.
I know. Well, they're chopping around,
Yeah,
trying to
we
bring
are.
that tilt back to 50.
Fitty.
Yeah, Andy. What I'm seeing, I think when the day is staying like a certain bias so long, wow, that was a big move. Or it thinned out. Talking about my position that I put on overnight, I've done it 2 days in a row just because at the end of the day, and I'll only put a 20 handle stop. I'm like, okay, it is a bit of. I think it's going to stay strong. Yesterday, when a big pullback, and John kept going, well, buyers buy every pullback, blah blah blah, and then the market kind of came up, flattened out, and then I'm like, all right, we had this big pullback, and I've seen this. So 20 handle stop. It was more saying I think it's going to continue staying strong, and the buyers staying in here, and I'll risk 20 handles overnight. So,
Hey, John,
Yes.
if we were taking the opening range trade?
Just got
What would that be
stepped out of
saying?
it.
Gotcha. That's what I thought.
John, can you tell us about that opening range trade?
Yeah, the opening range trade is
Mm-hmm.
the first minute, and if the first minute breaks to the upside, you have a stop in to get long one tick above the opening range, or if it breaks to the downside, you have a stop in to get short one tick below the opening range. Now, this is a streaky thing. It is really the only kind of sort of automated thing that I do, and if I do it because it's very small risk. I fat fingered something. I got taken out of it at a loss. I got back into it, just got my stop taken out. But if you have a day, and we haven't seen one in a while, which is why I'm more aggressive towards taking it. If you have a day where the opening range remains one extreme like this one, see, this is the profile on the 8th of January. The risk on this was 6 points, and the potential profit target was, there was a 65-point range. So you've got maybe, if you can hold it, 60 points of potential profit on those days. but it is streaky. The more people that do it, the less likely it is to work. And the only reason I took it
Yeah.
today is because we opened with a gap. Now I've got more of a trading plan moving forward, and we talked about this on the opening call. This trend line has three decent points of contact on it. It's also the afternoon pullback from Tuesday, which is right around 7,800.
Mhm.
And this lower trend line had 3 points of contact that we broke down from yesterday. But as always, every break seems to be bought in the equities. So,
Sure does.
my longer term targets, if we get the opportunity up against this trend line, would be an opportunity anywhere up around 4,800. I think would be a decent opportunity for an execution. But right now, so far, we're holding this lower trend line that we broke through yesterday as support for today. So really just took the opening range trade. It didn't work. Now I'm going to look and see if either of my opportunities give me a chance. Now, my stop on my opening range trade was basically this trend line, which probably wasn't the best stop location, but that's the way you treat the opening range. Once you're in it, you got to move your stop a few ticks away from the other side of it, because they always seem to come and pick up the stops down there. I got caught in those stops today. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
So, quick question on this. I've been digging into this opening range trade and trying to figure out how I can sort of flex it for me. And what I've noticed, now once in a while it leaves me in the dust. Well, what I notice is that if the prior candles have been sort of barcoding each other, and then it breaks and moves out, when it makes that higher high in the early part of the morning, like if we take a look at maybe the 1 hour chart on or 30-minute chart, whatever, we look at it, we can see that it went higher, but then it pulls back and falls into that opening range. My thought is, I'm just going to wait to see how far it gets to the bottom of that opening range, and I'm going to try the same trade. And I'll stick in it once it breaks out and take it into the next level, whether it's something I see on your chart or not, on your NAS levels, which I have in a split screen. Let's show you guys how this looks. I have this in a split. Well, I don't want to necessarily show that, but I have your numbers on a split screen, so they're always with me when I'm trading.
Right.
And so it's really, really great. So what I have been using that opening range as is, okay, let's see if it breaks out. If it pulls back and holds the low of that range, I'm gonna jump in and take it, particularly if trend is upside, and then I'm gonna run it straight out.
Right.
So I'm just sort of seeing if that's sort of an addendum that we could use on that space. Truth be told, sometimes it just leaves me in the dust when I'm waiting for it, right? It depends how big the push is that it works for me or not. But I really like focusing on it. And if it fades and releases just so long as it holds that low event or the opening tick event, I'm flat out long. And I think we test this high at 1757, 17 and 57. It's amazing how much more it's moving. The NQ is moving. It's catapulting compared to the ES.
ES is going
No
nowhere
doubt
right now.
about it. Yeah.
It's nowhere.
It's
running-
like the
stuck in
Dow.
mud right now. Yeah, it's spinning its
I mean,
wheels.
the Dow is actually down.
Right.
Hey, John, are we still keeping an eye on
Yes.
Apple? I saw Hoopin here saying Apple got upgraded. Are we still keeping an eye on Apple? I know that was kind of the theme yesterday in the morning. Is that still relevant?
Well,
let's take a
today, I'm sure it's always relevant, but today what's really moving the cues is the chips, because Taiwan Semiconductor came out and had, I mean, it wasn't fantastic. It was a pretty good report, but because I think there's a little bit of dip buying, because Hang Seng yesterday. I think there are like a couple thousand stocks in the Hang Seng, and Sentiment Trader said this morning that none of them had closed on the upside yesterday. It's first time in history, or first
Really?
time in recorded history, that everything was down massively. And I think this is just sort of a snapback rally, plus Taiwan Semiconductors came out and gave this bang up report that everybody is saying, all right, we're going to do this. So chips are affecting the NQ and not doing enough in Apple, I think.
Ganging up here, and we'll see what happens if we can test
Yeah,
those.
good call, Eddie. I was just looking at that. There's some paper down below here. Maybe we sell one. See if we watch liquidity get filled as it has been lately.
Yeah, this
JD,
this trend line here at 85 is key.
85. Yeah, we're coming up to view up too.
I'm trying to short right now.
Yeah, me too.
Andre, here's the Apple.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Here it is. So there's Apple, and that's shoot. Hang on. There it is.
It's yes, sir.
So there's 5 o'clock in the morning. Boom.
Boom. Wow.
And one other thing I wanted to mention while I got you here, Andre, is the S&Ps have positive delta.
Interesting. What is it?
Positive 5,200. So, pardon?
Yeah.
Translate that.
Yeah, please.
The delta in the S&Ps.
What's delta?
5,400 positive, which means there's 5,400 more contracts that traded on the offer using market order buys, which that makes them more aggressive, and you would think that price would be moving in that direction, but when it doesn't, that's a divergence, and you may be seeing the beginnings of some longer time frame sellers coming in. This 85 level is so key.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we're below that opening range, no?
Yeah.
It's choppy in the S&Ps right now.
It is very choppy. 6,200 positive delta now, Andre.
Congratulations.
Right now.
Go hard, Greg, passing the 50K.
Nice job.
Yay. Good for you. Awesome.
John, what were you saying, Andre?
I was just saying that every time John calls out delta, I write it down. I jot it down and mark it.
Yeah, I'm writing.
Good plan.
Same
I just
here.
like to watch outflows. I need to watch on the charts, but it just gives me a visual representation of what the market's doing, what the outstanding positions are.
Hey, John,
yeah.
A couple of questions about Delta. Tickle saying, where can I see Delta? And Pipio is asking, is Delta on Topstep X?
Tickle or pickle?
Tickle. Tickle.
They're both
Tickle Gollum.
It's not available on Topstep X just yet. It's something that we're working on adding. You can see it on Tradeovate. You can see it on T4. I'm not sure the other platforms that it's available to see it on. But you're here on Topstep TV, so we're going to be letting you know when there's a divergence like that.
Okay. Hey, Isaac is asking also, John. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Oh, no. I was just going to say it's also available on MotiveWave if you use that as your platform trading in Topstep.
Okay. Thank you. Isaac, John, do you know for sure, or at least have an idea, if the big block of sizable orders between 47.78 quarter through 47.80, we were just talking about that, are mostly orders to go long, get out of shorts, or stops?
We don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
They're definitely not stops. Stops would be sell orders down there. That's just liquidity. I mean, those are orders that are placed for purchase. Whether they're meant to get filled or not is another story.
And I want to add to that, because when we talk about the you don't know, but when you talk about the tilt, you kind of are hopefully trying to get a bit of an idea of what they're doing, because the tilt will tell you if there's a long bias, short bias,
That's true.
and things like that.
That's true.
So we don't know. That's a great question. You don't know, but the more you tune in with us and we're talking about it, the more we understand what it could be, and nobody will ever know for sure.
Right. I mean, right now we're seeing pretty much. We're seeing the tilt pretty much even in both the S&P and the Nasdaq. So delta is not really a factor in any decision making for me.
They're
right
stacking
now.
bids.
Now we're heading towards that liquidity.
Yes, it's hitting the
Yes,
VWAP.
We're below that trend line at 48.85, which we broke out below yesterday. So, if we're going to be, looking for an opportunity to the downside, it has the potential of seeing continuation into the range from yesterday. First thing we would do is we would close the gap. The Nasdaq is so different though. Nasdaq had a late spike at the end of the day yesterday, so that's saying that in the Nasdaq at least prices for the time being accepted at higher prices. Doesn't mean it has to go directly higher. It could come all the way back to the base of the late spike in the Nasdaq, which is 16,843. It could come all the way back down there and still be indicating that it's accepting prices at higher levels. It's getting into the balance, into the value from yesterday in the Nasdaq where that might change. The only reason I'm short right now is because we're looking below that trend line, approximately 48.75. We've got positive delta in the S&Ps, and the market isn't rallying with that positive delta. It's going the opposite direction. So, this is a very early indication, very short time frame, very early indication that at least in the S&Ps, there are some longer time frame sellers possible in the marketplace. Possible. Anything can happen. ACH. We have to accept that as traders. So we're just going to watch and see, how this plays out.
Hey, John, we see all these bids stack from 80 quarter down below to, I'm looking at 79 quarter right now. That's going to take a lot of energy to get through, no? Wouldn't you say?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And it's being targeted. And if it does get through it, that amount of energy is important. Now look at 47.75, Andre.
I'm going to pull it up on Topstep X here. What do we got?
1,000 on the bid.
1,000 lot.
Yep.
Where?
75s.
47.75 in the S&Ps.
In the ES.
It's going to take a lot to get to that.
I forget, somebody in chat did mention that. Thank you very much for mentioning that.
Oh, good stuff. Good job, chat. All right, here we go. 80s taken care of. Work on 79 3/4.
Folks, we talk about levels a lot.
You seen this, Michael? That's what support looks like. Jesus.
I'm seeing a lot. Yeah, that's what support looks like for sure, right? Size on here. Look at the 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, 300. That has to be. It doesn't have to be.
They got to be setting longs, right?
It's got to be one. Is that one guy playing this down there?
We don't know.
We haven't seen this all years. You don't see this very often.
You don't. It's stacked up. That's why the dome is so important. I've only ever traded from the dome since 2002. To each his own. Did you?
What about the value area?
It's anything.
What about this value area low
a long time ago.
coinciding?
I'm sorry, Anne-Marie?
There's a value area I'm seeing in the let me see. In the ES, you can see my chart right here. This baseline, how the VWAP is moving straight up, and that's the value area event. Super thin here, so we might do it, but there's that 47.75 right there.
Right.
It's sitting on my space. So because the VWAP is sloped so much, and because it's the edge of the value area, and because 2 days ago 47.75 gave us a fair bit of support, it feels like to me that buyers are going to try and come in and hold this edge. And I see a huge pocket of them right here. See that little bubble up here? It gives us 300, 300, 300, 300. That's what Michael was talking about. Though it's much easier for me to look at the dome when it's done like this. And in Topstep, and if you have Motive Wave with Topstep, you can choose this one. It's called Depth of Market. And you can choose if you want it on the left side or the right side, but it puts the dome right up on the chart so that you don't have to look
Cool.
different places. And when something
Where's
really
that?
big sticks out, you go, whatever. What's that?
I didn't know I did that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
Right
a
on the chart?
great tool.
It is.
Huh.
Yeah, so you can hover over it and it'll say 300, 300, 300, 300, 300. I mean, there is a slot of them. And you see it bouncing right off the VWAP and the value area, the base of the value area, which is why I said, hey, listen, I think this is pretty good space for long. I don't know how long it'll hold, but the
Right.
VPOC for the entire event is, what is that? 47.
You're looking at the overnight.
My overnight is sort of, I think it's split. This is just my total volume profile event. As opposed to, right here, I have it split here. Right? I have it split.
So yeah, you're looking
Support.
at the volume profile, including the overnight session.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. The whole thing. The whole
Okay.
thing. So the fact that it won't get past the opening range, I think, might be a pretty big tell. I was very surprised to see the market bouncing so hard today. It was just, I don't know. It was crazy to me. Anyways, that's it for me.
It's interesting.
And of course, all my candles are the same color because it just
I like
takes
that.
away the noise.
Do you find that
I
it's
like-
less
Michael.
triggering that way?
Michael, speaking of the dome, Big Rat is asking, can you explain how you use it, how you use the dome? Depth of market, ladder.
I get the momentum and the feel. That's what I've always liked about it. I see what's on the offers and the bids, which sometimes you're like, well, it doesn't matter. It's NASDAQ. It whips like crazy. There's 5 on 5, 10 up, 5 up, 10 up, whatever on bids and offers. But then you see big orders that come in there. That's what we were just talking about. Those are interesting. We talk about volume a lot. This is, seeing what volume may trade out. I don't know. I think it's just a nice piece, and you can see my screen. We flip it to it. Just gives me. I have it right next to the S&P and the Nasdaq and the S&P. So as the Nasdaq rips down, the S&P, and you kind of get the feeling of each one of their moves as they both kind of float, holding hands together. Typically, they kind of move together.
Right.
So that's
What
why
do
I
you
keep
call
it. That's why I keep it.
Sort of like obstacles in the road. What's ahead? Can I get by easily?
Exactly.
Or is there going to,
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. We just saw that. We just saw that with all those big paper orders down there in the 78 or 80s, just below it. Definitely, like we were talking about, it takes a lot of energy to get through it. We didn't do it the first time, so probably, I guess, getting long in front of it, having a tight stop would have been the trade there.
So Anne-Marie, you got
I was going to
Nasdaq.
ask you,
You got Johnny. Go ahead.
Anne-Marie, on your in your charts, you don't have colors on your bars. Do you find that less triggering?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's totally the reason that I do it, because at the end of the day, all I have to stare down is, wait a second, Fred, which is how I call myself. I go, wait a second, Fred. Are these candles moving up or down? I just am looking for trend because I'm a trend trader, right?
Right.
And so when I look at it, I go, oh, all right. And the big tell to me is the steepness of the VWAP. When the steepness of the VWAP is there, when I'm sitting and I can see, wait a second, I'm sitting in an area where I'm at the bottom of value. This is my 68% of all pressure points. And then I'm going to go, wait, now let me see depth of market, see if it's thin at that number. If it's thin, I'm going to wait for the big one. If it's got a bulge, I'm in.
Oop, I think you're right.
All right,
And
so I
there
can
it
get out
is,
of that
right?
short.
That would be that.
Thanks,
Well, I
Anne-Marie.
mean, overall, the
Right.
chart is weak from above. It's just going to bounce off of an upward sloping VWAP.
They keep
And
wanting to
that's
get
what
long
happened.
up here. Bias is 73%. They keep
Yes,
getting
it
long
is.
up here, but you only have 60 some percent for the S&P. So Andre, I've seen continuation where they're not totally aligned, but if I do anything, it'll be light.
With
Yeah, because we have
With
diminishing
possibly, yeah.
volume into
Yep.
the spike.
I do see there's some questions asking about XFA. How long until I get my XFA? Well, the team's turning them around about 1 to 2 business days. And from the time the activation fee is paid. When you submit your activation fee, please make sure, I'm going to repeat this again, please make sure
Yes.
that the email address and the name matches your Topstep profile. This is where we get a little, some errors here. Or you could experience a delay because our team will have to reach out to you. So 1 to 2 business days, fastest turnaround. And if you get your payout requests in by 10 a.m. Central, payout request 10 a.m. Central, we're going to process it the same day. I know you've worked hard and you've earned your payout, and we work hard to get it to you as fast as we possibly can. So please understand that, and thank you very much.
I'm caught
I
in
have a
the
question
shop.
about Topstep X.
it's chop.
How do I save my layout so that the next time I open it up, it's the layout that I have?
I'm sure
Hey,
you
Andre,
guys
I'll
just added a second one.
Stopped out on that one. Okay.
I'm short
It's
again. I
choppy.
just added a
NASDAQ,
second one.
I'm looking at this 5-minute and
And
running
right
in
upper
circles
right
right
hand
now.
corner.
Guys, let's not talk over each other. Sorry. We're crossing
bad.
paths today. Crossing streams.
What?
Uh-oh.
Don't cross the
We are.
streams.
We're all streaming, Andre.
Ghostbusters. Don't do
God.
it.
What the
Egon,
hell is going
Peter.
on? Andy gets it. Andy notices what I've been noticing.
Congratulations, Killer B, passing the combine. Good job.
Don't cross streams. It works. I didn't even think about it. I thought about it, but then now thought about it.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? What are you saying in there? What are you doing? All right. So that clearly. Oh, this is interesting.
We got all day, man.
Yep. Slow and steady.
Yeah, you know the market's going to pick a direction.
We got the VWAP coming down here on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
78s around there, 70 whatever's. 6s.
Hey, Mike, are you looking at the 5-minute or what are you looking at on the NASDAQ?
30 minute and then the 5 minute over here.
All right.
Let's get a poll out there. Who's up today? Coming out of the gate, 30 minutes into the open, after the open. Jacob, you can get Topstep X in February. It'll be released in February. Holy bananas!
Awesome.
I know. I can hear you. I can hear you thinking that.
Stacking bananas. Where's stacking bananas been? Haven't seen them in a while.
Where is that? I know. Up, me up, down, up.
All right, we got the
Here we
poll
go.
right there. Who is up? Who is down right now? Right here, right now. Who is up on the day? Get that poll question in there. We can read it a little better.
What was the question? Somebody asked me what I learned from last night's webinar. Who was that?
Yeah, let's talk about that webinar.
That's a
Carlton.
good question.
I learned it's I like the guys a lot. They're educators that are typically, like other educators, but to me, I like their energy more. And I like how they think about trading and how they think about becoming a trader. And they're not a get rich quick or overnight sensation type strategy. So all that being said, I like it. I liked it. Yeah, there's quite a few people. I think I don't know, 800,000, something like that. Not 800,000, 800 to 1,000.
That'd be nice.
It's a lot of peeps. At
There's a lot
nighttime,
of peeps,
of
Anne
course,
Marie.
anyway.
Hey, that Talkman and Green segment you guys did yesterday was amazing, by the way. I went back and rewatched it because it was so cool.
Tuckman?
You guys were
Yeah.
awesome. That was so much fun. I think we'll get them back on, right?
Yeah, we're looking to do. I think you guys come up with a fun name for it, but I want to get Peter Tuckman on to do like a daily lunchtime rap type deal. Like like what kind of like what he's lunch rap with the Einstein of Wall Street. So if you guys got any funky names that we could call that session, he's going to come on. He wants to come on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and kind of talk about what's happened on the floor or
Awesome.
what he's seen. 30 minutes, just like little like
about
morning.
Because he's the Einstein of Wall Street, the theory of tradability.
There you go.
Ooh, I like that.
All right, I like it.
There's a winner.
E times MC squared equals $.
There you go. They like that one, Hoag.
Holy rangy.
Yeah, rangy sideways.
Yeah.
Patience.
Yeah.
PAY.
Yeah, I've been too aggressive this morning. I'm looking for something that may not happen till later on. Who knows?
You think we fade? You think we give all this back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have that feeling also.
It take a lot of work in the S&P to get through it, but yes.
Getting to it is going to be the hard part, and getting the right trade location is going to be the hard part. But if at least in the S&Ps, if we can't hold the upper trend line, which right now is coming in at like 47.94, 47.95, I think that the trend is to the downside because of that. But we've got the upper trend line that we broke out of yesterday that we're currently wrestling with, which is right where we are right now, like 47.82. So, I'm looking for some sort of acceptance below that level. I had two on. I was short two, took profit on one of them. I'm currently under on the second one, but just seeing if we can maintain at least some time and price below this 85. We got positive delta 6,400 now, Andre.
Thank you.
We got all that liquidity down below.
Yeah, that's liquidity down below. That's a lot of liquidity, though. That's the only thing.
But as they say,
well, our poll came out here.
Plans of mice and men often go astray.
Yeah.
We do have 61% up right now, and 39%
awesome.
There you go. Don't worry, the day is early. A lot of opportunities still ahead.
He wakes for me. Rusty golfer. It's been one of those mornings. It's all right though.
Hey, our good friend Fred Decker says I see a poor low in the S. Fred Decker says I see a poor low in the S&P 500 right now. I don't expect a poor low to last. A poor low is made by a passage of time instead of the entry of buyers responding to the price that are too low. Thank you, Fred, for the
Fred.
Yeah, explanation.
Poor low, weak low, same.
Hey, we got our big top 10 live funded trader sitting in here telling everybody to hit the like button. Isaac Rivera, what is up? What is up?
Yes.
Trading pro ball level, Andre. You ever traded that level? Ever? You traded the big leagues before, Andre? Yeah.
Yeah. I've been up from the minors to the big leagues, to the minors to the big leagues.
So you've always been in player development camp.
Oh, semi-pro.
Hey, you know what? We're all in player development camp.
We are all
ever and ever.
Thank you, Anne.
I love it, Ann. I expect that from you. Thank you, Ann.
You have a son that plays pro basketball, no?
I do. He just moved to Portugal. He was in the British Basketball League, and
Portugal. Wow.
he and the coach had a little bit of a falling out, and so he went to Portugal, and he just played his first game in Portugal on the 14th, and he was player of the game. Had a double. Yeah, he's really, he loves this new coach. It's just, he's just one of those kids that needs a good coach to say, I believe in you, and then he'll run through walls.
Wow.
And would this go back to, I'm going to roll this back to trading, to find somebody that you follow, or, I mean, because you're one of those coaches that I would be like, damn, this is the person I want to work with. And there's other ones out there. You got to find which one fits with you, though, right? I mean, because that's what he kind of did.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yes.
So that's why, you know, the Einstein of Wall Street, Tuckman and Green, they came on yesterday. They're just an option. Ann's an option. RIPS is an option. Candy Capital. We have all these partners that they're just options for you. And then you got to find out which one suits you, or maybe none of them suit you. Maybe, yeah. But it is good to have somebody that you have, like, that you that's coaching you, that looks at things from a different perspective that you won't or would even think about, and then they can point things out. That really helps.
Yep.
Yeah. Side note, I don't coach anymore, but I'm in the strategy lab, and you can hit me up, questions there in the Topstep Discord, in the Motive Wave Topstep Discord. I'm always there to answer questions. I love helping traders. I struggled so mightily that one of my favorite things to do is sit and hash out where price might be going and what to look at, because it's such a key element of getting better. It's so key. So, which is why I love being part of Topstep TV and having the ability to get to see Topstep X, and then being in the Discord. I'm getting the best of both worlds. I get to make money, and I get to have fun, and I get to help people. And every once in a while, I pack a bag and travel across the world for 3 months, and then I come back home. And I'm so excited to be home right now. It's just fantastic. Fantastic.
Good stuff. Yeah.
And it's much warmer at your home than it is at mine.
It's brutal here, guys.
Oh my gosh. I just saw a picture of Lake Michigan with all of this steam or whatever it was coming off the top, rising off the water because it's so stinking cold in the air. I'm a weirdo. I love cold weather. I love cold weather.
That's not steam. And it's coming from those isn't there nuclear power plants that are down in Gary, Indiana.
Wow. Why did Gary, Indiana have to take us straight?
He's joking. He's joking. Throwing shade on Gary.
Throwing shade on Gary. That's what the Jets.
I know. I got Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana got thrown shade on itself multiple times. Somebody that I knew was from there on the trading floor is like, yeah, don't go there. It's the armpit of America. I'm like, wow, I've never heard that before. Armpit of America. But that was he lived there. Isn't Michael Jackson from there? He is.
Yeah.
I think he was. Yes.
Yeah, Jackson 5.
Jackson 5.
It's a
It
rough.
was Gary or
it's a rough
Hammond,
town.
one of the two.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
He's from
Yeah,
Gary.
Hammond is just outside, though, right? Isn't Hammond just outside?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right on the
Yeah,
border of
really.
Illinois, and the reactor is in Michigan City, Michael. That's your fact.
There you go, mister.
Same.
Tell him, Jack. Tell him.
Well, whatever they dump into the Michigan River hits that current and flows over to Chicago, I bet. But
You mean the Detroit River?
I am a big fan. I'm a big fan of the dunes over there. You guys ever been to the dunes? Those are
Oh
very
my
fun.
gosh,
Big culture
so
over there.
amazing. Okay,
Beautiful.
trivia question. How were the dunes created?
My God, and
Yes, the Lord, the Lord
No.
on the seventh day.
No. It was the Great Chicago Fire of
Is that right?
19 whatever. They took all these shipping things, went over to Michigan, totally deforested the area to rebuild Chicago. And because there were no roots and foliage to hold it, it all turned to dunes.
No
Well,
kidding.
there you go.
Oh,
You
man, I
can,
didn't know.
you got the dunes. You can thank a cow.
I love those
Right.
dunes. They are
Mrs.
so
O'Leary.
impressive. Yeah, count on
You
me for
think
the use.
Nobody's thanking the engineer on that one, though.
Yeah, right. Nobody cared. Oh, it's just Michigan. We're Chicago.
It's just.
Oh my god.
All right, so we're
All right.
fiddling in the middle right now. Right,
Middle in
John?
the middle for the last 45
Yep.
minutes.
Just a heads
I
up
know,
there,
it's-
kids. We do have
See what else is going
natural
on.
gas storage here, crude oil
Oh, yeah.
inventories
Let's keep
soon
it oil.
approaching. So if you are a crude
Did you
trader,
say we moved to the H?
sorry, what was that?
We moved to H, yeah?
Yes,
In crude,
yes.
yeah.
The
H
next
is
contract.
March in the crude. Yes.
Yes.
So check if you are trading crude and the levels aren't coinciding, you are not in March. H.
So the only time,
Right.
Andre, that the tilt that I made a play was one of the biggest pullbacks of the day, and now it's
What was
firmed
it?
back up to where I got it. I got it at 17 or 20s. I got it at 20s on that pullback, and then the floor fell out, went down to whatever in the I don't know below the 900 or sorry below the 17,000, and now we're right back up here, huh? Interesting.
Right
Yeah.
back up to 17,022.
Anybody use the ATR indicator?
No.
Negative.
I don't.
Michael might.
I just sort of look at the candles. Seriously, I am truly a Forrest Gump trader. I just look at the
It's
pictures.
really easy to overcomplicate things.
There are,
so
yes.
easy.
Especially in this. There we go. We got some in the chat. ATRs.
What would be that? Look at that pullback, and it firms up. It's just
Yeah.
uncanny.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting.
They're just trying to hold it.
Okay, now they're back long again up here. 70% ES and NQ.
Kind of late to be long, right?
70% folks are biased to the long side right here at these levels again.
All right. So I'm going to look.
This
to
is
short
where,
it.
yeah, well, yeah, I mean,
The range, yeah.
that's
I think we're going to break out of this
No,
range.
I mean, I'm not at my upside short level yet, but I mean, with that tilt like that, maybe there's a shorter time frame opportunity to get it here.
Gotta be short, yeah.
You
Anne
mean
Marie, real
short?
quick question. Willie's asking, what's that indicator you're using the bottom of your motive wave charts?
Okay, this is a linear regression slope, which is different
Okay.
to a linear regression curve. So the curve I have sitting here just sort of tells me about rhythm. The linear regression slope, listen, if you don't have this on your motive wave, you need to. So let me show you what it looks like. Super fast, like, while we're waiting
Super
for
fast. Yes.
Topstep X to come into play for us. The linear regression slope, I have it on the close and I have an 8 and a path for up being green and down being red. Okay, so here's how you read it. You look at the slope, and if it's green and you have an upward sloping linear regression curve, you know that you can buy the pullbacks.
Okay.
Once it starts rolling over and it gets flat, no clear decision there. But the moment
Hands
it
off.
turns green again and you're trading above your linear regression curve, you get long again into your resistance zone. So it's super simple. So right here, this is another reason I took the long in the and Q, when it came into the support zone, it's very green here. But when we started it and it came into the VWAP, this was very green. So it told me, hey, you've got pressure building. Now, how does it work? Don't ask me. Magic, whatever it is. Yeah. So but that's how I use it. All pictures.
Okay.
I look at pictures and I look at where was the last high, where was the last low, where was the last open, where was the last close. And of course, these little pink things are single prints. I kind of like picking on those. So yeah, I did take a short there on that space. So it did fairly nicely, but I think we're very sideways. Super
Yeah,
sideways.
Mike, did you take?
I just took 300 on that short that I just took.
That boy Johnny.
Nice short.
Way to pull the
Yeah,
trigger.
nice. Very
Coach
nice.
Jay, nice short, Hoag.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, guys, that was a good short. So that was when it was a heavy bias, 70%. I got long at 02s down here on this big on the pull on the flush out. So
Oh, nice.
that was a good 17,000 too.
Nice job, guys.
But it hasn't
Kicking that
moved
short. Nice trade.
Yeah, you guys were decisive and quick. I like that move.
Yes, you were.
James
I'm a
made
little gun shy.
775 on that short. Nice.
Hell yeah. Nice setup.
Well, I'm
That's pretty long.
done messing around.
Oh, watch out, Market. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Michael,
I'm taking trades. Good or
where
bad.
is your target on that long?
20
or
handles.
Did you cover
right
already?
there. I just got 20 handle move.
Okay,
You
great.
guys are
Awesome.
Ching.
Right off VWAP.
Oh,
Yep.
Look at that. John gets short, makes money. Michael gets long, makes money. It's a beautiful thing.
and it's
John-
right. And
John
look at the
is-
market. And the market's right back where we started talking about it.
I know, like it never happened. Oh, I gotta
Like it
love
never
this shit, man.
Exactly.
God.
Oh, Hoag's
Yes.
not messing around. Yeah.
Bad to the bone.
Hoag is bad to
Was
the
that George
bone.
Thurgood? That was George Thurgood, right?
Can we please make that
I know.
Hoag's theme music? That's just so fitting for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Hoagland.
Well, we'll just see if I get a flag from YouTube this afternoon. And then
Yeah,
I'll let you
right.
know.
That's a couple seconds. I think we got by.
Holy cow, they do. I think, what do they let it go, like 10 seconds and then they flag you?
It's something like
Oh,
that.
no.
They're very good at it. though.
Yeah.
My theme song should be more George Thorogood, one bourbon, one shot, and one beer than Bad to the Bone. Of course, not this month.
I was gonna say,
I
John,
was
not
just
Oh,
about
right
to
there.
say.
18 days.
15 days, 12
Wow.
to go.
And $1,000.
Thinking about making it all the way to February 2nd.
Hey.
What's Feb 2nd?
Well, just to
Payday.
go one extra day. A little extra effort.
Just to spike the ball in the end zone. I got you.
Hmm. Well,
Speaking of spike the ball in the end zone, who do we have going to the Super Bowl? You can troll all you want, trollers. All you want on sports. All you want.
Not the
I'm
Bears.
going Packers.
I was at
I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe the Packers, man.
That'd be
I was
God,
the
Eddie, you
Fred,
said
I'm
that.
saying
That'd be
Packers.
bad.
Yeah, I know. I'll be watching reruns of the Golden Girls instead.
There you go.
There we go. Look what we got in the chat.
Oh, who said
Of course,
Cowboys? Greg, come on.
Somebody's just woken up.
Wow, look at these football fans.
I guess Fred's not here anymore.
Man,
I thought
I
he
would
would.
love
He
to
thought
see
he would
I know
park in
Fred
here with the Packers.
Oh yeah.
We got Dakota here, so
No.
Tim, anybody but Green Bay.
I'm with you.
Oh,
I'm with you for sure.
I got to tell you, Green Bay fans are great, though. They really,
They are very nice.
They really are. If
They're
you
very nice people.
are going to see somebody else, they're still pretty kind to you.
Yeah, they don't hit too hard.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, it's not like going to a Philly game.
Dude, no, Philly.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is
No
kind of
Philly.
intense. Yeah, Philadelphia.
It's the home of brotherly love. What are you talking about? Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not in the stadium.
No.
Yeah,
They threw batteries at Santa.
Yes, they did, Jack.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody always gets shanked in the parking lot. I mean, it's just insane.
And Marie just said shanked.
Yes, she did. I did not have that on the bingo card today.
Yeah. JD, who has a glossary of all the lingo we use, please put that one in there.
Shank.
Anne Marie describes it as getting stabbed in the Phillies parking lot.
We're taking shots at Philly, Gary, Indiana today. Who's next?
We can get started on Chicago, Andre. There's a long list there.
A lot of low hanging fruit there.
There's a lot of low hanging fruit there. I love it.
You know, for all the years I lived there, I didn't make it
we got
to
oil
a
numbers
Bears
coming
game.
up.
Oh yeah.
Was that
we
Ann?
got you. It's going to be
Yeah,
half gas there, or top of the hour. Just gas here in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Mhm.
If you're trading that Widowmaker natural gas market, heads up in 3. We'll get that number out to you.
So here's something super interesting. If you do trade natural gas, it is much smarter to look at weather reports that are way in advance, because that's how the traders do it. And by the time it hits the news, you want to start raising your stop and covering. A lot of people get super smashed on these winter storms because they think, oh yeah, this is going to be, but those guys that trade that are very wise to weather. I mean, weather is a great big deal. And so I just saw a lot of people going, man, I got killed in that gas trade. By the time it hits the news, they're already either giving it that last spike or it's a place that's getting ready to short. Just as an FYI.
Yeah,
I like
it
it.
is such a vicious market.
Yeah, it is.
Everything's gotta be so.
You were the first person I heard call it the Widowmaker.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I stole it from whomever. It's just it's a terrible, terrible place. Of course, uranium is sort of doing that to people now, but I think eventually it'll lift, you know, once people stop being afraid of that.
We should all be afraid
I think
of
we have-
uranium.
All right, Michael?
I don't know. I was gonna go. I do think we have an update. We got an update that we're going to share with our glossary here shortly. That Anne made a solid contribution to. Help populate.
There you go.
Hey, listen, I have a lot of those actually. Way back in the day, I did community outreach, and we would just travel to the inner cities and just get kids off the street and have some fun with them. And the lingo, it was hilarious, absolutely hilarious. So shank is one of the ones that I got from them.
Well, unless you go to Greek islands and get like a lamb shank. I mean, there's a difference there.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go. There you go.
10 seconds.
Okay.
I've been shanked by the market before.
No,
I have been. I've been faced by the markets.
Yep.
It's hot off the presses. It's now official in the Topstep glossary.
Oh, shit. Getting stabbed in a Philadelphia parking lot.
Come on.
James.
Oh.
There you go.
Getting stabbed. Oh.
oh my!
All right,
Okay.
natural gas coming out at 154 billion. Sorry to Douse the fun. Get that
Right
number.
there.
This is good. If this is how we're going to do the glossary and lingo, I am a huge. It's like what Urban Dictionary. You just go in there. Whoa, I don't know.
Yeah.
This, but,
Pretty much.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll have Topstep's glossary of lingo that we all say.
Speaking of how we get there, well, we've got, if you haven't joined it, TopstepTV.com. And
Yes.
let's get that link in
Oh,
there. There is a lot of information.
Well, look
You're
at
gonna
that
find
run.
you're gonna find our crew, you find TV guide, daily levels, the emotional trading journal, featured guests, and of course the trader lingo glossary. So lots going on there. So if you can, Cam, if you're in there, post that link so everybody can enjoy that.
Ian, what are you looking at right now when it's kind of pushing out of trying to push itself out of this little range, not little range, but this range that we've been in? And then you see tilt at 70.
Yeah,
Tilt at
and
72%.
so my thought is the same. My thought is the same thing. You look at what the depth of market is showing you, how much liquidity might be up there, and you could see it totally disappeared. There was a bubble just before it faded sharply like it just did. There was a little bubble that sat there in the depth of market, and it held as the ceiling. Dang on it, I wanted to short that thing, and
Me
I
too.
did not press the button
It's
fast
just
enough.
range trade today.
Crud. But yeah, that's what I'll
I mean,
look
every time
at.
they're
I'll
getting,
look to see.
The sellers
What
come
did
in
you say,
anytime we try to
Michael?
test the upper end of that range.
Yes,
oh
exactly.
no, yeah, sorry, and no, yeah, right when it was getting a little heavy, I was asking about it, and then I didn't do anything with it. But Andre, you talking about sucking itself back in this range, then, huh?
Yeah, dude, look at this S&P.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was a pretty solid head fake. Any breakout traders
and
getting
a
hurt
great
today?
use of the tilt. A great.
Yes, it was. It
It was a great use of
75%.
it.
It was 75% long.
I know. And then yesterday, Andre, I was talking to you about looking at going with the bias because the bias has been getting paid so often. So I need to start paying closer attention.
Yeah, we got to shift gears. I think tilt's not gonna. It's not a one size fits all metric.
Yeah,
so to
it's a
speak. I think
nuanced. I think
is.
it's
It
very
very much is.
nuanced.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're back here at the 16s and 20s, right in the middle.
Buy it, right?
Keep it open.
Hey guys, what is Ann and Hoag in your history? Well, Andre, you've been trading forever too. What's an election year have to do with the markets? This is election year.
It's a good question.
Statistically speaking,
Generally bullish, right?
election years are normally up.
Yeah.
And they're normally up because the incumbents want to win. So they'll make sure that things are as flexible and positive monetarily as they possibly can. So that's normally what's going on in election years. They tend to be slanted to the upside because of monetary policy being so accommodative.
Yep, I would agree. Should be interesting to see how many rate cuts happen before the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the sticky inflation, so I don't know how much they can actually cut. It'll be interesting to see. It's been a pretty quiet.
Yeah.
We're not talking about. It's been a pretty quiet election cycle, general election cycle so far. Iowa caucus has just happened. Just generally, you think more press than usual.
Yeah, I don't know if people are just have fatigue
Could be.
political fatigue early in the game, but it's going to ramp up soon. We had a couple of people drop out of the race in the Iowa caucus and support one candidate or another. So that's pretty interesting. But as far as it touching the markets, I know not probably a terrible thing to say from a doomsday perspective, but we are in a slow grinding crescendo to large political instability is my thought. Not to get all
that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing that too. When have we ever been in political instability, and what happened? Like in your history, have you ever seen political? I've heard that too. My father-in-law and his wife, and then my mother-in-law, they got in a huge conversation about the political instability that's during when they're here for Christmas. What does that do, or what does it look like?
Well, it creates polarization, and it's a polarization of the have and the have-nots, and in this particular space, there is more polarizing. I mean, listen, Davos is going on right now, right?
I'm so jealous of those people in Davos.
Gurus and whatever.
I know. I was just watching him. He's in the mountains right now. Palatard's
amazing.
Oh, I totally want to go.
Right.
Lake Luzanne is on my bucket list, and it's just off the way from Davos. But here's a super interesting thing. They all fly in their private jets. They're not talking about climate change too much. You know what the motto is of Davos this year? How do we reclaim trust? And so if you put your little
Topstep.
I mean, the fact that is the motto of Davos this year says a lot about what they're really trying to do as these self-appointed intellectual heads of the universe. Oh, we just broke last week's high.
Yeah, we're breaking out here to the upside.
NQ.
Market moving.
Yeah.
Finally.
I always look for that VWAP to tell me whether it's more likely than less likely. And so that is what I'm seeing. So I think, the fade ought to be a pullback. But back to the political discomfort, I think we're going to see some sort of fracturing. And I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's coming. So we just have to sit back and go, hey, listen, why worry about something that you have no control over? Just focus on you and what you're doing and
for sure.
the people that you love around you, and, do the best in your little corner of the world.
Whoa.
We're getting a comment on that.
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on.
Mick has just sent me a Morse code here. RIPS is up over $2,000 in the live account. Thank you, Mick. And what else? He's got something else here. Boys up 23,000 and counting in his live account today. Hold on, let me just reply back. No shit. There we go. Wow. Good stuff. Thanks, Mick.
Oh, that was good.
Well done, Eddie. Inner Circle Trader like that one. What's up, ICT?
Imagine like two castles with their eagles that fly back and forth with messages on the bird's leg, and they're reply no shit.
Pigeons.
Pretty good, Eddie.
It's funny.
So the whole politics thing, nobody likes talking about politics. Davos is useless. They're just the global elites trying to figure out how they can carve up more for themselves and less for us.
Exactly.
But as far as like an election year, the incumbent is going to try and make everything look rosy. They're going to try and make everything look like everything's great. blah, 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 whatever that is. One story about the night that Trump was elected, 3:00 in the morning, my phone starts going off over and over again. It's my older brother. He's like, Trump got elected. S&Ps are down the limit. What do we do? All I said was buy more.
Yep.
And we have
And
never
you
been
would
back
have been
down to that
spot
level.
on. Yep, absolutely.
Well, they were pricing
That
in. They were
was-
pricing in Hillary
Start
Clinton. to win.
going up, just keep buying.
Absolutely.
Oh, you have that clip from Trading Places, Eddie?
Yeah.
Don't worry if the price
Do
starts
that
going
one.
up, just keep buying.
Yes. I did some homework last night.
What's the
Yeah,
next
they're having a
level
great
after
time.
the 17?
They're having a great time in Davos. I don't know if you guys saw the zero hedge tweet a couple days
Was
ago.
I didn't.
It looks so
I missed
amazing out
it.
there.
Escort services completely
I
booked.
saw that.
Oh,
was
I
like-
did see that one.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, what do you do with that one, Michael?
they're getting a lot. They're getting a lot done out there.
Business is
Tilty
booming.
long up here.
Oh, groovy,
That's
baby.
right. Yeah, I was gonna.
Short 47.90, 250. Getting close to the kind
That's
of
you?
95 level that I was looking at.
Yeah. I like it, John.
We're tilty long.
I guess our
Tilty
pay
long.
attention
I got
market.
short one. I got short one, but I'm gonna keep it really light, really tight.
Yeah, me too.
Trying to see what the next level I have is.
Yeah, I gotta focus on this.
In about
Well,
15 minutes, folks,
15,000.
top of the hour, you crude traders, heads up, heads up, heads up. Yeah, you got
17,063?
Pardon?
17,063.75 is 2023's close.
Why am I short?
There you go, John.
I think being short's a good thing.
Yeah.
I need to get
I'm
back to the
short.
markets. I'm
The,
sticking around.
the fact that I'm doubting it makes it better.
I got short with you, Johnny.
Yep.
Wow. Time to focus.
Part of me really likes this. Part of me
I'm
just wants
flat
to chip
again.
away at the losses.
It's a scalp. It's yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, I
scalp.
don't know how long you're holding this one.
I
Nice
covered.
hoop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's firming up.
All right.
What's
Not
tilt?
really.
Tilt's only
Tilts is still
60%.
60.
Yeah.
Price?
I
88.
think it comes back to 57.
It's 88.
No, it didn't.
Scratch that one.
Around.
Why am I chicken? I should be writing my journal right now.
That's
Well,
right in
I
there.
mean, there's significant. I think there's pressure showing there. So it's, I mean, you're seeing things. So again, whenever the slope, here's my thought. Whenever the slope of your moving averages are significantly up, any short you take should be quick and from level of peak to congestion, and then you're done. So for me, my average short has been 10 to 12 points, right? But the longs have been much more because
Much bigger.
I know that somebody's coming down to pick up that floor. So I'll wait for it. Waiting in a short when your slopes are moving upward is not a good idea. It's not a good idea at all. Where do we see? Look, we've got, what is that one?
I'm not seeing much.
4797
100.
in the S&Ps.
Okay, let's
300?
see
It's
what that
300.
Okay.
Hey, did all those bids
So-
get filled?
100 lot at 70.
They did not, Michael.
They did not.
80s. I think 80s is the only one that got filled. 79 and 3/4, partial, probably half of it got filled.
No, they're still sitting down there.
Still down there, yep.
775, 4775. There's about a little, almost 900. Still sitting there. That was 1,000 lot. So maybe they took a few off there.
All right, so I got a long way to wait to see if this little excursion to the upside is going to present as a failed auction. So we're going to chill. We're going to relax. If we miss something, it's okay to miss something, and something else will present itself later on.
Of course. Patience.
Really does.
Patience. Anybody got a position on?
I do not.
Chicken.
Michael? No. John?
I was just short up there,
No,
but I scratched.
Andre?
I'm
Flat.
short.
Okay. Were you short from Anne Marie?
I am short from 1757.
76? That's a spirit.
17 and 57. So
Okay.
I'm
Put
upside
that up
down.
there.
Has anyone ever climbed Mount Everest? No.
No.
10% of people have so
No.
far. That's amazing.
And
1%
9% of
are on it
people
right
at least
now.
are liars.
But how many
There you
percent
go.
say they find it? Oh, come on. 11%. All right. I mean, it's more popular now than ever.
These are
Yeah,
the same 10% of people that think they can beat up a grizzly bear.
Oh, I remember
Oh,
that
my
poll we
word.
did, Jack.
I'd get exhausted flying
That's
over
crazy.
Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Real MVPs of those
My-
Sherpas.
Yes. No kidding.
They're the ones that,
See.
get it done.
See, I'm not going to go anywhere where if you fail, they leave you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
true fact. Hmm.
Jesus, Pat. God. Where'd he go? There you are.
Radiant floor issues now in the
Nice.
house.
Just one thing
Oh,
after
great.
another.
I love radiant floors.
Yeah, I know.
They are nice. Which
When
one,
I bought-
Chicago or
when I the house an old snowmess. I bought it. And they go, the real estate guy goes, now these radiant floors are Entron, and Entron. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they go out. I'm like,
Lovely.
okay,
Lovely.
yeah. So I'm like,
Oh no.
so then I had a guy tell me how much it'd be, and then I lowballed them, and I got it.
Awesome.
Look what the story is.
Trades on your floor.
That was my best trade ever. That house.
Mm.
There's nothing quite like walking into a bathroom that's got a worn floor.
That is luxury at its finest, in my opinion. And you can go to Home Depot and you can get that in your own bathroom so easy. And it's just such a great feeling to have warm tile or stone or whatever on your
Yep.
feet in your bathroom. Oh.
For sure.
Ice in an ice machine is another one, and in a hot water dispenser that you just turn and it's instantly 180 degrees. Well, these little things, $200 for that. You can get a heat tapes or whatever, a couple $100. Of course, you then have to retile and everything over. But like these things are luxury things that you could add that make you feel
Yeah,
luxury,
and
but they're
they're
not very cost
expensive. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. When
I wanna get
lived
a
in
bidet.
Michigan, yeah. You know,
I want to really feel
we have
luxury.
those. No, we have those. We have the UVs, and those are fantastic. I'm gonna have to say, you're just it's all kinds of fun, relatively speaking.
Mm.
So
All right, we're back. We're
Yeah,
back by
exciting.
its heavy long. We're back by its heavy long right now. We're right up on the 80s. Touched new highs.
Yeah, we just had some single prints, right?
Yeah.
No, we're still in single prints on the 30-minute profiles. We're still extending above the initial balance, which both initial balances are really small, which is kind of surprising for today. So it's not taking a whole lot of energy to push it. We got Delta almost 13,000 now, Andre, but now it's congruent with direction. So
Yes, it is.
we got to see if the market starts to turn the other way and holds that Delta if we're going to be looking for anything later on as far as using
Yes,
Delta.
it is.
One thing I wanted to mention is, we usually have questions for group coaching. We had so many questions for group coaching yesterday. We really have a lot of them. So we're not going to take questions today. We're going to be looking at some of the questions from yesterday. And there's a couple of really good examples of poor highs and poor lows from the S&Ps yesterday. And we're gonna start with those. We currently have a poor low in the S&Ps now, which we'll see how that plays out as the day goes on here. But looking forward to a really good session.
And
Again,
that's what
no
Fred
questions,
mentioned.
just questions. We got so many yesterday.
Cool. That's what Fred mentioned earlier. And Fred's another comment here saying the gap remained unfilled in the S&P 500, which means value is developing higher. The gap rule says go with any gap which isn't filled early. And Fred says, today I want to buy weakness.
Yep. I would agree.
What
with
Fred
that.
thinks about the week low?
You just sell these sell the
That
tops of these ranges.
short's working. That
Yes,
short's
it has.
working out.
Yep.
I had a 3 lot on there.
Nice.
I got a 1 on still. Short 73,
What are your target
77.
is? You're just going for 20?
I got a
20 tick, 20 handles,
Yeah.
20 points.
Okay.
What's your level again, Michael?
I'm short from 76s.
Okay.
That's
the
a
spirit.
great. Yeah, that's a great position.
This
That's a great position.
one of the things that we talked about on the opening call on my charts is you see this trend line. Okay, there's 3 points of contact, now 4 points of contact right up against this 200 session moving average. This 95 level is a level that I've been focusing on for an opportunity today. I hope I didn't just miss it. Not because I'm chicken. Well, maybe.
John.
Eddie, sound
Yes,
effects,
sir.
please.
Macaque.
Sound effects, please.
68%.
Okay.
68% longs.
Oh, that sounds like something a chicken would say.
Rooster's here.
The rooster.
There
A
you
little bit
go.
of liquidity
Michael,
up
you
there,
got
95 that I'd like to take out.
Yes.
Sounds good.
take out dinner, movie.
Yes.
Hold on. How come John
Hey,
went from the da-na-na-na-na guitar to chicken? Or opposite. Do a little both.
We got to. I don't know. I'm afraid Jack's going to pull me aside again. We'll wait until tomorrow and see if we could use that. See if we get anything in the email here today. Hey, Blindor 33 is asking, Jack, are you there? Ready? How was the webinar last night with Peter and Green? I missed it.
Ooh.
Anything
Well,
we can
if you missed it, it apparently went really well, and we have a few of the comments we'd like to share real quick from that. Seems like a ton of you were there from Topstep. Danielle was hard at work.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Flipping all of these. A couple that we'd especially like to signal out in the next image here.
Sweet.
A little transparency,
Thanks,
some love from
Lots of love.
Patak. But my favorite one is in the next image.
Oh.
I mean,
Patak Green 24.
Yeah.
There was high in political.
Oh, that's awesome.
Patak.
Patak.
Yeah.
I love it.
No interest to be in the political scene ever.
Make
you,
America
Bean.
all the
manic
best
again.
people, all the best people say no.
Yes, they do.
And actually, there's one more thing I wanted to show. So some of you might have
No.
noticed if you're in the YouTube chat yesterday that there was someone new there, not a person, but a moderation bot called Nightbot. And you might have noticed also that Nightbot went kind of rogue yesterday and began blocking people for innocuous comments and starting fights. So I regret to inform you that we had to kill Nightbot.
No.
But it's always sad to see a team member go. So if we have a couple seconds here, I would like to honor the brief but impactful life of Nightbot.
Velvet of silence.
Oh, wow.
Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. It takes a big man to cry, but it takes an even bigger man to laugh at that man.
Anybody need a Kleenex?
Like Princess Diana.
Oh my god.
Look, I'm
This is
sorry.
beautiful. I love
All
it.
right.
So good.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
So good, dude. Goodbye, old friend.
That's beautiful.
Goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, old friend.
I think I need a hug.
Well done,
Yes,
guys.
goodbye, Nightbot. He won't be yelling at you about caps for now, but he may return.
Nightbot went rogue.
Isn't there a Paul Simon song that's goodbye? Oh,
That was amazing, guys.
Yeah, that was amazing, guys.
Hello, darkness,
Even had a
my old
tissue I
friend.
pulled out for it. Yes.
Nightbot.
Yes, tradertainment, ladies and gentlemen, trading, education, and fun. Nightbot got shanked.
Hey guys, I got short another 3-lot up there when we were.
I'm flat here.
God bless it.
I got short another 3-lot up there, and I'm gonna
Nice.
cover this one right about now. 3,000 on the day. All right.
So now we're
So-
starting to look like that's going to be a failed auction on the upside.
I know.
So we
but
would be
that's a
looking
big
to go
pullback.
short here, yeah?
You're looking for shorts.
All right.
The sound. No, is it?
Hey, Johnny, what's the
Wow,
VIX right
wow,
now?
wow.
Chess Trader just mentioned it.
What's that?
What's the VIX? You got the VIX up?
Yeah, it's a little bit delayed, but 1428 down 3.4%.
All right. Hey, crew
So,
traders, you got 2 minutes here. 2 minutes. We got our
let me interject.
crude oil inventories coming up. We got gasoline inventories, distillates, and lots of other good things here.
Don't look at the VIX. Look at the UVXY. That's going to be the number that you want to watch. Why? It's traded. It's a very, very good indicator of what leverage sentiment looks like. And it tracks very well if the ES is going up, it's pulling back. If the ES is pulling back, it's going up. So look at the UVXY over the VIX. It's much, much stronger. And a lot of algos use the UVXY to tell them when things are getting skewed.
And it's really kind of range bound this morning, right? Wouldn't
Yes,
you say?
indeed.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Yes.
not a lot of direction.
10
there.
seconds, crew traders. 10 seconds.
Oh boy.
Check your positions. All right, right now in crude, we're looking at 73.17. New high here in crude. Popping a top 73.46. And we'll see here, get the true move. And waiting for that number to come in here. And there it is here. Let's see here. They were looking at 85,000 prior 1,338,000, coming in at 2,492,000. Gasoline coming in at 3 million, and distillates 2,370,000. So another new high here in crude. Once again here, crude oil inventories 2,492,000. There you go.
So we've got the failed auction at the upside now, Anne Marie. I'm currently short 47.8775. Not the best trade location, but right now it's right back down to that lower trend line. We'll see if we can take out that weak low that we had earlier. That weak low is 47.97, 47.7975. Got to get through this
John,
trend line here first.
Can we jump over to crude oil just because it just came out?
73.48 topping out, pulling back here lightly to 35.
There you go.
You guys can see in the top right corner, it says live broadcast. Underneath it says Hoag's charts. This is going to help you guys know whose charts you're on too.
There you go. Yep. And here's crude oil. So relatively range bound, but now looking towards the upside. What was the number again, Eddie?
The number coming out here was 2,492,000 crude oil inventories.
A boost of 2.37 million barrels.
Yeah, a pretty big draw though from what their expectations were, right? It was
85,000 was 85,000. All right, I should say
a much bigger draw.
850,000. My bad.
So, Hoag, when you said, "Hey, listen, there's a failed auction," I took the short again at 17,057. It's your number from the NQs, and I covered it at 41.
Yes.
And so,
right. Okay.
I just wanted to say to folks that might be listening, if Hoag says, "Hey, listen, this is having an impact in the ES. We're looking at a failed auction." You can, because these guys mirror each other so much in intraday motion, even though the magnitude of the move can be bigger, you can go directly to the NQ, pop up his level, and go, all right, if we've got a failed auction, I'm going to see if I can get last week's high. I'm going to see if I can get XYZ. And so these are ways where you can lean on price. It's going to give you much more confidence as a trader. You know, when I listen to the coaching sessions that John does, I mean, I've been trading a long time, and every time I come in there, I get something out of what John is saying. Yep. And also, I can lean on these numbers, and I look at folks saying, "Hey, listen, I just don't know how to get confident. I don't know how to do 3 strikes and you're out. I don't know." So many things that they don't focus on to lean on, and those are really important. When you look at price and he says, "We've got a failed auction," pop that level up and go, all right, I'm going to take the short right at the high. If the auction's failed there and it's giving me a chance to do it again, I'm going to do it and get that counter trend move. It's a way to really synthesize all of this information that you're getting from us as traders that are live in the market, and these numbers that are really rock solid. And then for those of us that have Topstep X and we're looking at it, or we're looking at the streamer and we're seeing what that short/long is in terms of being tilty, just pull it all together and bring your focal point into, this is where I'm going to execute. And if you can use that, you're really going to see a very big change in how well you do. And realize this: if it breaks up over a level it shouldn't, you must get out. Take the loss, whatever it is, you hear some of us go, listen, I'm taking some heat on that. Realize that we've been trading for decades and we understand our own risk parameters at deeper levels. It doesn't mean that you need to take the heat. We all learn to put ourselves in a box first. And then when we really understood everything about what was going on in the box, we could take the edges down and figure out what was going on from a bigger perspective. And so that's the big takeaway here, because although the chart's been moving sideways, and I can shift over my Topstep X here, just since I just started trading when fast markets came out, and this is my 150 combine that you're seeing, and it's up 21.19 on top of the trades that I'm taking in another practice account and my live account, and they're easy because I'm just going, hey, I'm following the levels. Doesn't mean that I haven't had losers. I've had a couple of losers, but at the end of the day, I'm just holding on to price and saying, this is where I need to really focus. If I've got tilt and that number showing, I know something's up. If he just said we've got a failed auction and I've got that number showing and tilt is showing, I've got myself a trade.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, we had everything.
I like how you
tilt.
Yeah, I like how you called out your accounts too, guys. What Ann just did, calling out our accounts. Here's what I'm doing here in this account. Here's what I'm doing here in this account, and then sharing you or talking about them. Hold people in the industry accountable to be doing that. There's too many billion different accounts out there.
Right.
If you're an influencer and you want to keep your views up and all that kind of stuff, I mean, you gotta. And if you sold yourself as a leader, an influencer in space that I make big money and I do this, I make big money and I do this. I get kind of like it's easy, anybody can do it, easy peasy, blah blah blah. But no, you got to look at all their accounts. Like, how are they doing on all their accounts? They're going to show you the ones. There's nothing easy about it, and they can show you the ones that do have that they're up money, and you'll be like, holy shit, that girl, they're really damn good. But you don't see the whole picture going on behind the scenes. And Topstep is going to try to be more transparent, helping the community be more transparent. So one of it is leading by example. What we're going to do is sharing your accounts, saying that, hey, I'm in C7682. Here's my account. You guys can see it. That's not going to change to a different account and things like that. You want to do that with people that are in are promoting other funding companies. You just want to check, always have that checks and balances in there.
You brought that up yesterday. We were talking about why are these people putting out 20 accounts and they just run 20 different strategies and they always show you the account that's up for the day. That was a cheeky little strategy they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay,
Yep.
capitalism.
This is the only account I'm showing and the only one I'm going to talk about.
That's right.
It's the only one you got, right? Hey, Michael,
Yes,
Malin was asking about, you were talking about that 20 point take profit. Was there a reason that you just shoot for 20?
Well, I do. I think in the NASDAQ, when you get an entry and it moves 10 handles in your favor, away from it, it hasn't been a full, it's not really a move. It's just a dance around your entry. So I always like the 20 handle move because it's $400. That's a base hit with a little bit of a round and almost a double for the day. And I call them, like in baseball terms, base hits are $200 trades. This is kind of a little bit. So I like the 20 handle moves if you get a great entry, but I will a little bit early sometimes. It comes close to it. Then and I'm watching the ladder and I'm seeing how it's reacting to it. I may take it off. So I don't know. I'm just comfortable with that. I don't want to risk 50 handles. I mean, it's also 1-to-1. Risk 20.
Right.
I have to be right more than 50% of the time. So you back yourself into that and then say, all right, let's look for trees, try to get our batting average in the 60% winners and 20 target to 20 stop.
You got to have that comfort zone.
What?
I mean, that's
Your voice
That's
was
important.
getting a little
Just
robot.
you're clipping again.
I was wondering if it was only me.
No, I think it was this time yesterday. I don't know. Maybe it's a little after 10 o'clock. Something happens.
It's no mass time.
Check that out. Hey,
Hey,
John.
Yes, sir.
Hoag, you there? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Some guy is asking in chat, can we briefly discuss why we're saying it's a failed auction?
Sure.
Why is that?
So it is a volume / market profile term. So this is today's, well, let's just keep it like this. This is today's profile from today. Regular trading hour session only. This is our range for the regular trading hour session. The blue line here is the initial balance. In the third 30-minute period, price left the initial balance, did not accept in time, and rejected that level. So this was an upside auction that for now shows that it did not succeed in continuing price higher and was rejected in time. Buyers ran out of buying. Nobody wanted to buy it anymore up there. Sellers took over. This leaves a selling tail, which is also a failed auction. Price auctioned too high. Buyers wouldn't continue. Sellers took over, quickly moved price back to range. That is a failed upside auction, a completed upside auction, an unfair high. There's lots of different words for it, but it tells us that, the initial balance right now remains value. Value is actually from here to here, 82.25 to 89.75. And, everything above that was rejected so far today. If you were watching the opening call, 47.95 even was up against that trend line, and that was anywhere between 95 even and 802, where it was an area I was really looking for a decent opportunity. Gave us that on that failed auction. Now we've got reference, maybe not the best trade location according to that 95 up to 802 level, but we have reference. Price has been rejected so far today in this area. Anything up against that could be rejected again. That's the value of noticing the failed auction. Hope that helps.
Awesome. Yeah, that's one question that comes up a lot. I'm going to say every day, basically. But thank you, John. Michael, I think maybe we have a fix for your internet. Dev2 says MP turns his internet speed dial down so he can dip out on the slopes. Is that true?
You listening?
If
he's waxing up a ski right now, folks.
I know.
He's accused of it.
I mean, if I knew how to do that, then yeah, I'd probably play hooky that way sometimes. But
good call.
That was smart. Yeah.
I can't hear you guys.
I'm working on my powder game. I'm working on my powder game right now. I'm telling you about that. 1 week from today, I go on my first private jet, and I go on my first Hellas adventure with a group of like 12 guys. So I'm excited.
Is that Utah?
Sounds amazing.
And one of the guys, I'm a little nervous because one of the guys is like the U.S. ski team, something or other. The marathon ones, the skiers, but like these guys are all good, like really, really good.
Wow.
But so are you. So you'll be fine.
I don't have very much deep powder experience on skis. I can ski and snowboard. So I've been in the deep powder here in Snowmass, which it snowed a bunch last night. There's probably at least a foot easily or 2 feet in the last couple of days. So I'll get back out there again. It takes a ton of your energy to do it, but I just got to get better at my deep powder ski game. And worst case scenario, I'm going to snowboard because I can handle that powder, no problem. But yeah.
Nice.
You got to wear the GoPro.
Yeah, you got some back.
I will try.
Yeah.
They said you can't bring phones because your AV pack or whatever, you have a beacon, and they don't want the beacon to get
Gotcha. That
transmitted
makes
across.
sense.
Yeah. So we fly into somewhere in BC, and then the helicopter picks us up and drops us. I've never done these ski. It's a ski lodge that there's like 12 or 16 rooms, and I think they do it every year. And I got the courtesy invite when somebody backed out.
That sounds amazing.
That's gonna be so cool.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Nice.
I used to love to ski in my younger days. I could ski probably on like the greens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all that.
No blues or blacks for me.
Yeah, I've never.
Speaking of, I thought it was kind
see,
of. And do you ski? You never have?
Oh gosh, no. I'm barely good with shoes. No, I have. I have skied. You think I'm joking? No. Yeah, shoes are my max threshold. I'm a really big klutz. I'm very, very klutzy. And yeah, I'm so not good. I wish to be, so I'm living vicariously through you. You'll have to tell us some stories, whether they're stories that are terrifying or funny or whatever. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing about that. That's going to be amazing.
Exciting. Hey, John.
No, I'm
question
excited
for you, buddy.
I'll do what I can.
Steve Allen's asking, how do you get your volume overlay on the chart? How do you do that?
Well, you can do that if you're on TradingView. You just go to indicators and go to volume profile. Volume profile. So you can go to session volume profile or periodic volume profile. I use session because you can set it specifically to your time zone and to the regular trading hour session.
Okay.
Eddie, can I go question about the 20 handles? When I got into this right around here, that's why I'm also 20 handles is a good move. It isn't always a. If there's a good move, if you got a good entry, you get 20 handles. Kind of how, but like we're right back to where we were. So I'm looking things for more than that. Looking for 50 handles, 68. That to me is tougher to find. It happens. I mean, it happened today while sleeping. But I like when I'm intraday trading. Once in and out, and now it's right back up to my entry price.
Wow.
John was
in and out is how
John was short.
Is how I'm hearing you.
Yeah, John was short. I got long, and we both made money, and it was right back to where we both pretty much entered.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yeah,
well, yeah. In this type of market environment, I don't think riding out long trades is really going to be. I mean, it's been chopped. It's been range bound today. You got to be quick with the scalps, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold times are a minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Rod here in chat says the volume on the top of the SPX ES is too good. It says, I feel that we can go up much more higher unless bad news keeps coming in. SPX ES near the 47.80, 45.10 is my long target. Hoping this is just a thought. Thanks, Rod, for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong.
Explanations.
If you look at the NASDAQ is currently trying to take, it's trying to take out that failed auction. So, this move back into that area is diminishing the idea that this failed auction is going to hold.
Right.
You can see it on my charts right now if you want to take a look.
Sure.
So there was the failed auction. Now this 30-minute period is coming back up there. So it's showing, still interest of price moving up to that level. Buyers are still present. The S&Ps, not so much. It's taken out a little bit of the failed auction, but not to the same degree as the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has been much stronger.
Yeah. I
All
have
right,
17,090.
James, are you there?
James.
We got some stats here. Jack, what do you got for us?
On the hot streaks today,
On the hot streaks today, we got our
hot streaks. Who is
our
hot?
Viking
Thank you, my
drums.
drum.
We forgot.
Brian K was back in the markets yesterday to reclaim the top spot with 21 straight days. Dimitri is tied for the lead. Then Alan, Juan, and Joseph. As far as yesterday's best goes.
Nice.
Wow. Holy moly.
36.
You got
$1,000+ for Wang.
No way.
Wang J and Michael B are both new top 10 funded list.
Wow.
See that, Michael?
That's fantastic. Oh,
Michael Patak.
Right there. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Michael Patak.
Zor and Z. Check that out. ZZ is his initials. Those are some cool initials. ZZ. ZZ. Anything else, Jack?
And lastly, yeah, top
Woo,
10.
woo, woo.
Oh, that should say 5 there.
Oh, goodness.
Have to go back to goodness gracious on that.
It's all right. It's okay.
Don't worry if the price starts.
It seems that the sheet has flipped a few. But we do have in the top 5. Read, this is the top 5, not the 1, 2, 5, 3.
Well, the sword.
Amazing.
5 new traders on the list today.
Dennis Rodman still killing it.
Still killing it,
Still
man.
in the top spot.
Good job.
And those are our top 10.
100K
Nice.
club.
Good job.
Very nice.
Well done.
Good job.
And we'll give them some applause. Good job.
Big time.
Yes, as Amelia says, good job, traders. Thank you, Amelia. Hoag, you still short?
Oh no, that was a short-term trade. I've been flat for a while, but I am hawking.
Okay. No more chickening. You're just hawking now. You're
no,
upgrading.
not Stephen Hawking either. Just hawking.
Uh-oh.
No chickening.
You got in trouble.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Well, we're coming very close here to.
I don't think oil goes any higher today.
Pardon?
I don't think oil goes any higher today.
What's oil trading, Anne-Marie?
73.31.
Correct.
73.34,
Correctamundo.
something like that. Yeah.
You are right on.
Yeah, it is right at the top of its range from a broad perspective, and it's got a little bit of a mixed bag. But I think here's from looking at the charts overall, they have run into sellers almost every single time they've come up into the 73 area. And if they came up and broke it, they came back down. So although we're making higher lows, I mean, there is a big move coming in oil. I mean, a huge move from this compression event, but I don't know which way it is, and I don't know when. But I do know this: if it gets above 73.50, I would chase it long into the wicks and then take some profit and see if it can hold the opening range of this really high area near 74. And that'll give us further upshot from the same space. If it comes down into the 70 area, you take it long unless it loses the base of that opening range below $70 and maybe $70.40. And then we're going to see some action. Right now, it is just, look at that, just compression. They are waiting for something. I have no idea what it is, but I know they're waiting.
I wonder how D's doing.
Hey,
Yeah, I was
Coach
thinking about that too, John.
Dakota's in there. Coach Dakota is in there right now. And Coach Dakota, I'm glad you jumped in here and talked about slow markets. We're going to be having a session at night run by Dakota called Slow Markets. We're talking about me putting on a position and overnight, waking up in the morning and having to stop in there, of course. When you go to bed, always have that. And in the money or out of the money, whatever. Overnight trading. So Coach Dakota is going to be bringing to us slow markets here.
Awesome.
And we're excited about that one. This is
What
for
time?
all those folks. Coach Dakota, you want to come in here and say that? Is my mic choppy?
Slow market.
Well, while we're waiting for him, real quick here in 15 minutes, we got 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Bostic's going to be speaking here in about 3 minutes, folks. So just
really?
a heads up. Yeah, FOMC member Bostic speaking
Gotcha.
in 3 minutes. He'll continue
Buddy.
all the way until 11, I believe.
Gotcha. All right.
I have
Well, thank you,
him,
Eddie.
I have him talking at 11:05.
I have 11:05
I don't
too.
know. Yeah,
Right, I
different
got him
different
coming in.
different schedules have it at different spots. It looks
All right.
like.
Well, stay alert. Be on alert.
We'll see. All right,
Joseph likes to-
Coach Dakota. Have fun with Coach Dakota.
Coach
Night
Dakota is
owl.
a great coach and a good trader.
Yeah.
You see, is good.
8
trader.
p.m. today to Thursday, Sunday,
8
every once
p.m.
in a while.
Okay, great.
It's in our Discord channel. And for those that do leave early, real quick here, we go bell to bell 8 to 3. All right. After 3 o'clock, the Discord coaches are available. And right after that, I know we got Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and they do At the Buzzer. There's a lot going on. So we're almost going 24/7 here with coaching and education. So heads up today. I know we got volume profile with Coach Ray at 6 o'clock, Coach Jack fireside chat, and 8 o'clock tonight, Coach Dakota. That's all Central Time. Well, we've got a couple more minutes here, and I do hear Mick banging on the door.
Oh,
He does. I think he's ready to come in here. But Anne-Marie, thank you very much for being with us here today. It's a pleasure as
My
always. And
I love spending
Michael,
time with others trading.
we love having you. And Michael, you are done for the day here. Am I correct? Yes.
Yep.
He said,
Yeah, I don't know if my internet works. If my
What's going
internet's
on,
working, fine.
Michael? What's going on over there?
All right.
I'm
Well,
checking.
don't
I got
get
the
upset.
building
You got
manager on
through
the
segment.
phone. I got the building manager on the phone, and I'm like 2 days in a row. So whatever.
Well, you know what? Just put
I'll
your building manager in chat, and I'm sure it'll be fixed real quick. All right.
All right, guys.
Johnny, you're
Thank you.
hanging
I'm
around.
gonna,
Andre, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm
See you
gonna
a little
keep
bit.
these profits. Keep these profits in my pocket. Yes, I do look grumpy. I do
Nice
feel
work.
grumpy. I hate it when my internet's screwed up. It did it yesterday as well, and it's delayed right now. I can see my upload speed was 2.7. 2.7 upload speed. Yesterday it was 13. It went all the way down to 13 during the same time. So something's happening. But I'm gonna go check it. Maybe it's some issue on the mountain that I'm gonna go check out and see if I can find it. Right, Andre?
There you
That's
go.
See you guys later.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Mick is
Some buried
Mick is
game.
still banging on the door there. So somebody
All right.
let Mick in. Okay, we're
We'll see
coming,
Anne-Marie
Mick.
tomorrow for Back to the Futures and Strategy Lab at 1 p.m. So thank you again, Anne-Marie.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
We'll
everybody.
be right back
Take care. Bye.
with shoulder tap. Stay tuned. Stick around.
Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die. Stretch. Tell him run it up. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Tell him run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first die. Stretch. Tell him run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands. I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage. Now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check, no drip this, tell him run it up, no sleep, no rest, might crash, might wreck, but first die, stretch, tell him run it up, I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check, no drip this, tell him run it up, no sleep, no rest, might crash, might wreck, but first die, stretch, tell him run it up, y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made
All right, it is time for the shoulder tap segment. Hopefully, trading is going well for you today. We've got our good friend Mick and the mustache with us here this morning. Good to see you, Mick. How you doing?
Hey, I'm great, John. How are you?
Doing well, doing well.
Awesome.
Just
Happy to
excited
hear
about
it.
seeing what we've got to talk about today.
Got a lot of good stuff to talk about. I'm excited about everything we're going to talk about. I'm excited. It's my 4-year anniversary to my loving wife. So shout out to her. She's the first shout out today. Been a great 4 years.
Congratulations.
John, thank you. Thank you. You
I
were there.
remember that
You were
day.
there for the party. Yeah, we've got some good
I
pictures
was there.
together.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got some good pictures. So, but now that we're parents, we don't have too much in the way of exciting plans for the anniversary today. So anyways, let's talk about other stuff that's exciting. Kind of wanted to share with the group before I get in and start talking about the individual traders. Yesterday afternoon, I mentioned in one of our messaging channels, I was like, I've never seen more 5-figure winning days ever from our funded traders yesterday. Yesterday was a big day. Yes, it was a big day. So right after I shared that, Michael was like, what happened? That's great. What was going on? And I was like, it was everybody got short those equities, specifically the NASDAQ in the morning, right around the open, and caught that ride down. And then we had the little rally, mid-morning with another flush down before we, popped and rallied throughout the end of the day. So, it's just traders with size on. I saw one person at one point yesterday was up $40,000, but we had a ton of big 5-figure winning days. Obviously, the shorts were getting paid there, but the longs were getting, smoked on that move to the downside. So there was still a lot of red on the board. But it was kind of exciting. We always like seeing those big numbers. It's exciting, and always cheering on our traders. So speaking
100%.
of cheering on our traders, I got a shout out for Michael. Happy to see that he's up $3,000 today, a little bit more than that. And happy he's going out on the slopes. I had dropped in the YouTube channel. I don't know if anybody saw that. I was like, Michael, go to the slopes and don't trade the close. Because yesterday, this is a bit of a shoulder tap for our leader, Michael here. He was up over $3,000 yesterday too, which everybody saw. And then he came in and started trading on the close and really got cut to pieces in the end of the day. So he turned a nice big winning day into a big losing day yesterday. So, tis, don't want to be doing that. So hopefully he goes skiing today and, gets those legs all beefed up for this heli trip I hear he's taking in. And was it BC? Right. Yeah, never done that. Never done that, but I know he said he's got to work on his powder skiing, so just keep the weight back a little bit. I've definitely done some forward somersaults going from the groomers into the deep stuff, or the deep stuff into deeper stuff. So weight back, that's the tip of the day for him, and locking it in. I always like giving Michael a little jab. I was tempted to tell him I'm going to disable his account so he couldn't trade anymore, and locks in today, because after a day like yesterday, got to be locking that in. But shout outs to our live traders today. We got RIPS up $2,300, $2,350. Nice. Yeah, nice to see that. He's up there at the top of the board. And then also a shout out to Boyce, one of our live traders I featured last week. First day in the live account. He was up $22,000 earlier today. I was getting the cards ready. I mentioned to our other risk guys, I saw he was up $22,000, and then he had gone back to being up only like $9,000 on the day. So I hit up the risk guys, and I was like, hey, get him on the horn. We need him to lock in the day. So there was a little bit of a language barrier on the phone call there. They got him via email. He said he was done for the day. So he's locking in some, almost an $8,000 winning day. So we talk about this all the time, John. When you're having those significant profits, you got to lock in those days. I would have loved to have seen him lock in a little bit more of that equity high of 22,000. But for day one in the live account, making $8,000 is not a bad thing. But I would have liked to have seen that north of, a $10,000. If you're up $22,000, you got to be locking in at least 10,000 of it.
Keep half of it.
Keep half of it. But as I say, the bigger those significant profits become, lock in a larger percentage. So I would have liked to have seen even more, on the $15,000, $16,000 side. But hey, he's up $8,000 today. I'm not trading today though. But so that's a really good day. And then I got a chuckle out of this too. John R., who was another trader I featured last week. I was kind of talking about how he's a big swinger. I was making some correlations to a couple of the other big swingers that had tombstones up on their last trading cards. John R., again, day one in the live account. He's been constantly moving up his P&L highs for the day. Before I turned my chair around, he was up over a little over $11,000 on the day. So he keeps sticking it to me, because I was cutting up his trading a little bit in the big swinging and big risk and stuff like that. But he keeps showing me. So I'm happy to see he's off to a stellar start. Day one in his live account. If John's watching, which I think he's been on before, John, let's make sure we're locking in a large percentage of this winning day. You got a great head start in the account. You got a great head start on the week. It is Thursday. There's only one more session. So it's your job to walk away at least up, $5,000 or $6,000 on the week. Worst case scenario. I love being able to talk about those worst case scenarios. You're going to walk away up a lot of money. So big shout out to him. I love it. It makes me feel good. Granted, I was a little hesitant to call John up. But it makes me feel good when I see these live traders that we do call up from the risk team off to a good start. Yeah, it's nice. So
very nice.
Speaking of good stuff, I want to pull up our first card, and we're going to showcase Brianna and some of her trading. And I'm thrilled to say that Brianna is a heavy freaking hitter. We called her up from not one XFA yesterday, but 3 XFAs yesterday. She was trade copying across 3 XFAs. So every single metric you see here,
times 3,
triple it. Yeah. So average daily P&L is going to be $12,600. She's trading the equity indices. And, like I said, heavy hitter. When I say heavy hitter, I mean power player. I mean knocking it out of the park. She is trading big. She is trading well. 84% winning trades, 78% winning days. And these profits that she's taking out are staggering. She was only in these XFAs for 9 days. So not a huge sample size here, but she is crushing it. And she is our first female trader, I'm so excited to say this, that has hit the 100K club. She has exceeded $100,000 between the payouts and the account balances in these 3 accounts. So she's in the 100K club. I hope we can get her a pin very soon, and I hope she carries this trading over to her XFA. So she is
Awesome.
pretty, on the spectrum of overly active, very selective. She's kind of right in the middle. You see average just 13 trades per day, trade copying again in all three of those accounts. And I like this stuff very, very much here. Good hold times on these trades. She's patient with her winners and impatient with the losers. She's holding her winning trades 3 times as long as the losing trades. 39 minutes on the winners, only 13 minutes on the losers. She's coming off a couple back-to-back 5-figure winning days. That 2-day win streak for $23,000 there. That was not across the 3 accounts. That was in 1 account. So that's for each account. So we're talking $69,000 in 2 days trading in this XFA.
Unreal.
Yeah. Heavy hitter. So I don't have much else to say here, but I was super excited to get to this card. Is there anything that you like on the trade report that I haven't mentioned, John?
Well, I mean, she's just been 100% hot. I mean, 80, almost 84% of her trades are winners, and holding on to them for as long as she has, 39 minutes, 13 minutes for the losses. I don't even, when you're this hot, if you can maintain that winning trade percentage, your risk reward doesn't even really matter, right? I mean, she's underwater that way, but boy, she's really been getting some good things here. Daily loss limits. If she's down, there's, I only see 1 day here where she hit the loss limit. The other day, she was up a little bit. She was up pretty good and ended up, finishing the day lower, but not at her daily loss limit. This is a great job, Brianna. Just very happy and proud.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pulling teeth here to talk about, areas for improvement. You mentioned the risk reward. You don't need to have a stellar risk reward or 2-to-1 or multiples to 1 when you're 84% right on your trades. But as we talked about, you and Andre and I talk about it a lot. It's difficult to maintain that high of a winning trade percentage. So it's something to keep in mind. Brianna, if you're listening, think about that risk reward ratio and what you're, risking on these losing trades versus what you're taking down on the winning trades. But hell, you're taking down so much dough. It doesn't matter. In these XFAs, she took $20,000 in payouts, which I love, always paying yourself. And then she's going to be starting in this live account with just a little over $90,000.
Beautiful.
So we'll be talking about her in these shoulder taps to come. With that, I want to talk about her. Yeah, I hope so. It's really sweet when we see this performance in the XFA. It's that much sweeter when they're taking it out of the live accounts. We talked about it yesterday. Topstep is not designed to keep people in sim forever. We want people, we want to pull up the good traders, put them in the live accounts, have them competing in the bids and offers, and providing liquidity in these live markets. So she's going to be doing that, and she'll be providing a decent amount of liquidity in these equity indices.
Yes, she will.
let's pull up a trading card. And I was kind of chuckling about this when I was putting the cards together. Can we pull up David A? Oh, I've got a funny story for you. I think you'll think it's funny and for our viewers. So David A out of Galway, Ireland, got called up to live yesterday as well. Pretty good stuff here. But before I go into the trading, I was thinking about my first time out to Ireland. I've got relatives there. I was in 6th grade. And maybe I shouldn't be telling this story, but I'm going to tell it anyways because I think it was funny. I got a twisted sense of humor, and I used to be a little bit of a wild man or a wild boy. 6th grade, I'm in Ireland. We're in Dublin at a wedding. And in the wedding venue, I've toned it down a little bit. I've tamed myself, or I've been tamed a little bit. I was in 6th grade, so that makes me 12 years old. Slip away from the wedding. I go into the pub. I'm drinking pints in the pub, and And I didn't get kicked out as a 12-year-old. I'm in Ireland. I didn't get kicked out of the pub for drinking beer. I got kicked out of the pub because I lit a cigar, and they wouldn't let someone my age smoke, but they'd let me drink in there, which is kind of funny. So anyways, that's what I was thinking about when I saw Galway, Ireland. I had actually been thinking about that a little bit. I love Ireland, beautiful country, beautiful people. But I was thinking about that as we were watching David A. I was like, oh, this Irish guy, he might be getting called up to live. I actually had really, and not only myself, some of the other people here on the risk team struggled a little bit to call this guy up. Honestly, high risk trading, and I put an emphasis on the trading card here, big swinger. David A got called up because he hit the cap in the XFA. Really wasn't a big fan. I mean, all in all, it worked out in the end. He was profitable, but high risk with the big swings. And I've told our viewers, we've talked about it a lot. I am not all for the high risk, big swinging. It works out sometimes. It's hard to maintain that big swinging approach to the markets. So we'll see what David A does in a live account, but he capped out. And I did have a hard time calling him up. It was kind of the cap that put us there. David traded 47 days in his XFA, which is on the high side of someone that makes it to a live account. 40% winning trades, 40% winning days. So they're right less than half of the time, and less than half of the time are they actually profitable on the day. There's a lot of big winning days that attributed to them hitting this cap. I'm looking at my notes here. There's 6 5-figure winning days going from 10,000 all the way up to 17,000. So, I see a little bit of gambling here. It's worked out for him so far. I guess he's got that luck of the Irish. I hope that lucky charm or that lucky clover, he brings it to the live account with him. The one thing, other than the exciting big winning days, the one thing I think he's got going for him here, and it kind of correlates to, the winning trades and the winning days, is he does have a good risk reward ratio. It's not even 2-to-1, but again, like I said, I was having a hard time calling this trader up. So I'm throwing him something here. He's taken down $870 a contract and only risking $500 a contract. So it's better than 1-to-1. It's not quite 2-to-1. Certainly an area for him to leverage his strengths. If he can focus on, trimming that risk for these trades, chances are all the other metrics that are peppered onto this trading card will look a little bit better. So, that's what I got.
I can see why you may have some trepidation as to why you were, or when you were pulling them up. I mean, let's see here. It is the 100K account. So, initially he had a good start, right? He started off well. He's up 20 grand. Minus 2,000, 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 minus 2,000. Every day, almost every down day, he hits his max drawdown. Apparently, then you gave him another 1,000 for his max drawdown. And then every losing day is 3 grand. It's difficult to see, somebody that we've seen gravestones on lately that hits that daily loss limit every down day, to see them continue to succeed. We're hoping that David does. We're hoping that he does great. But watch that downside, David. I love the reward over risk. He's only right 40% of the time, but he's making money on those big money days. That's what's keeping him alive. But watch those downsides, David. Watch those downsides.
Yeah, all those losses you rattled off. I think that was a 12-day losing streak, and then we did expand the daily loss limit on this guy's account at his request. So we will do that. We'll do that for the live accounts. But with these 5-figure winning days, the market doesn't always give you the opportunities to take that much out of the market. Yeah, it's a lot easier when you're trading size and stuff like that. But I mean, unless you're having wide average true ranges, ATRs, you're not going to always have the opportunities to make those big winning days. And if you're someone who's allowing yourself to have 12 losing days in a row, hitting your max loss, and you don't have those big notable days that I had mentioned, going from 10,000 to 17,000, you're going to be in big frickin' trouble. And, big frickin' trouble quickly, because, I talked about this guy capping out at $50,000 in this account. And before we transferred him over, if you're, those 12 losing days at 2,000 or more, consecutive losing days, I mean, that's half of that account that got transferred right there. Huge opportunity to pump the brakes. Andres mentioned before, when he was at his prop firm, if he had 2 losing days in a row, the risk manager there, or the principal of the firm was going to be, tapping him on the shoulder and, saying, take a day off, what you're doing is not working. And, that's a unique position to be in, because not everybody has someone watching what they're doing and saying, stop, take a day off, cool off, being direct and honest with you. Hey, what you're doing is not working. Stop it. Take some time off. Prep, trade, reflect, or prep and reflect. So when we as traders at home are in charge of our own decision making and putting ourselves on the bench, benching ourselves or sidelining ourselves, a lot of bad things can happen, because it's tough psychologically to be honest with yourself and say, I'm sucking it up this week, or, I'm doing this wrong, or I'm doing that wrong. It's so hard. It's a maturity thing. I think the more screen time you have, the easier it is to do that. But for a lot of the newer traders out there, they fall into the trap of, oh, I can turn this around. I hope this goes in my favor, kind of thing. And it's a really tough place to be. So, I think David could use an accountability buddy. It would really help. So whether he goes into Discord and finds someone to help, work on some of these demons, again, he hit the $50,000 cap. So, overall it's working, but I have a hard time being confident that it's going to continue working. So I certainly hope it does. Again, I'm direct and I call it how I see it. And I hope a lot of these traders that I do give constructive criticism to in their trading are watching, because I'm doing it for a reason. I'm doing it for you. Excuse me. I'm doing it for all of our other viewers out there. People need to hear this stuff. People need to see this stuff. So they're not, falling into the same, holes that some other traders might be falling into. Because we all find those holes.
It's kind of funny, Mick, if trading were just like a job, you'd probably have a really easy time taking a day off. But as a trader, you don't want, you want to be there. You want to be participating. You want to make money. It's so hard for traders to take a day off sometimes. I remember your dad was probably the same way. My dad would be like, I got to be there. If I'm not there, I can't make the money. So I got to be there. We took vacations and he would meet us on the weekends, that kind of stuff. But it is hard to walk away, and it's hard to take a little bit of time off. So, David, if you're listening, take that advice, man. You get a bad streak going. You're just looking at things too closely. Maybe the market's not aligning with your strategy, whatever it is. Take some time off, get your head together, get back to center, and then get back to it. It's not easy to do. We know that.
One of the best things, John, thank you for that. I mean, you're absolutely right. One of the best things, and this is kind of just sharing a personal story with me and my own trading. One of the best things I did was take a few months off in my first year of trading. I almost blew out, and I was like, unlike, being able to reset or, earn another account. Like, I had my account, I had saved up for a long, long time, knowing that I wanted to do this. And that was all I had. And if I blew my opportunity that I so badly wanted to have for myself, I would have been seeking life elsewhere. I probably wouldn't be on the screen with Topstep right now talking about traders, to traders. I had a a bias in the soybeans years ago. My first year of trading, I was like, oh, beans got to go down. There was a massive supply, and I was focused on the supply side of things and how great the growing conditions were and how big these harvests were going to be and stuff like that. And what I didn't do was think about the demand side and how much China was buying of the U.S. row crop beans. And I was coming into the markets every day, shorting, and I was losing money every freaking day. And it got to the point on a number of days where it's like, I'm already down this much, what's another 1,000? What's another 2,000? And I was losing four figures every single day during this time. And I was sick to my stomach. I went from, being a new trader, getting off to a pretty good start, with a lot to learn in the years to come. But, I couldn't wait to pop out of bed and go to the desk, to the point where I was like, I didn't want to crawl out of bed and go turn on my computer and trade. I almost blew out of trading, shorting soybeans back in the day. And the best thing I did was, one of the best things I did was take time off, find another source of income. Actually, at the time, multiple sources of income, to, take stress off. And I just wasn't having fun. So it's no fun losing money. We all, I've told stories about dropping F-bombs. Like, when you're not having fun, it's time to walk away. I wasn't having fun. I was not performing well. And after going and finding other sources of income, I was able to say, you know what? I freaking hate these little odds and end jobs that I'm doing. I know where I went wrong, at least in one area. And, I think it's time to come back to the markets with a better appreciation of money, because I was treating it as a number on a computer screen and not cash when I was, sweating and breaking my back doing other stuff. And I came back, I respected the value of the dollar. I was much smarter. And I knew I wasn't going to replicate the mistakes I was making with these biases that were not working. I was going to let the market show me what was working and try and ride the coattails of the big boys and big girls that push these markets around. So then started finding some success, and, over little by little, I dropped one of the side gigs, dropped another side gig, and got back into it full time and was able to support myself.
Great story.
I think we're on time. We didn't get to one of the traders, Ezekiel, that I wanted to get to, but Ben will be on his first time on Shoulder Tap tomorrow. I think we're going to start having him weave his way into the Shoulder Tap segment. So I'll be watching that one. I hope everybody that's watching this one comes to see Ben tomorrow, one of the newer members to our risk team. And we'll see if he wants to talk about Ezekiel, if he doesn't find any other juicy trading, because we've got good stuff on one of our other traders that we called up to live yesterday.
Yeah, sorry we didn't get to that. And don't worry, Mick, we'll be nice to Ben tomorrow.
Please do. Please do. He's been good at sharing feedback with me on these segments, so I'll try and do the same for him. And you're a great guide too.
Oh, well, my pleasure. My pleasure. We got to make everything as valuable as we can for our users, because that is our goal, man. We want your success. That's why we do this. That's why we're here. So we're doing everything we can. Mick, thank you very much for being here with us today. We've got the Power Players segment coming up here next with Andre, Eddie, and Coach Jay. Make sure you stick around for that. Mick, I love you, buddy. Happy anniversary. Big love to your wife and your daughter. And we'll talk again soon.
She's your biggest fan, John.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm her biggest, well, maybe second biggest fan, maybe third biggest fan. I don't know,
Have a great one. Thanks so much.
Have a great day. And everybody stick around. Again, Power Players coming up next.
To a swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Ay. and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my vibe and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man he appears. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not give a what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even got to deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider, bathrobe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass, granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running, I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise, I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds, I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it, I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother, I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blinging like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
It's time for power players.
Yes, it is, Eddie. Yes, it is. We are so lucky to be joined by, you see him in Discord, you see him in the chat, you see him now on Topstep TV, Coach Jay. Thanks for joining us here for Power Players. How's it going, Coach Jay?
Doing all right, Andre. How are you? What's going on?
I'm okay. Currently, we're seeing the markets here in the S&P selling off. I believe you actually brought this to my attention. I believe that we might get some comments out of Patak going on right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Anything that comes across the wire, we'll be sure to update you on. But the S&Ps and I assume the NASDAQ's probably following along with it. Yep, we're seeing some sellers in the NASDAQ as well. So we got some selling action here. With that being said, Eddie, how are we looking over in gold? And when markets like this, it's been quiet all day, Eddie and Coach Jay. What's our approach for the second half of the trading day?
Yeah, so what I would be looking for is we got a difference in information, right? The NASDAQ right now is up almost a full %, but we just saw an obvious catalyst for a pull-off, right? So how does the market respond to what Bostic just said? and where is that going to take us through the rest of the day? I know personally, if the Nasdaq is up a full percent, I find it hard to short it. But news can change the day, and we have 4 hours left in the day, so it's important to kind of wait, see what the market sentiment is. But right now, we've traded right back into that range that we came from. So Coach Paul and I call this all the time, and at the buzzer, violently unchanged. This market right now.
Violently unchanged. Yes.
Yep.
Crude tagging a new high here, 73.98. Little pullback slightly. I do have some Bostic info if you want to. If I
hit us, Eddie.
Share it. Okay, Bostic. I'm open to starting rate cuts before July if there is a convincing evidence that inflation is slowing faster than he anticipates. He also says that he repeats the baseline is for a rate reduction starting in third quarter, with care needed not to cut too soon and risk renewed demand and price pressure. And that was some of the news, is cooling everybody off on sort of pushing this down the road a bit.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is indeed. It sounds like we're definitely taking March rate cuts off the table. Bostic here is taking rate reduction starting in Q3. So in June, all right, that makes sense why we sold off. Obviously, the market beat us to the punch as per usual, but definitely some bearish for equities. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's very interesting. I don't pay attention to news so much in my trading because we are day traders.
Right.
But from a technical perspective, right, with the Nasdaq being above this 17K level, we know that it's a major psychological level that traders are going to be looking at. We're going to need some convinced buyers for us to really get a push up. I've been kind of looking for the short side on this market. I talked about it in the recap yesterday. Looking for a place to sell it, and he might have just given us the opportunity to do that.
Agreed. Jay, one thing that I've noticed in the chat that you're very, very good at, you've got a very good eagle eye for this. You're always good at spotting the big block orders on the ladder. Is there a method to your madness? Is there some, you could tell us how you're doing it? Or are you simply just looking for numbers that don't look like the rest of the other ones?
That's pretty much it, right? You want to look for something that stands out. And I say it all the time when I teach kind of how to read the tape. And there are a bunch of tools that you can use, in order to do this. People use footprint charts and book map and whatever it is. But whatever tool you're using to read order flow, you want to find something that's not like the rest, right? So first thing I'm going to do is filter time and sales for an order size that's bigger than what I'm comfortable trading, because I don't get to control the market, right? We want to try to find who it is who's controlling that market, and who has potential to push it. So if I'm scrolling the DOM here, I'm going to scroll up and down and look for, an order that sticks out, maybe act like a magnet, or like we saw in the ES today, right? All that size that showed up on the bid below the market could potentially act like a support.
Well, while you're saying that right now, if you don't mind, and Eddie's doing a real good job of this too during fast markets, if you guys don't mind switching over to the ES chart, the ES ladder, we're seeing exactly just that. We're seeing we're seeing big bid sizes on 47.79 quarter. We're seeing size on
Still
79
there, huh? Yeah.
Still there, right? Eddie, we saw that this morning. Never got filled. We saw the 47.80s get filled.
Right.
And then they just took nibbles out of everything just below it, and we're still seeing those block orders right there.
Exactly. Chipping away at it. 500 at 47.78.75. So, I mean, there's meat on the bone right there. And like I said before, you're looking down the road. Is it easy to pass? No, there's debris in the road. And, how am I going to be able to get past that? That's what you got to think as a trader looking at the dome.
Yep. I think what's interesting too.
With that being said, go ahead, please.
No, what we saw at 47.75, if you're going to be reading these orders, pay attention to the size, right? Because they might change, right? At 47.75 earlier, we were talking about it being 1,000 lot. Right now it's 900, right? So someone took their order out of there, right? Where if we're going to sell through it, now we need less selling to get through that level. And we might get that acceleration through it. But
hey, we're having a free fall S&Ps here. S&P's getting heavy right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So to that point, Jay. So once the thinking behind that is once we can clear through all those those speed bumps, if you will, as Eddie likes to call it, then it's acceleration to the downside. There's more follow through, correct?
Correct. Yep, that's correct. That's correct. And you always want to see the reaction. For example, yesterday in the Nasdaq, 16,700, we had 170 lots show up at 16,700, major psychological level. We hit the order. where you could think, okay, well, the market's going to continue selling down. If you traded the Nasdaq yesterday, you know exactly what happened, right? That was pretty much the low on the day. We pushed down another 12 points, and then we bounced from there. So really, what I want to see is, okay, we know where the level is. We know where potentially the market can trade to. Once that happens, what is everyone else's reaction? And what I compare it to all the time is, and I think it was homework at one time watching Trading Places on Topstep TV, right? When those guys were in the pit and then they threw out that big order, what happened, right? That reaction moves the market.
Right. That was
Exactly.
definitely.
Don't worry if the price starts going up. Just keep buying.
I wait till you get to
Right.
about 64, then I'd buy.
There you go. 64. Then I'd buy.
Exactly.
So yes, we're watching these S&Ps. It's like Eddie said, it's getting a little heavy. They're trying to push it to the downside, but to that point, we're seeing big block orders on 79 evens, 87 and 3/4, 87 half, 78 3/4, 78 half, 78 quarters, so on and so forth. We're seeing they're trying to get through. We just got through the 79 quarters. Now they're trying to gobble up 79. So okay, they're starting. If we can sell through this,
They're going.
let's look out below.
Yeah. It's
Just
trying.
watching time and sales. I tell you, this stuff's moving a bit here.
Yeah.
No
I
big
don't normally
size
trade
getting
EF.
traded though.
Keep in mind,
You
we
see
got that
that.
1,000 lot sitting on 47.75 even. So keep in mind that might be the next target if we can get through all these block orders here.
For sure. So I know we've done this trade on Topstep TV in the past, right? Getting long in front of that order, right?
Yes, we have.
In this situation, because of where volume is right now, right, and we've seen all the selling that just came into the market, obviously a reaction to the Bostic catalyst. That's not a trade I would look to take in this situation. And we can see as we trade down to it.
Here we go. All right, we just smoked through them all.
75.
All right, 47.75 is next target. We got 1,940 sitting on the 47.75 bid. Boy, we just clobber through that. All right, yeah, the sellers are in control right now, so keep an eye on that. Have you made any trades today yet, Jay?
I have, yeah, I have. If I take anything, we were talking about full transparency on Topstep TV. If I take anything today on this call, it's going to be in a practice account. I hit my personal daily loss limit, so I'm going to cut myself off in that combine account that I was trading. Coach Dakota and I are actually working on something that we'll talk about a little later on Topstep TV when we get there. Yeah, right now anything I take is going to be in a practice account. Took some trades in the Nasdaq earlier. Go ahead.
I said, good to see you're exercising that discipline. Cut yourself off, sticking to your plan, and moving over to a practice account. That's what Topstep is here for, essentially. Eddie.
Yep. All
right, so we saw us get trade through those prices, but then we saw a little bit of retracement. Does that make you kind of question, like, what do we make of this price action that we're seeing? Because we're watching time and sales. I think the prices did trade through. We're back up to trading 47.80, so the downside pressure got rejected.
Sellers were bold. I mean, they were calling the blitz. They were blitzing the bids here. I mean, very heavy now. I mean, the question is, are they out of ammunition? Are they going back on offense? What's the call here? Because we're moving away from this quickly now.
Yeah, so I guess, Jay, to your point, maybe get in front of those bids. I'm with you. I was hesitant to get in front of those bids, but I guess that was the short-term play there. So, hey,
right.
Even when you're
what I will, sorry, Andre. What I will say is, we're all traders, right? And I'm never going to pretend like I always get it right. So I've even told traders in Discord today, hey, I'm going to call out levels for you guys. At the end of the day, everyone has to click their button, and you manage your risk accordingly. But as far as trade execution goes, mine has been off today, and I can admit that. So maybe that was the best trade of the day. We'll see.
It might have been, but to that point, I mean, the whole action this morning, it was tough. If we take a look at NASDAQ, the open was choppy. I guess the only trade was getting short. If you knew that Bostic was going to come out hawkish, I guess a little more bearish for equities. But yes, choppy. You're looking at it's a tough trade today. Your entries had to be good. Even if your entries were good, you're probably taking heat on a lot of these trades. And if your stops are too tight, now you're taking losers. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. This is one of those days. I don't think the trade's been easy at all this year, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I know myself. I'm on trend days, like yesterday, was able to take a 50 lot, not a 50 lot. 50 lot would have been crazy.
50 lot.
50 point trade. 50 point trade. because we got that trend. But on range bound days, I know it, right? It's in all of my journals. Hey, range bound days, slow it down because you don't trade well on these days, right? And that's okay, right? I think I'm good at analyzing the market. Hey, we're stuck in a range, but what I look for in a trade is a breakout, is a trend. And on days like today, it's about patience. It's about waiting for it.
They are. All right, we're gonna
What's
see the
your?
sell
Let
pressure
me
keep
ask
out.
you.
Yeah, go ahead. Eddie.
Yeah, here we go. Buyers coming back. You get your entry point. You explain your entry. What's usually your exit? I mean, does it fluctuate? Are you sort of tied into a certain amount? What are you looking for when you're looking for an exit?
So that's going to depend on the type of day that it is. If it's a trend day, I normally don't trade with a take profit because I don't know where the market is going to eventually trade to, right? I might set some targets, right? Where if we started trending right now above 17,100 in the NASDAQ, I might say, hey, if this looks like a strong trend, we could potentially trade to 17,200. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just trail my stop up as the market goes up. But if we're in a range bound market and I understand that, like today in the NASDAQ, we traded a 58-point range for the first hour and a half of the day.
Mm-hmm.
The outcomes of my trades, the expectations have to be lower. So then I'll trade with like a 10-point profit target, right? Where, hey, I'll take the 10 points because we're stuck in this range. I can't expect, a big move out of this. But once we start trending in this market, I'll start looking for, hey, we could go 30, 40, 50 points. And then I'll start looking at levels for targets instead of points or dollar amounts.
Awesome. Hey,
What's
real
your
quick,
risk
thanks to
versus reward?
our good friend Hoop in the chat just gave us the heads up that crude oil is making new highs for the day. Just broke 74 even, trade 74.10 right now. That being said,
it's hanging
all those
up there.
fills in the S&Ps. Yeah, so we got some markets are moving right now. So hopefully people are taking advantage of the volatility that we got here. It's 11:18 Chicago time. So typically we see a lull in the markets. Not the case right now. S&Ps, all those sellers. There's a nice little short squeeze going on. All those they got rejected, couldn't get through all those prices, and sure enough, we see them. If they're short-term trades now. They're starting to puke, and by puke I mean they're starting to buy back the market and essentially take it higher. So yeah, that was a very interesting trade. Sorry, you got to say that?
We got to put puke in glossary. That's a term. That's
we say it all the time.
Well, it's used a lot, honestly.
Well, what is puke, Eddie? When I'm puking my trade, what does it mean?
You're getting out. It's basically you're dislodging everything that you have held in. You're getting rid of it, and usually you'll see that
basically it's a losing trade.
It's a losing trade. You just want to get it out of your system, get rid of it. You're puking it.
We say it all the time. But yes, so that was interesting to see that rejection. All the sellers thought maybe we were going to target the big 75 lot or that order on the 75s. Sure enough, we never followed through. And essentially, like musical chairs, when the music stops, someone wants a chair to sit in. And that's when the puking starts, and that's what takes the market higher. You see it a lot. Something that we talk about. Hoag and I, we're constantly keeping an eye on cumulative delta as the day progresses. And essentially, you're trying to see if a puke. Oh, here come the sellers again. We're kind of trying to see if the market will reverse itself based on position building going into the power hour. Again, make sure to tune in for power hour today. We got myself, Jack, and Rips. Everyone's favorite Rips. Man can talk, and he is certainly entertaining.
Yeah, his commentary on the market is insane, right? Rips is an order flow trader, so he's looking at some of the same things I am, and just calling out like level by level where orders are coming in. He has a ton of energy. It's awesome.
He sure does, and never stop. All right. Yeah. Hey, so when you say order flow trader, what exactly you mean, Jay?
Kind of what we've been talking about, right? Reading the depth of market, reading time and sales, understanding where the dominant presence is in the market, right? Are buyers in control or sellers in control? And that's pretty much it, right? Like I said, there's a bunch of tools that traders can use, different order flow tools. When I learned it, it was just reading time and sales. And that's why it's still up on my screen right now. But there's Bookmap, there's footprint charts, there, reading Delta, all of that stuff. I think it's an overarching concept, and there's a bunch of different ways you can use it. Ultimately, we're all trading the same stuff.
Yeah, I agree. So when you're dealing with when you're in coaching mode, and you're telling them how to read order flow, You essentially tell them read time and sales. You're trying to read the ladder or a combination, a hybrid of the two, because without one, you can't use the other, right? You need to see if the prices actually trade. And when the prices actually do trade out, like we just saw in the S&Ps, how does the market react to it? Is it a concept that you see? Can your students, can they grasp it easily, or is this a concept that's somewhat foreign to them initially?
So I think it's foreign to some because of what they've learned, right? Initially, right, where sometimes traders might learn support and resistance where they first start.
Right.
So what I recommend to anyone right now is, if you hear me talking about order flow, don't try to change everything that you do to then understand the market this way. Use it as a supplement to what you're already doing, right? Where even traders in the chat now, none of them trade like me, where I could look at the time and sales and the DOM and maybe not even the chart and identify what it is that I'm looking for. But if they're in a long trade, they might ask me, "Hey, coach, do you see anything that I should be worried about above the market right now? Right? Is there an order up there that might act like a resistance? Are there buyers to support this long trade? Right? So use it as a supplement if it's not going to be what defines your trading, especially if you've learned something else.
Yeah, Jay, let me ask you something too, and keep it on that track here about, you do a lot of coaching, you got a lot of people that do follow you. What's one of the biggest issues, biggest speed bumps, walls that traders ask you about?
Biggest issue that traders ask about, I don't know if it's something that they ask about. I think something that they all deal with, and maybe not, they don't address it, is impatience. And I think it's something that we all can kind of deal with, right? And that shows up a bunch of different ways, right? I think the traders that I've dealt with and speak to in the chat, and I'm sure they're listening right now, everyone in that chat is a great analyst of the market, right? We know what we're looking for, right? Not to say that you're going to be right or wrong, but it's the patience to allow the market to do so, and the patience to say, if I'm going to, get through this combine, get to a funded account, get to the point where I'm taking payouts, I need to do the same thing over and over daily, right? And I think that's an issue, right? Where we'll see a trader go a week, right, following a process, and then they come in and say, "Oh, I took too many contracts today." Well, what happened, right? And it's we want things faster than they're going to come to us sometimes, and I'll admit that was my issue today as well. I think it's probably one of the bigger issues that most traders deal with is the impatience.
Right. And, that's something that I was working on. I mean, I've been in this business since 85. And, I tell you, sometimes you forget about some of the more important things in trading. And good thing I was journaling, because I didn't know what I was doing wrong. Okay. And what I did is I reviewed. I went back a few weeks. I think I went back about a month and realized that, you know what, I'm pretty disciplined. My management is good, but I'm not patient. It just wasn't adding up. And that's, I tell you, that can happen. And that's why we tell you to have a journal, because you can review, what am I doing wrong? You're not going to get it right away. You've got to do a little detective work on yourself and find out, what am I doing wrong? I'm not seeing it. And that helped big time. So yeah, I'm on the bus with those traders.
I agree. I think
I don't know if you can see my. So go ahead, Andre.
No, please, Jay. I was just gonna say, we've got John. John's in the chat here saying that he's dealing with impatience today. Yes, it gets the best of us, even the best of traders, the most seasoned veterans like Eddie and John. I mean, they've seen it all. Even they're dealing with impatience, so it gets to all of us. But yeah, Jay, what do you want to show us?
No, on my whiteboard, you probably can't see it. It might be out the frame, but it says wait for volume, and that's the key for my trading this year. Where impatience killed me today, and if I look back, right, if I was to journal today and look at review my trading, there was no volume, or it wasn't significant enough volume when I was trading in order to take the trades, right? And that's ultimately what it was, right? Traders in the chat, they'll know I said it. I'm expecting NASDAQ to hit 17,100. And when it's chopping around, the one thing we needed was volume to get us out of that chop first. And then we can trade up to that level. And if you're impatient, none of us can control the market, unfortunately. I see a couple of comments asking, am I related to Russell Westbrook? I am. That's actually my twin brother. He just took all the height. He took all the height and the talent for basketball.
Can I get an
But-
8x10 autograph of
Yeah.
from you? I don't need Russell. No, I want one from
Right.
you.
Hey, but to that point about volume, and you wait for volume. Yeah, I equate it to this. Essentially, we're surfers, right? And volume are the
Yep.
waves. When the
Exactly.
waves, we need waves to surf. So essentially, we need volume to trade because we're like John always says, we're P shooters, we're locals, we're trading 1, 2, 3s, and 4s. All right, we need those 500 lots that we see here in the S&Ps, those 1,000 lots. We need that to move the market. Essentially, those are the waves that are created, and then we can surf those waves. So without the volume, we're just sitting there. We're just sitting there paddling and paddling and paddling. We're exhausting ourselves, and we're not able to catch a wave.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's exactly it.
You know, hey,
That's
Jay,
exactly it.
Also,
you know, real quick, as a trader, we're talking about this volume. You know, you're waiting for volume. You're being patient. Where are you looking to find this volume? I know there's a few places, but what's your go-to?
Yeah, so everyone does it a little bit different. I know Coach Ray teaches volume profile. I look at volume profile as well. I'm going to use value area high, low, and point of control. But I look at volume by candle, which you can see on the bottom of my charts right here. So for something like this, you can see the volume here where that orange line is our average. So we had a bunch of candles right here below the average, which if you trade, Wyckoff Strategies, who's probably the father of order flow trading, this would be a non-validation of that movement, right? Where volume is lower, but we're getting up movement, and basically what that is it's not convinced buyers in here. But then we see a volume candle like this one, which is way above the average, right? We know that there was a ton of selling coming in. So a lot of times what we'll see is the market respect this volume that came in, right? So a lot of times what I'll do is try to cut that candle in half and maybe not chase this one. But if I see the very next candle respect that volume, then that's an opportunity to go short. Right?
Cool.
But the volume told us what the market was planning on doing.
Exactly.
Thank you, Coach.
Eddie, there's a question in the chat here for you. What's your method for journaling? You're talking about journaling. I know that was the theme of the week last week at Topstep TV, but that by no means does that mean it's not going to be a theme this week or throughout the entire year. So, Eddie, what's your method of journaling? What do you write down? What do you look for? What are you trying to gather from it?
Well, I mean, depending on how many trades that you have, okay.
Right.
What I try to do is I try to break it down. All right. First off of the journal, what I'm going to have is my mindset. Beginning of the morning, what is my mindset? And I break that down. I break it down to the morning, the afternoon, and the close. What is my mindset? Okay, it's going to keep me in line, thinking correctly. And if I'm sort of tailing off somehow, that's my number one. I go to and say, okay, how's your focus? What's your mindset? Are you still completely 100% into the market? Next thing is just watching my performance, my entries, my exits. Was I patient? Did I have discipline on an order? Am I managing my day well? And these are things that I'm writing down. How was management? Hey, you did pretty good today. Okay, discipline. You know what? You stuck to it. You followed the rules, and you didn't veer off the path. And then when I was getting the patience, it was like, well, yeah, you moved your stop, you did this, you did that. And that's where I sort of caught it. But it's about, if you were to go back a week and read your journal, let's say for last Thursday, what you can do is if you start at the top, and it's like a story, okay? It's a story from beginning to end, how I started chapter 1, and then how I finished the end of the book. And you should be able to at least follow through in your actions, your entries, your exits, your reactions, your thought process. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like it's got to be so thorough, but I needed to sort of add more to my journal than I was before. And luckily, I caught myself. And, I'm still working on patience. It's still something that I am not happy with. And that is front and center on something I have to work on. So to each his own. I mean, this is about you. Make yourself accountable. Don't half-ass it. All right. Be honest. Be completely 100% honest. If you're doing shitty, if you're doing great, don't cut corners.
I love that, Eddie. That was very good.
Yeah.
Hey, just to recap here, in about 15 minutes, we got everyone's favorite segment, Pop Quiz with Jack and Vanessa. Then at noon, we got group coaching with Hoag and JD. I believe we have the bank of questions is full, so you don't need to submit those. I'm going to touch on some questions that have been submitted from yesterday and probably the previous days from there. After that, at 1 o'clock, we got myself, Hoag, Rips. At 2 o'clock, Power Hour with Jack, Andre, Rips, and maybe some special guests along the way. Another recap, we just want to say that Fed's Raphael Bostic from Atlanta expects rate cuts to happen in the third quarter of 2024. So we'll see if that changes. Obviously, it's all data-driven. I believe we have FOMC meeting next week. Sounds about right? Next week, so we'll see what they're starting to say. As we say that, we got the sellers coming in the S&Ps. It seems as if the block orders have reloaded. Now it's 76.50, 76.75, all the way to 78. So we'll see if we can get through that, Jay. Keep an eye on that again. Also, watch Jay in the chat. He's always on spotting and popping off and letting us know when you see those big block orders.
I feel safe when Jay's in the chat.
Seriously, man. He's like our eyes. He's like our eyes and ears.
Like I said,
boots on the ground.
Hopefully today you guys traded it better, but I will always call him out if I can.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
It's reassuring. It's reassuring that
Dakota. Good stuff.
Yeah. Hey,
see, this is
Jay,
called team, baby.
Yeah. Hey, Jay. Jay, tell us about your segment with Dakota. Let's get you some pub here and plug it.
I think MP talked about it earlier today. Potentially doing slow markets with Dakota on TopstepTV. But him and I have just kind of been talking about, how can we, as coaches, go through the trenches with traders, right? I trade a personal account as well, but Dakota and I are both working on, and Dakota, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but we're giving out a little bit of the secrets on what we're working on. We're working on taking combines through XFAs and then getting to live accounts to show our process, right? So Mick, hopefully you'll be calling us both up on this show eventually. But we want to be honest about the process. It's a combine I started earlier in the year to begin the year, and we're going to trade that all the way through the year. That'll be the one account that I trade on TopstepTV.
That's so cool. I know that the chat's loving it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Hey, just a heads up here in about a half an hour, top of the hour, 12 o'clock noon, 10-year tips auction. So just want to make sure that 12 o'clock comes around, you're like, what's going on? It's our 10-year tip auction. And you're wondering, what's the tip auction? Well, what it is U.S. Treasury. It's an inflation-protected securities. That's what it means. TIPS, Treasury, inflation-protected securities. And it sells these securities at a regularly scheduled auction. So competitive bids at these single price auctions determine the interest rate paid on each issue, which remains fixed. So it could be a little bit juicy, but we'll find out at 12 o'clock.
Thank you for that, Eddie. We're still seeing the sellers coming here in the S&Ps. They're chugging along. They're trying to get through this 200 lot here on the 77s. Behind that, 76 3/4. I mean, it's trying. I mean, but then again, let's not forget we got 47.75. We got 1,000 lots sitting on 47.75. We're getting closer and closer, folks. Obviously, here we go.
So if we have my charts up real quick, I have a 3-minute chart up. The traders who have been in at the buzzer, the recap, you know how much me and Coach Paul love the 200 moving average on any time frame. If you look at the 3-minute chart, we've just closed under the 200 moving average in the last 20 minutes or so, which could mean change of trend. So if we see the selling come in, we could get some real acceleration here. We see we've been holding this kind of 20, 50 moving average that we have, but we closed under this white line, which is the 200 moving average. We could sell off here.
Yes, we can. So hopefully we got 10 minutes left, just under 10 minutes here. Hopefully we'll see these 47.75s come into play. Is anyone going to stand in front and get long, maybe a 1 lot, and just lean on the 47.75s? See how that goes. 1,000 lot. Boom. There you go. Or you can sell through it and hope it just accelerates the downside. Eddie, what do you think? What's the play here?
You know what? I tell you, I mean, this is exciting. This is one of the bigger bids I've seen on a dome for the S&Ps. I tell you, we had meat on the bone earlier around the 47.80s, and I mean there was
Right.
it all went all the way down to 78s, and those were taken out, those traded. Yeah, I tell you, these sellers bold, they're strong, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
I
would be
know.
hands off. You're looking to do the one lot, right?
I was thinking, well, I'm driving right now, so I'm not going to trade. But I'm thinking, do you just buy a one lot in front of the 75s and just try to take a quick scalp, like Jay was talking about? We've done that trade a couple of times here on Topstep TV. It has been
I think
profitable.
that we're
It
seeing
worked
some
once
of that
already
now, I
today.
think.
It has
Yeah.
worked once already today. So
It worked. It worked for 9 points today.
yes, it did. You saw that. What was that? That was like what, an hour or so ago.
Yeah, I mean, we were on it 15 minutes ago. Literally, we tested down to
that
it,
trade. Okay,
and
so twice then. It happened twice then. Yes,
3 minutes later, we were up 9 points. So
yes, we were.
the
So
opportunity is.
Can we do it again? Can we do it again?
I'm sort of looking
Yep,
at the
Scott
bids
H.
below that. If these are limit bids, 47, 74, 75, they're like, oh man, there's 1,000 lot ahead of us. Okay.
It's sometimes it's like pulling
Gotta
teeth,
get-
but yeah, sorry, good Scott H. You're seeing them 1,000 on the bid, 47.75. Good. Hopefully these viewers are starting to see what we're looking at. These are what the
Yeah.
seasoned traders are looking at. And as I've learned, as we've learned through Topstep TV, through John, through Hoagland telling us about, equities are attracted to liquidity. They're looking to do business at certain prices. So the bigger size the order, that means there's more business that can be conducted at that price. It took me a couple minutes, or a couple months actually, to wrap my head around it. In previous markets, for instance, interest rates, if you were to see a big block order like that, or what we call papers like big institutional trades, like 1,000 lot, for
Right.
instance, that's not pea shooters like you and me. It's a bank, that's a sovereign fund, it's the big players. Typically,
Yeah,
you'd see the
retail.
market run away from those orders, but in equities, I've had to come to grips and learn that, in fact, that the market seeks out this. It's almost as if it's a magnet. So I'm still wrapping my head around it, but we're seeing how it plays out right now. But we're kind of slowing down here. See how
The
it
big tease
gets
right
up to
now, I tell you.
It is a tease, Eddie. I want to see this. I want to see the sucker trade on power players.
Me too.
Hey, maybe it's going to wait until you guys get to Power Hour so you can get some good trades.
That would be cool, man. You're gonna trade with us. We gotta get you on Power Hour. Would you? Or is that? Hey, really quick, Jay. So there. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Hey, so really quick, with the project you and Dakota are working on, I know there's a lot of positive response in the chat. So essentially, you're just going to take us from the journey of trying to get funded on Topstep, correct?
Correct. Yep, that's correct.
That's
correct. So
so cool.
And Dakota and I have the opportunity to talk to a bunch of traders, to get on the show, to talk to traders in Discord, and it's about being honest about our process. I hit my daily max loss today in a combine account, which puts me back on that journey, right? So we'll talk about it, right? If I get to the point where I need to reset an account for whatever reason, we'll let you know that as well. But we want to be honest about it as coaches. We're giving information to traders, and of course, we're not telling anybody, hey, you should buy here, sell here, because that's not how this works. And if you're listening to somebody who's doing that, the way I've always thought about it is, if that signal caller or whoever I'm listening to decides that they want to move to a private island because they made so much money trading and I never hear from them again, can I be self-sufficient as a trader? And you can't. So learn about process, learn about how somebody goes about taking trades, and then get to your own conclusions from there. Again, hopefully somebody took that long trade from that 775.
I know, man.
Coach,
I really hope they did, dude.
Right. Yeah, Coach Jay, we met. I mean, you were in our program here. You got funded. I called you up. We did a funded trader interview, and I tell you, after that interview, I was like, wow, you know what? This guy is got his ducks in a row. He is looking and doing the correct things, and I was very impressed with that interview, and we've got it on our YouTube channel if you want to check that out. I was, like, hey man, we got to get you in here. I want you to share what your education, your knowledge, and what got you to what got you there with our traders. And things have been sort of looking really good, and I'm really happy that we got you here at Topstep, Coach Jay.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, and Eddie, I always got to say thank you to you for the invite to the team with Topstep. So thanks as always for that.
Awesome. Well, hey, Jay, real quick, we got about 3 minutes left in the segment. Question here from Traditional Buck. Hey Jay, I hit my daily loss. I hit daily loss limit. How do you cope? You seem very calm and confident. Is it just another day in the office, or how do you cope?
I'm gonna go. I've been sitting at my desk because I knew we had this segment coming up. After this, I'm gonna shut it down. I'm gonna go outside, go get some lunch, and maybe come back. I'm not gonna trade, obviously, because I don't want to get to the point where I'm hitting Topstep's max loss limit. But ultimately, you get to a point where you understand that those days happen, right? You can do what you can to avoid it. But it's the reason I have a personal daily loss limit instead of hitting the Topstep guardrail, right? Where I'm still in control of what's happening in my trading right now, whether that's winning or losing. Just maintain control of what you're doing and put it behind you, right? Identify what it is that went wrong. For me, I know that I traded a range bound market this morning that does not fit with my strategy. So that goes in my journal, right? That goes in my mental journal. Hey, if you see this type of market again, don't trade it.
Right.
But then tomorrow, I don't worry about what happened today as far as P&L goes, right? I don't have to make up what I lost today or anything like that. I'm going to trade tomorrow like it's its own day. And that's how we that's what leads us to longevity, right? Any sport that we follow, or we're athletes of the marketplace, right? Any sport that we follow, if an athlete has a bad game, right? Let's think of like a playoff series, right? Best out of 7 in the NBA. Whoever wins 4 games first wins. You can lose one and still be a champion. That's fun, right? But if you lose that one and that's it, then you don't get to play this game very long.
Right.
Well said. Speaking of tomorrow, let's take a peek really quick before we wrap up here. Let's take a look. We got 2 Fed speakers. We got Fed's Daily. We got Fed's Bar speaking tomorrow. We also have existing home sales, and that's about it. So we got 2 speakers and existing home sales looking into tomorrow. With that being said, we got 1 minute left. Eddie, do you want anything to say to wrap up before we move on here to Top Quiz?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, top of the hour here, 12 o'clock in about 17 minutes, 10-year tips. Otherwise, you know what we've said. I hope you're sort of taking notes physically and mentally, and give it a try. If there's something that you need to work on, give it a try. All right, give it a week. Designate a week. If it's not working, move on. But otherwise, thank you, Coach Jay, and thanks, Andre.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, yes.
Thank
Top
you,
Quiz
guys.
coming up next. That was a lot of fun. That was a little too short. We got to get you back on here, Jay. Good luck with your journey. Everyone follow Dakota and Jay's journey as they try to get funded again. With that being said, on to Top Quiz.
one.
Hi, this is Vanessa. I'm here with Jack. We're doing your Kahoot quiz today. Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Vanessa. As all this week, Vanessa is hosting today. We have the correct link pinned up there now. Vanessa's in complete control. I'll keep my hands up. I'll be trying to answer these questions. Click the link to join or go to kahoot.it, enter the code, answer the questions as they pop up on your device because we are 6 seconds delayed here. If you get 3 or 4 of them right, or finish in the top 3 for those quick people, you will get a free reset that will be raffled randomly to those that get 3 or 4 right, and the top 3 will win. Also, I think that hits all the bases. Vanessa, thanks for hosting today. Are these questions tough?
I have no idea. I didn't write any of them.
Who wrote them?
I think Danielle, maybe. No. Sarah. Sarah wrote them.
Sarah. Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh,
Looks like those bell-to-bell emails just went out in there. So check your email. That's all good and well. And Vanessa, I think we can get this started pretty quick. Are you ready?
as ready as I'm gonna be. So, I've got my nervous ball, my anxiety ball, but super nervous about hosting, but pumped regardless. So,
You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. The stakes are very low as far as, it's just be you, Vanessa. You got this.
We've got just a little over 1,100 in now. So let's see. Wait for it. 11:43, 45. We're gonna cut it off at 11:50, and here we go.
All right. And then clicking start, and we're away. Keep my hands up
Okay.
here.
3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. What product did Amazon originally sell?
I mean, I know this. Although human organs does sound. Bezos increasingly looks like he could use a few. I think that the answer is, because I was born in 1987, the answer is books.
Let's find out. Yes, you are correct. Books is the original product that Amazon did sell. Great job, Jack.
Long before the rocket ships. All right, let's see who answered that the quickest here.
We've got half tied with DDT. Monkey Man's right up there with quickest, and 50K Zay up on the leaderboard so far. All right.
Hell
ready
yeah.
for the next one, Jack?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Here we go. Which company developed the first mobile phone?
So I think I do know this because I think that, and I'll wait till it's a little bit later so I don't give it away, that the first ever mobile phone call was made from Chicago, and the answer is Motorola.
Oh, interesting. And you would be correct. Great job, Jack. I don't think you have to worry about me giving anything away. We've seen how I've done in the quizzes. So, all right, let's check our leaderboard. All right, Sharkesha. And then Tilted Tartar, Mert MJ, Hoop, and Topstep number 1. Yes, we are. All on the leaderboard. Way to pretty much switch everybody out. So let's get started on the third question and see who stays on this board. I'm excited.
Question.
Who has the high ground in Star Wars?
Oh,
Yes.
so I'm waiting
Yes.
until there's 6 seconds. This is I see on the Reddit prequel memes all the time. I believe the answer is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Are you a frequenter of Reddit? Oh, great job.
Thank you. Yeah,
You're
no, I
3
don't
of 4.
post. I don't post anything, but I do lurk around there. A fabulous repository of knowledge and so forth.
I agree. Whenever I'm looking up or wanting to buy a new product, I'll go to specifically like Reddit for the honest reviews of it. So
Yeah, I don't even use Google. I just things like Google are like what I want to search, and then Reddit.
we've got Alexander up there, Josh Osho, 50K
Josh
day,
Osho.
back on the leaderboard. Yo ho and peripheral, right? Great
Close
job,
enough.
guys.
They've been up there a
Way
few
to be
times.
back.
Peripheral has.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen them a few times. I'm surprised. I'm used to Black Swan usually on the leaderboard for when I'm doing quizzes, but I don't know. Maybe they're not at it today. But excited.
No. All
Here
right,
we go.
final question.
What is the name of the snake in the Jungle Book?
Well, I don't know this, but I know Guar's a band. Nala's from it's either Zar or Ka. I'm gonna go with Ka.
This might be the only one I do know. Great
It was
job.
Ka!
4 out of 4.
Still doing
I
it.
don't know what this qualifies you for. A reset, a bobblehead. I don't know.
I just get to
T-shirt,
host the
thumbs
quiz
up.
for the rest of time
Bragging rights. We've got
on the
William
podium.
in number 3, boxing beats, and then number 1, big shot. Alexander, congrats. Way to take it from the leaderboard into the podium. Runners up, Benjamin and Olivia. Great job, guys. I'll let Jack take it away from here.
Some traditional names up there. William, Alexander. It's like the British crown has invaded us. But you will be getting resets along with boxing beats, and then we'll draw 30 definitely boomer questions. I may be many things, Skarev or Scarvez, but I am no boomer, that's for sure. We'll be back right after this. Vanessa, thanks so much for hosting today. I had fun. Next up is Hoag with group coaching. So stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2024. That is, our goal is to help you crush this year and see you become successful and profitable and consistent traders. My name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep Trader. In February, it'll be 41 years of futures industry experience. Be more like 32 years as an active trader. After trading on the floor of the mercantile exchange for 20 years, I migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, it has been my absolute pleasure to be here at Topstep, hopefully helping you improve your knowledge of futures trading and overall your performance. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is a lot of risk in futures trading. We know this. These are leveraged products, so we do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose if you're going to be putting your own money up. Succeeding in the trading combine, you won't have to worry about that. Topstep's going to put that risk capital up for you. This is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product during this session. It also states that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. And to me, the biggest limitation to that is the fact that you don't have any skin in the game. There's no consequences. There's no rules and no boundaries. So it's not until you have real skin in the game until you're going to find out who you are as a trader. Now I'm going to run to the questions. I got my good friend JD with me again this afternoon. JD, how you doing?
Doing excellent, Hoagie. How are you today? Thanks for joining us, everyone.
All right. Doing all right.
In case you thought you missed it, we did not put the question form in the chat today. We got so many questions yesterday and Tuesday that we thought we would just run through all the ones that we've been missing this week that we already have. So you didn't miss the form. We'll get back to that next week probably.
And hopefully you're here to hear your questions from yesterday.
Yes, hopefully. We're going to try our best to get through as many as we can today, but there are a whole lot of them. So, well, without further ado, what do you say we just dive right into it, Og?
Let's do it. Let's jump in.
All right. First question from yesterday from Danny. Hey, Hoag. Deanna mentioned earlier in the day that she had a daily average range and that today in the NQ pre-market, the range was exhausted, which would indicate a single directional day. Can you explain this if you have an idea about it? And obviously, this is talking about yesterday's price action.
Yesterday. Right. So what I believe Deanna is saying is that average daily range is the average range of, I believe, whoops, I did that, didn't I? I believe, let me try and figure this out now. Move to existing pane above. Okay, there we go. Now we've got it. So what I believe is the last 20 daily ranges. Daily ranges would include the overnight session. So when we opened, and let me move this back here. So when we opened yesterday in the NASDAQ, let me make this as clear as possible. Let me take the dome off of here. That'll make things a little bit easier for us. So when we opened yesterday, from the settlement price from Tuesday, the market had already moved beyond its average daily range, which Deanna, who is very data driven, has determined that those days can become highly directional, maybe one way or the other. Of course, we don't know. So what I think she was suggesting was, we were either going to see a directional day to the downside or perhaps a directional day back into value and range from yesterday. There is nothing perfect, nothing finite, and nothing that works the same way exactly twice every time. We ended up opening beyond the average daily range, and we actually ended up kind of ranging there. It would be probably a bit of an anomaly according to Deanna's information, Deanna's data. But these anomalies do have a tendency to happen. So, that average daily range, just again, I believe it is an average of range of the last 20 sessions. So that's going to include the overnight session. So, opening beyond that is an indication that I believe would say that, the market is really out of balance and something big is, has a higher probability of happening. It doesn't mean that it has to happen. Danny, great question. And I hope that I represented Deanna's average daily range correctly. Now, she also has the average session range, which is the average range of the past 20 regular trading hour session ranges. She was talking about the average daily range. That would be, I would think, a bigger number and would take more energy to open outside of. Great question, Danny.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. And thanks again for paying attention to Deanna when she explains this. I know I've heard it about a half dozen times since she started coming on the show, but if I was here by myself, I would not have been able to answer that question. So thank you, Hoag. All right, moving on. Eric from Florida says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hoag. My question is, since markets have a natural bid, meaning they ultimately go up, would it be a good idea to only take long trades? I myself never short the market as I am just not comfortable shorting. I know there are downside trending days, but once I zoom out to the daily chart, the market has been in an uptrend since it was created. So only taking long trades makes more sense to me. What are your thoughts on only taking trades to the long side of the market?"
Eric, this is a very interesting and really an excellent question. When we think about, and we're speaking specifically about the equities, the E-mini S&Ps, the NASDAQ, the Dow, Nikkei, the Russell, all of those, because the stock eating public basically only trades long side only. That is the reason that I believe, and I think a lot of people believe, that when there is no bad news, the market just has a natural tendency to move to the upside because, most of the, again, stock eating public don't understand and don't even think about taking short trades. If you're going to be shorting an outright stock, you either have to own the stock or you have to borrow it and pay interest on it to be able to short that stock. It's not like futures where you can just, open up a dome and sell it and buy it back lower, hopefully for a profit. There's a lot more involved in shorting stocks. So that's why I think that there is that natural bid. Now, of course, thinking about that, you would think it would be a good idea to take long trades only. However, as a day trader, even as a swing trader, if you're only going to be taking trades to the long side when the market is trending to the downside, if there is an event or something that happens that pushes the market lower, and sometimes lower considerably, because markets never go in one direction, right? They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. And you're right, over the last 40 years, we've seen the equities just continue to push to the upside, even right after an event or some bad thing happening like COVID. COVID knocked the market lower, but eventually the market took out that high, and it continues to do so over time. So if you're only going to be trading long side only, then you're going to, how do I put this? You're going to take yourself out of the market. You're not going to be able to participate, or you should not participate if the market is in the opposite type of market state. When the market is trending lower and you're buy side only, you're either going to have to be really good at sensing the exhaustions to the downside and taking short time frame opportunities to the long side, or you're just going to get run over if you're buying into it and buying into it and buying into it. So my suggestion, Eric from Florida, is to start looking at the current market state. In the S&Ps, for example, on this chart, we know that we just recently put in a new all-time high here. The market came off, came up, stopped short of it. Now we're seeing in short time frame where the market is putting in lower highs and it's putting in lower lows. So this short time frame trend to the downside may not be very long lived, but where does it end? Where does the downside move that we're currently in end? That becomes your big question. If you are in an if you're in an uptrend for a long period of time and you're buy side only, you may do very well. It's a lot of it's about timing as well. I mean, take a look, Eric, if you were long side only and getting long just about every day since the 7th of December through the 19th of December, you had a very good move. But if you were still trying to trade buy side only from December the 23rd down to the low here on January 5th, you probably had a pretty rough time. So, Eric, in the right market state, buy side only. I mean, that's part of a strategy that I would put in play. Is if the market is trending higher, I'm focusing on looking for opportunities to buy that market when it exhibits weakness. I'm looking for long side only trades. If the market is in a downside market state, or let's say, well, you could call this and this currently a downside market state, I'm probably looking for opportunities to sell when it gets to the highs, when it gets near the highs, when there's a trend line, when there's something that I can lean on to limit risk. So you're looking at half the picture. A lot of futures traders much prefer the short side, because the short side, they always say that the markets take the stairs up and they're down. Profits tend to come really fast when there's an event and the markets moves quickly lower. Now, nobody has the right answer, Eric. And nobody really knows anything about how the market is going to end up one day. Is it going to close higher? Is it going to close lower? We can hypothesize, we can postulate, we can speculate, we can do all of those things. But at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen. I know I certainly don't. And so we were just looking for opportunities to limit risk and look for maybe some bigger profit targets. So while as an investor, it makes sense to look at the long side only when the market offers cheap opportunities. And if you've got cash, that's when people start to, get into those longer time frame investments. Don't start thinking, I think one of the mistakes a lot of investors make is they start trying to time the market. Well, looks like the high is in. I'm going to get out, go back to cash, and when the market breaks, I'll go back into stocks or back into my investments. Most people aren't going to be able to time things that way. So you got to withstand the storms on buy side only, and and not freak out. I think it was in It's a Wonderful Life. When the run on the bank happened, and Potter says, I'll buy everybody's shares at 50 cents on the dollar. He's not freaking out. He's buying it when everybody else is panicking. So, Eric, it's okay to trade buy side only, but we want to trade buy side only in the correct market state. As day traders, we can make hypotheses as to the current market state. We can trade to that market state with that strategy. If that strategy continues to work, we can continue to profit off of it. So really, there's upside strategies, there's range bound strategies, and there's downside strategies. I know it was difficult for me. Even my dad was a trader for 40 years, and when I got my job on the trading floor, I had a hard time understanding what being short meant. How can I sell something I don't already own? It was something that it took a while to get through my thick head. And my dad was like, it doesn't matter what you do first, as long as you offset by before the expiration of the contract. So if I want to go home flat every day, it doesn't matter whether I sold it first and bought it later, or whether I bought it first and sold it later. As long as I have the even number of buys and sells, I have no obligation, I have no contract, and I have no risk. So, that idea of, I guess it really doesn't matter if I sell it first, as long as I buy it later on before expiration. Expiration can be, days, weeks, or months ahead. And so as long as we offset those positions at the end of the day, we're going to be going home flat with zero risk and hopefully with a profit. Great question. It makes sense, but you're going to be missing out on some possibly some really good opportunities when the market does fall apart.
Thanks, Hogan. Yeah, you really covered every aspect of that question.
Excellent. Thanks, JD.
As day traders, I know it's hard to have a buy and hold mentality because you're trying to capture a little piece of every single move every day. So,
right.
Yeah, that buy and hold strategy should be reserved for longer term investors. If you're day trading futures, you might want to reconsider and take some action based on what the market is telling you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, JD.
Moving on. Next question is from Josh. Josh says, I can usually go days trading great, but after 4 or 6 days, the account is getting blown up. I normally just use one contract, but I tend to average in when the trade goes against me. Most of the time it works out, but sometimes it doesn't. When is the right time to average in, and when should you just let it hit your stop? $300 stop, one contract in the NASDAQ.
Okay. So after 4 to 6 days, for 4 to 6 days, your trading goes great. I mean, that's one of the more important things that I'm gleaning from this question. Normally just using one contract, but I tend to average in when the trade goes against me. So there's a thin line, Josh, between adding to a losing position and accumulating an inventory in a zone. You might say that somebody who is getting into a position that's already against them could be adding to an inventory in a zone. The difference is, where is your exit? Where does price have to go to prove the trade wrong in your time frame or any time frame? So, when you average in, most of the time it works out, but sometimes it doesn't. When is the right time to average in? And when should you just let it hit the $300 stop? Well, the best time to average in is when it's not going to hit your stop. I mean, obviously, we all know that. But there's another way that you can look at this, Josh. If you know where your stop level has to be, and if it's a static stop, this might be something that might be a little bit more difficult for you to adapt to. If you're risking $300 on every trade, well, do you need to risk $300 on every trade? Maybe there's trades that you can risk only $150. Maybe maybe the risk isn't that great on that trade, or you're closer to your point of invalidation on that trade. And if that's the case, those are ones that you might be able to size up and still only lose $300 on that trade. Position sizing can be used in this regard because, if I'm going to say, okay, I can risk $500 on every trade, and I get to a position, or I get to a place where I'm trading so close to the point of invalidation of that trade where I can only risk $250 on that trade, that means I can trade 2 contracts. Does that make sense? You can trade position size based on the amount of risk overall for the trade that you're comfortable with and on each individual contract. So if I'm comfortable losing $500 and I'm close to a very important level, and I can only risk 200, and I can risk $250 per contract, then I can trade 2. The other thing I would suggest for you, Josh, is instead of getting into the position and then adding to it as it's moving against you, demand the best trade location first, and if the market starts to go your way, then add to your position. We don't want to fall into what we call moron trades, where if the trade starts going against you, you put more on. But again, there's that thin line between adding to losers and accumulating a position in a zone. So if there's an area of price that we want to accumulate 3, 4, 5, however many contracts, we may get into the first one as it enters that zone. As it gets deeper into that zone, we may add another one and another one. But when we're doing that, we already have established the risk that we're going to take on the trade. We're not adding to it to decrease our average position, our average price that we're in these trades, so that maybe we can get out of it. we're looking at this saying this zone here is something that I want to accumulate in an inventory of. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 100. I don't know. But you know where your risk is, and you know what your risk appetite is and what your risk parameters are. If you can't afford the trade, you can't take the trade. Trade smaller. It's a great question. But again, I suggest always try and get your best trade location first. And then if the market starts to move your direction, add after that.
Perfect. Yeah. You can't control where the market's going. The only thing you can control is when you get in and when you get out. That's it. All right. Moving on. Jim asks, this is right up your alley, Hoag. TPO charts are confusing. Confusing me in conjunction with candles. Do you think a line or a bar chart might make it more clear to understand what's going on? Just a bit of info overload, maybe, and projecting more of it into it than I should. Thanks, Hoag. You're the best.
Well, thanks, Jim, and thanks, JD, for the question. So, TPO charts, they are confusing. They are something that takes time to get your head wrapped around. And there is occasionally a lot of information that you can take from the TPO charts, but the longer you learn about them, the longer you look at them, the easier it becomes to absorb the information. I think personally, on Topstep TV, I'm overloaded with information right now and working my way into kind of getting back to the basics and finding simple ways to get into trades. And the TPO charts have always been, my chart of choice, because, they show me where areas of acceptance are. They show me where areas of rejection are. And in those profiles, there are nuances that get created in real time. We call it using market generated information. Jim, there is a market profile masterclass that we put on YouTube a while back. Maybe we can grab that link and put it in the link in the chat for you and for everybody to get a better understanding of how TPO charts are. Line charts, I've never been able to try and get anything really that much out of, other than perhaps trend, where the close is, or where the close is on each bar. Is, the close consistently lower or higher or whatever. Bar charts, very similar to candlestick charts. I prefer candlestick charts. When I first started, we didn't even know what candlestick charts were, but it's just an open, high, low, close chart. So the open, high, low, close chart, you can get a lot of the same information in that from the candlestick charts, it's just more visual to see the candlestick charts, the direction, the open, the high, the low, and the close of those charts. So, if TPO charts, if market profile is interesting to you, Jim, check out that masterclass. And as we continue on our path down Topstep TV and our goal to try and help traders increase their knowledge about futures and different ways to look at markets, there will be more and more information coming for you with regards to TPO charts, volume profile. There's so many good traders and so many good people coming on Topstep TV. It seems overwhelming to me, and I'm sure it seems overwhelming to a lot of people. But we can pick and choose what we're going to use, what we're going to look at. And Jim, again, if you are interested in TPO charts, I'm planning on creating more opportunities to learn more about them and the things that we're seeing on them. As a matter of fact, I was going to talk a little bit about weak highs and lows, because we've seen some pretty good examples of how weak highs and lows get revisited, and we'll do that at the end. But if you are truly interested in learning about market profile, the book to me that's the Bible is Jim Dalton's Mind Over Markets. Now there's a revised edition that is available. I suggest get the revised edition, then go on to Markets and Profile, and stick with us, because hopefully we're going to be able to teach you to help you learn more about the TPO charts. And I've always found them very useful. If you're a visual trader or a visual person, visual learner, I think you'll find them to be useful as well. Great question, Jim, and thank you very much.
We have gone ahead and pinned the link to Hoag's Market Profile Masterclass to the top of the chat. Go ahead and bookmark that. That link will be there forever, and the link will never change. So make sure you save it. And stick around to the end so we could hear more about weak highs and weak lows. Those questions come in every single day. People want to know more about weak highs and weak lows. So that's awesome. We're going to get to that in just a little bit.
Yep.
All right. Here's a question from Chloe. Chloe wants to know, when can you trust a fair value gap will be respected, and when you can tell it shouldn't be trusted or used for info?
Great question, Chloe. Fair value gap is a new term to me. In profile, we would call those single prints. They're where price moved swiftly through, and there's no overlap or no price bar overlap. As far as what would make a fair value gap less or more likely to hold or to offer opportunities, I would think would be partially related to the current market state, right? So let's say there is a strong trend, and in that strong trend, there is a fair value gap that is left. If price comes back down to that level, and the upward trend hasn't been broken, I would think that would be one that I would respect for an opportunity. I don't think it's possible to know, of course, 100% anything in trading, and ACH, Chloe, anything can happen. This might actually be a good question for when the Inner Circle trader comes on. Apparently that's supposed to be on the 25th. We're still going to wait and see if that happens, but Chloe, that would be a great question for ICT. Yeah, I think that's it. Did I lose my guy?
I'm right here. Do you hear me?
Yeah. No, now I hear you. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I was talking, and then I thought the microphone was on. Yep. Just scrolling through the chat. I'll just repeat what I said that nobody heard. Scrolling through the chat, everybody seems to agree that the fair value gap is an ICT concept. So when we get him on, we'll definitely save that question for him. Maybe he'll walk through it with us. All right, moving on to Eduardo. Eduardo wants to know, what are the rules for opening gaps? I think what Eduardo wants to know is, how do you define an overnight gap, and how do you trade around it, I guess would be the question, right?
Okay. And any rule that we basically have in trading is general, and it's all based on probabilities. So this is the S&Ps. Now this might be a little bit difficult to see, but this is the range from Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday we opened outside of the range. That creates the gap. Now there are people that look at gaps differently. Some people would look at a gap close back to value. I'm looking at gap close from regular trading hour to regular trading hour. So the market opened lower. It was unable to close the gap relatively early. So we left the gap fairly early. I mean, this took 2 hours to come up and put in this double top, which is a week high. Pay attention to that later, which is a week high. And because we weren't able to fill the gap rules were still in play. In other words, if we can't fill the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap, which yesterday would have been to the short side. Well, the market opened, it looked around, it came up, was unable to close the gap. Then sellers came in, and that ended up really being probably the best trade location of the day, was when there was an attempt to close the gap that failed, still left a weak high, and the market rotated lower and then left excess at the low. It did come all the way back, but the best trade location of the day was when the market failed to close the gap. Then we saw the market move in that direction, basically following the gap rules, and that again offered probably the best opportunity for the day. If you picked this bottom, good for you. But I mean, that's the basic rules. If we open outside of the previous day's range and we can't get back to that range, then we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. In the case of this, the gap was to the downside, we look for shorts. If the gap is to the upside and it can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities to buy weakness for continuation, move to the upside. Nothing works every time. There's no guarantees of anything, right? So, today we opened with another gap. We gapped higher from yesterday. We had an opportunity to try and close the gap, which we were unable to do. That provided an opportunity for a potential long that couldn't take out the overnight high, came into some resistance. Eventually, the market came and traded right to the tick to close the gap from yesterday. Week high, week low. This week low has now given way. We've traded back the settlement, which kind of unravels the overnight inventory, and now we're seeing this market trying to push back to the upside. This market has every time, even in this downtrend, every time it breaks, buyers come in and scoop it up. Buyers came in and scooped it up yesterday. Buyers came in and scooped it up again today. It's just amazing how resilient these markets really are. And, we didn't really have any bad news. Nothing really happened. We traded back to value from yesterday. We rejected value. Now we're seeing the buyers come back up and into this market. Maybe there'll be some opportunities later on, but that's generally the gap rules, general gap rules. Can't close the gap early, trade in the direction of the gap. We close the gap. Sometimes that can offer short time frame opportunity the way it did today. The market came, traded right to the gap to the tick and popped back to the gap, popped again. Finally, we broke it, traded into value, rejected value. Now we're moving higher. And again, for that question from Jim about TPO charts, these are things that you're going to be able to recognize when you start, really looking at TPO charts. Okay.
Thanks, Hoag.
Awesome.
And just as a reminder, every morning during the opening call, if there's a gap open, if there's an overnight gap and it looks like a market's going to gap open, Hoag explains these rules in detail every morning that scenario looks like it's about to take place. So make sure you tune in for the opening call. You'll get more updates on this. Also, Alchemist chimed in the chat. Can you please repeat that, starting with hello? It's not easy to get a chortle out of me, Alchemist, but you definitely won today. All right.
All right.
Moving
Hello.
on. Moving on to Sun. Sun asks, I was watching some of the old coaches' playbooks, and someone glossed over the settlement play. Can you please explain that? I know our good friend Dan Hodgman loves the settlement trade. How
We
deep
just had
do you
it.
go into that? Yep, we did.
We just had it in the S&Ps. It just happened. So this dotted yellow line here is settlement from yesterday. We had overnight inventory that was long. Okay. So that overnight inventory is holding shorter time frame traders with long positions. Sometimes when we see that, the move back to settlement is the settlement play. Settlement it's not a technical level. It's nothing other than the settlement price from the previous day. It's the closing price from the previous day. But very often, especially when we open away from it, there can typically be a move back to settlement. Now you can catch the move back to settlement, and sometimes, like in this case, the move back to settlement offered an opportunity for a move in the opposite direction. Of course, that's very, very market state based, right? If we're looking at a trend to the downside, this may not have been one that you would want to look at, other than the fact that it was rejection of value from yesterday. Okay, the value high on this chart was 47.7150. That's the volume value high. Market looked into it and rejected it. Okay, that's what we would be looking for in a value area special situation play. Again, Jim, that's a TPO thing, where if we open outside of range and value and we reaccept inside the previous day's area of value, at some point the market could come all the way to the lower side of value from the previous session. We didn't accept it. So now we're seeing the market continue this push back to the upside. We'll see if we find opportunities as the day goes on. I know we have RIPS, Andre, and me for Back to the Futures, and Dolby, Andre, and RIPS for Power Hour. We'll see what kind of opportunities we can scare up. Great question. And, that's just something that, every trader should know where settlement is, because sometimes the market just targets it.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Well, we've got about 15 minutes left. Do you want to jump right into week highs and week lows, or do you think we have time for one more question before that?
Let's do one more question, and we'll spend 5 or 10 minutes on week highs and week lows.
Sounds good. All right. Well, let's go down to a question from Alex. Alex is curious, how do I hold on to winners for longer? What Alex means by that is that after a certain amount of ticks or money in profit, it seems just impossible to hold on to a trade for any longer.
Okay. Yeah, this is a great question, and something that traders probably wrestle with for their entire careers is when to get out, when to know when to get out, when to hold on, know when to fold them, and when to hold them. So I'm going to suggest kind of doing what Jared Tendler probably might say in his book, The Mental Game of Trading. When you're trying to change some sort of behavior that you're attempting to change, I don't care if it's quitting smoking or learning how to hold on to trades for a little bit longer. You got to take things one step at a time. It's a muscle that you have to build. Now, Alex, assuming that the trade is in a market state that offers bigger opportunity than what you're trying to take on the trade, when you start to get that feeling like you want to get out of that trade because it's at a certain amount of ticks or a certain amount of money, just take 30 seconds and extend it to where that is. Start to get comfortable being uncomfortable, staying in that trade a little bit longer. Now, there's going to be times when in waiting that amount of time, you're actually going to get a little bit better profit out of it, maybe a little bit worse profit out of it. But the idea is to just take baby steps and build that muscle over time. And, hopefully you'll find that you're capable of staying in trades for a longer period of time. And that staying in those trades in the right market state or situation is going to benefit you. There's always going to be times when you're going to be looking for a trade that you're looking for more out of, and it's going to come back and stop you out. There's no way of knowing the outcome of anything. And that's part of the reason why it's so difficult to expand that and build those muscles into holding on to trades for longer periods of time. So, my suggestion, take it a little bit at a time. Jared talks about the inchworm. So you take a little bit more time in that trade and you get a little bit more used to taking it. And then the back end of that inchworm moves forward. And then you take that next step to to be a little bit longer in that trade and you get used to it. And then, so it's not something that you can just do. And it's not something that is going to be necessarily become inherent to you. You have to become comfortable being uncomfortable. And that really is something that is very difficult and something that traders, most of them are going to wrestle with their entire careers. So it's not easy, but you can do it. Just take it one step at a time. Alex, great question.
Yes, thank you, Alex, for the question. Thank all of you for your questions. Sorry we didn't get through all of them again. We sure have plenty left to go through tomorrow too. So with that said, what do you need to queue up this little explainer, Hoag?
Nothing really. I'm just going to kind of go into a couple of things. Now, this is the profile, but I'm going to split it so that it looks more like a 30-minute chart. We're not going to see the open or close on these bars unless we get really close. These blue carrots are the open and close of the bars, but I'm not really worried about that. What I want kind of want to focus on was yesterday the market opened with a gap, right? So the opening range, I think I took it to a point and I ended up getting stopped out, whatever. But at the end of B period, or as B period was nearing its end, our good friend said in the chat, hey, there's a weak low at the bottom of the S&Ps today. I don't expect that the weak low is going to hold. So the market comes up and it looks higher and it takes a look above the initial balance, leaves a weak high at the top as well. But the market did end up rotating all the way lower, taking out the weak low and putting in a much stronger low here. This is the end of an auction. It is when price gets too expensive and sellers won't sell it, buyers come back, and we leave this little buying tail at the end. This is, you could say, same as a failed auction. It is a failed auction. Price moved lower. Sellers wouldn't sell it there anymore. Buyers took over, and the market actually ended up pushing higher on maybe an attempt to close above the weak high that we put in yesterday. But it wasn't until today that we opened and took out the weak high from yesterday. We actually opened above it. So A period is the entire initial balance. B period comes down and trades to the tick to the low of A period. I saw Fred Decker again say there's a weak low in the S&Ps again today. I don't expect that to remain the low of the session. He was right again. The market looks higher. We get a failed auction at first. D period, we can't take out the high FC. E period, we look higher, we reject, we rotate all the way back, and we take out the weak low that we put in earlier that day. Now, these can be powerful levels to look at on the day time frame, but not only on the day time frame, on longer time frame charts. All right, let's see here. Where is my gold? Hang on a second. GC, gold, Feb. We're not ready to move to the April contract yet, ladies and gentlemen. By the end of the month, we'll be letting you know when we believe that is going to happen. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Okay. So I left some notes, not necessarily notes, but just some very small circles around weak lows. Weak low. Okay. Here's a weak high. I don't know if you guys can see this real well, but those little orange circles on the day time frame, this left a weak high. The very next day, it gets taken out. The weak high gets moved through on the next session. And price continues considerably higher from that point. Now, that's not necessarily the point where it started. It's just an indication that on this particular day, the upside auction did not leave excess. The upside auction did not finish. A weak high or a weak low is an unfinished auction. All right. Now here we have a weak low on this day. All right. And this is regular trading hours, weak low. Well, the following day, we didn't really do anything. It was left there, but it was the day after that the market came and retested that level. The market continued largely to continue to move lower until we left this weak low here on the day time frame. The market the very next day took a look below it, and then, just to kind of show you how they have a tendency to get revisited, if not that day, within a reasonable amount of time. What's a reasonable amount of time? It could be days. It could be weeks. When we're looking at the highs in the S&Ps, overall, we have weak highs. There it is. So not only in the daytime frame can we see weak highs, we can see weak highs in a longer time frame. The exactness of this high and this high would be considered an attempt to continue to move forward, to move higher, an unfinished, perhaps, upside auction. And both of them, and these are overnights, both of them are weak highs. Weak high here, weak high here. Exactness is a weakness according to the profile. Now, this double top, basically put in a really big move to the downside. What is a reasonable amount of time for the market to come back and recheck those weak highs? In the longer time frame, it could be any time. And it's going to be important when it becomes important. More importantly is the fact that in the S&Ps, our all-time highs were put in the overnight session, and they're weak highs. That's an unfinished upside auction. And, from our conversation earlier, why don't we only trade buy side only? Well, that would be, that would be a reason why we would want to trade buy side only, is because I fully expect at some point those weak highs to be taken out. And, that's not a bold statement. It is not a bold statement. What do equities do? When there's no bad news, they grind higher. We're on a pullback now. I don't know when it's going to happen, but we will take out those highs. And that said, I have just put in the all-time high ever for all the equities because the market loves to make a liar out of me. So that really is, just kind of looking at the weak highs and weak lows. Hang on a second here. And looking back at this profile, we had it happen again today. A and B period. The first hour, even low. The market looked higher, but it came back and took out this weak low. The downside auction hadn't finished. We traded into value, rejected value. This downside auction ended, which started a new upside auction. I don't know how far this upside auction is going to go, but we have excess at the high, we have excess at the low. We've traded both sides of the initial balance. By this information, I would say that the odds are pretty strong that the rest of today we're going to pretty much remain range bound without the benefit of any other news or events to change the marketplace. Look where we are. We're in the middle. Don't diddle in the middle. So there's kind of a view of the weak highs, weak lows, what it means to finish an auction and what it means when there is an unfinished auction. Hope that helped.
I'm sure it did help a lot of people. In fact, I just put in the request, we're going to have that little section clipped. So we'll have a lone standing video on weak highs and weak lows for everybody to come back and reference whenever they need to.
Awesome.
All right, with that, yeah, it was excellent. Hoag, everything you say is gold, pure gold.
I don't know about that. There's nobody perfect. Nobody is perfect, 100%.
We appreciate you, Hoag. All right, we are just about out of time here. Coming up next, we have Andre and Hoag coming back to hang out with Rips. Rips is going to be doing his recap. After that, Dolby, Andre, and Rips will be with you for the Power Hour, starting at 2 o'clock. And that's all we've got for you for group coaching today. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Hope you can join us then. Should be an interesting day tomorrow, everybody. We'll see. All right, Hoag, you want to take us home with some dad wisdom?
Yeah, sure. Here's some dad wisdom for you. Here we go. Let me bring this up. And so my dad was a trader for 40 years. He had great wisdoms. He's told me, wealth is less about how much you have than how little you need, which, is bold wisdom for a trader. It's not always about the money. It's about taking care of yourselves and your loved ones and having a successful and fulfilling life. That's what it's all about. And that's what we hope for all of you. Love everybody. We'll see you in just a few minutes with me, Andre, and Rips will be back with us. So we'll see you in a few.
And welcome back to the Futures. We are joined by John Hoagland, everyone's favorite Rips. We're going to recap with Rips. Rips, welcome back. I know the people love seeing you, love having you on here. How we doing? What are we seeing? What are we thinking? Have you taken any trades today?
Oh yeah. Good to be back again here with Andre and Hoag, of course. Good to see everybody here in the YouTube chat. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Boy, oh boy, did we have a choppy morning this morning. And I tell you what, I was trading live on stream on my YouTube channel earlier this morning, and I got chopped to bits in a combine. My goodness, it was crazy. It was not a pretty sight. I ended up hitting a max loss on a combine, got really aggressive. I ended up taking a trade. Let me see if I can bring this up on my screen over here. Going to trading view over here. I think I have this up on my screen here. Just a moment. Make sure we're all getting this here. One sec here. Got to switch this over. And there we go. Trading view. There we go. We got it. Okay. So yeah, I was over. So if we have this up on the screen here, I was getting chopped up in the open here, and there was a point in the opening here. I'm going to go into the 1 minute so we can get super granular here. I was in the open here, and I was looking to take the market short. So here's the 9:30 open right here. I was looking to take the market short this morning because I saw a lot of overhead resistance coming in, and I sized into a short up here. It ended up sweeping down, and I tried to cover. I actually had a cover out there at 17,012. I had a cover, and I had to chase that bid up, and I ended up not getting filled. I had 5 lots short, looking for this dunk down to this area of consolidation, which we ended up entertaining later. But I ended up getting caught off guard, ended up trying to then take the long. So I got chopped to bits, and that ended up blowing up a combine in that, a 150K combine. But prior to that, I was trading on my live account before I went on stream, and I caught that beautiful run up in the morning, and I caught, like they said on Shoulder Tap, I made $2,300 in my live Topstep account. So that was the one that mattered. That was really, really nice. Thank you so much. And then later on in the day, I ended up, when Rafael Bostic came on, he had some words to say. I traded another 150K combine and ended up catching that short from the top side down here and ended up hitting max profit in that. So all said and done here, what are we up on the day if we combine everything there? Up $3,400 on the entire day, all said and done there. So very, very happy about that. Up $2,300 in in my Topstep live account, and max loss in one 150K combine, and max profit $4,500 in another one. So nice day overall. And I think the lesson there to come back from that is basically to look at, well, if you're spreading your risk amongst multiple combines or multiple XFAs, you want to look for those setups that really, really make sense. Obviously, I thought I had a really, really nice setup going into it this morning. Ended up getting just missed my fill just by that much. And that's okay. We lose one combine, we move on, we regain our composure, move on to the next thing. And that's what we did for the rest of the day. So how about you guys? How you guys doing today?
Rips, let me ask you, your long that you were talking about this morning in the NASDAQ, was that prior to the open?
Oh yeah, much earlier, because we were just getting such a nice grind. And what I was seeing on the tape, at least from my perspective, was I was seeing a lot of stops getting popped, a lot of early action where you were seeing folks that were rushing to bid to cover. And when I see that, that gets me really, really excited. So I was able to add into that position nicely as we were chasing the price up. And when I see that panic, I call it panic when we see those bids to cover. It's like Panic at the Disco. It was going straight up to the top side. We were getting those pops, and that's where I want to be. I want to be on that side of the market where there's panic, and I'm the person riding that wave to the top side there. So yeah.
Sure, of course. Yeah, Michael also took a nice overnight trade. He was long, so he started the day off real nice this morning too. I did the same thing you did. I mean, I was looking for some bigger opportunities, and I got a little bit chopped up this morning, and I finally had the tiger by the tail, and I took a small profit right off the highs. I wanted to hold on to it, but I had to focus on the shoulder tap segment, so I didn't want to be holding any positions or worried about anything. I want to focus on that. But that was probably the one good trade I had all day.
And that's the thing, though. All traders need to remember, it really only takes having one good trade. You can have a lot of small little paper cuts, but if you're keeping your losses tight and you're keeping everything kind of in line, it's okay to take losses as long as you have one really solid focus trade. You give it enough room to breathe. You let it run to the top side in your case like you did, and that's all it takes. And that can be your whole trading day, your whole session for the day, and it's stress-free.
Well, I don't know about stress-free, but yeah.
Well, after the fact, after you're risk off at the point, when you're all risk off, it's kind of like, now we can take that breather. So yeah. Any trades for you, Andre?
We just have to be comfortable
I
being uncomfortable.
had a couple trades, just two light and tights. Caught one right off the open, light and tight for like 160, and then another one downside. I was VWAP, bounced off VWAP play for like I'm up almost $300, light and tight. This afternoon I got to do the driving, so no trading while driving these segments, but I'll sit on it. I know it's been a choppy trade. It definitely looked choppy. These days can really, you can bleed death by 1,000 cuts, as you said. They can really bleed out an account, so you kind of sit on your hands. Hopefully you survive, you don't blow anything out, and you live to trade another day, as we say here at Topstep. Hey, real quick, John, I don't know if you might have been off, but you saw all those orders on the bids got filled here. Now they look like they're in the money. I was just wondering if that thousand lot did indeed get filled at 75 on the S&Ps.
No, there's only 585 on it right now.
Oh, so they never took it out.
Okay. I don't think that they took out the entire thing. The low is. Oh, that's
not him. Okay, cool.
All right, I can tell you where the low was here. The low was 47.70. So if it was there, it got filled. But there's still another bid there. There's another 585 on the bid there at 47.75.
I got you. Yeah, so that's just something that's interesting. We're going to trade through that. You think there'd be some downside acceleration? Sure enough, I heard you guys talking about the settlement play back in group coaching, and sure enough, we bounced off settle and up we go.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it can be as simple as an overnight inventory adjustment, but I think there was a little bit more to that. We ended up closing the gap. We traded into value from yesterday, but that there was no acceptance there. That lack of acceptance and value from yesterday. Yep. I mean, that's what put in the low here, at least in the S&Ps. The NASDAQ is probably a little bit of a different story. I haven't been watching the NASDAQ that closely, but we never even closed the gap in the NASDAQ. So no gap close, look for opportunities in that direction.
Right. Hey, Rips, so you're talking about how we get chopped up. Is there a way that we can identify that it is going to be a choppy trade, or did you just find yourself getting a little bit too, maybe too aggressive, trying to take these trades? I know you're trying to chase that bid all the way back up. You had a nice short. How do you handle something like that? You got the right trade on, you can't capture all the profits, then you just start chasing the bid back up.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult at times, especially when you know that you're kind of in a zone of consolidation and you're looking for a breakout or a breakdown of that zone. And it can be really, really difficult. And sometimes you can get so locked in there, so tight where you don't see the forest for the trees. And you're just so focused on that price action tick by tick. And that happens from time to time, depending on your style of trading. My style, obviously being a momentum scalper, I'm really looking deep into that stuff. So today was kind of one of those days where I'm accepting that, I'd already taken the W on my live account. So for me, it's a little bit of a stress-free session because I'm trading a combine now. So I'm a little bit more loose with that, trying to be a little bit more aggressive on that, looking for an immediate resolution. It wasn't the type of trade where I'm looking to hold that for the entire day. So overall, I was happy with how I managed my risk, but I just got caught a little bit too much offsides in something. And the problem is that I talk about this often where the NQ can print two handle gaps, print after print. And sure enough, it went from 12, 14 to 16 in back-to-back prints. And you'll get that from time to time in the NASDAQ where there's not as much liquidity in the S&Ps. And so for me, that was really, really just kind of what threw me off on that. It was kind of a reversal, 20, 30 handle reversal off my cover point. I think we rallied from 12s all the way up to 35s or so. So it's really tough, really difficult, but keeping my stops in line, managing my risk, ended up being on the wrong side of my follow-up trade, and that's what knocked me out. So in a session like that, that's where I completely stopped trading. I just said, you know what? I'm out of sync with the markets, and that's okay. As traders, you want to drop your ego, leave your ego at the door, and be okay with being wrong. As a trader, you're never going to have a 100% win rate. Some traders I know that are very successful, they can get by with a 20 or 30% win rate, depending on their the amount of trades they're taking, the risk reward. But you have to be accepting of those losses. And for me specifically, after that morning session had happened, I sat on my hands. I took a break. I waited for the next volatility event, which was Raphael Bostic, who was speaking. And that's the trade that I nailed where I made that $4,500 on that combine. So it's all okay. As long as we're accepting of our losses, we're okay to move on. We don't get emotional about it. That's what's going to keep you in the pocket as a trader. And like I said, I came back, hit the market, had a great trade, stayed in the pocket.
Absolutely. Just to recap what Bostic did say, he's saying they're pushing rate cuts out to Q3. So rate cuts off the table for March, most likely June, targeting September rate cuts. The equities took that as bearish or not as dovish as they'd like to hear. So indeed, the market sold off, and that's the opportunity that RIPS did capture.
Yeah, and also it was really. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it was really interesting because the thing that was the most interesting take out of anything from Raphael Bostic speaking was the fact that he is generally very dovish. So I think that the consensus from all of the analysts were for him to come out and say, maybe March is still on the table. But he really kind of pulled the rug out when he started talking about we're looking at July for a rate cut. So I think that's what the shock was for the market. And I think that's why we dropped so hard there. Sorry about interrupting there, Hoag. Go ahead.
Not at all. Not at all. They hear enough of me. They want to hear you.
They love both you guys, man. They love both of you. But yes, I think you did take the rug out. And like you said, he's typically very dovish. There was definitely a tone change, and the market picked up on that.
Yeah. And I think that, when you have that type of violence in the market that we saw in both the S&Ps and the NQs, a lot of folks, they really don't know how to approach that type of trade. But if you're paying attention to the news and you have something like that, that is it's a very clear catalyst that the market is going to pull from that. It's okay to jump into a move, even if it feels like chasing it, right? If it feels like, it's moving too quickly, I want to wait for a bounce to re-enter. You can do that. That's perfectly fine. But on a move like that, where you have that volatility is being introduced on a clear sign. There's consensus across the board because we have, the confluence of both the S&Ps are moving, the NQs are moving, the components of the S&P and the NAS are moving. That's the type of stuff where it's okay to maybe jump in a move if you're comfortable with doing like that. So yeah, a great trade on that. It was a great move. I love seeing when the markets react to news like that very effectively and it makes sense. Mm-hmm. Those are the types of trades I like to play. I like doing event-driven trades like that. So again, just a really, really nice trade to have on at the right time there.
So RIPS, one of the things that you mentioned earlier, I mean, in one of your trading combines, you said you reached max daily profit. Do you really have a profit target that you'll say, okay, if I get to this, I'm done?
Yeah. So, I hit the on the 150K, the most you can make is $4,500. That drop was tremendous. Okay. So yeah, so that drop was tremendous. It was easy to, with the amount of, I was adding as it was going down, I wasn't seeing any any bids coming in. And so it made it really easy for me to read that tape. And the fact that, again, we have Raphael, who should be dovish, saying July, everybody's expecting March. I haven't looked at the money markets, but I guarantee that March is now pricing much lower than 60%. It's got to be like in the 30s or 40s now for a cut, even coming on the table now. So
understood. In your personal account though, you wouldn't cap yourself off. I mean, if things are going well, you keep going, right?
Right. So in my live account, like I said, I made $2,300 this morning. I felt like I was in the zone, nailing that trade before I went on to my own stream. So it was really, really great for that. I usually tamp the brakes, right? I'm trying to build that account up, the Topstep live account. I'm trying to build that up as much as possible. I want to be at the top of the leaderboard and I want to get that account up to six figures. The way that you do that is stacking brick by brick by brick. If you make $2,300 and you put that risk back on the table, you now risk giving back a little bit of the day. And unless there's a very advantaged trade that you have looking at you in the face, you generally want to be, I stacked my brick for the day. I'm going to move on to a different account.
Love that. We used to say brick by brick all the time. I used to have like a sponge brick. Looked like a real brick. Like if you threw it at somebody, they'd be like, ah. We used to have that in the office. I don't know whatever happened to that thing, but yeah, brick by brick.
And I think that's where a lot of people get thrown off, is that they think that they need to be making 5 figures a day every single day, which is just outrageous. I mean, even making $1,000 a day is a very tall order. It's very difficult to pull any amount of money from the market. And so really tempering your expectations and understanding that if you're building up your account brick by brick, if you just trust that process, you'll look back at your account from a month from now and you'll say, holy smokes, those bricks really do stack up. It's insane.
Yeah, bricks build a house.
Right. Real quick, guys. We're seeing S&Ps coming up close to the daily highs, few ticks away from there. NASDAQ lagging a bit, but yes, we are seeing a nice little rally in the S&Ps ever since we hit settle about 45 minutes ago. It's been up and away. Tilts was looking a little heavy long in the NASDAQ. It was 75%. Now we're dropped down to 70%. So something to keep an eye on to see if the majority does get paid and ride this upside move.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if we rally all the way up back to 17,077 in the NQ. That's the level that I've been tracking since this morning. It's, I believe it's the weekly high in the NQ. If I'm wrong, I could be mistaken on that. But 77 has been such a strong level that we've been really tapping against. That was where we had that draw of liquidity to the top side, and that's where we had a step that made this move kind of right when Raphael Bostic was talking. That's when we had that big drop. So we had a liquidity on the offer side that was being offered up there, that was being swept. The challenge of the day to see if we can actually wrestle above 77s and get back above the hundreds in the NAS. 17,100, that is.
What's that level again, Rip? Sorry, one more time. You kind of got choppy there. 17 what?
17,077. That's the level that I'm looking for.
17,077, everyone. That's what we're tracking. We'll continue to monitor that.
Short that.
Well, I'd want to see. I'd want to see specifically how we auction above that level, and if we come back down, we tap that level again. And if we are strong holding above that level, looking for a target to the upside over 100 at 108.25 in the NAS. If we do wrestle with that level again, 77, we start to see offers starting to stack up, get heavy. There could be a potential to short back down from 77 down to around 37, 47 or in that area.
Right.
Agree. We'll keep. All right. S&Ps came off a little bit. If you want to fade tilt right there, that opened a nice little entry. Quick scalp to the downside. We'll see if we can just keep the momentum going up here as we move higher.
Yeah.
John, I think you had something to say. I don't know if I interrupted you or not.
No, that's all right. I'm. Don't worry about that. We really came off that tilt on the long side in the S&Ps real quick off that high.
Yes, we did. It's I think today fade and tilt has been the play, which has not been necessarily the trend the last few days. I know the momentum traders have been getting paid on tilt. So it's, like we say with tilt, it's what you do with it. It's no one size fits all. It's not a silver bullet, so to speak. You take the data and you see how the market reacts to what these positions, what the bias is showing. So right now we're back at a 50-50. All right, Rip. So real quick question. So you did have you got chopped up in the morning. How do you deal with that? What's your mental like when you deal that you are getting chopped up? You know you're a good trader. You've put up big numbers. We see you on shoulder tap. We see you on the live cards. How do you deal with knowing that you may have got chopped up? You may have gotten a little too eager, a little too aggressive in the markets. How do you come back from something like that?
I mean, the best thing to do, we talked about this before, is putting yourself in the penalty box. And I did that originally. I put the 5-minute timer on, right? We talked about this. You pull out your phone. Everybody's got their phone sitting nearby. You pull that out. You put on a timer for 5 minutes. And that's what I did. I put myself in the penalty box for 5 minutes. And what's interesting about it is it does a couple things, right? It'll keep you from over trading and it'll keep you from staying in trouble, right? And so for me, when that 5-minute timer expired, I was ready. I'm out of the penalty box. I'm ready to go back in the trade. But I realized by that point, all of my emotions for wanting to trade at that point had completely subsided, which is another benefit of the penalty box. Because I was thinking, before I got in the penalty box, there's got to be an opportunity. I don't want to miss this breakout or breakdown from this consolidation. And for me personally, I just said, well, I'm probably not going to trade anymore for the rest of the day. And I was okay with locking up. It wasn't until Raphael Bostic started talking, I saw some volatility coming in, that I was interested in trading again. But that's the power of the penalty box. That's the power of the shot clock, is that it keeps you out of the game. It tempers down your emotions a little bit, and it keeps your head sort of even keel, which is really difficult to do when you're in the moment, right? When you're in that moment, you're in that chop, you're getting chopped apart. It's really difficult to come out of that. So 5-minute shot clock, 5-minute penalty box, whatever you want to call it. That's what saved my day today. And it kept me grounded.
So the point is, I guess you got to put yourself in the penalty box before the gloves come off.
It's so true. It's so true, because you get so emotional sometimes, or you really want something to happen. And as humans, we think that, we're interacting with the market, we're pressing buttons, but none of us are trading with any type of size that's going to move the market, especially if you're trading in a combine, your orders aren't hitting the tape. So you're not going to be moving the market. And we think as humans, when we're pressing buttons, we have some sort of effect on the market. No matter how we think, no matter how we feel, we're not moving the market. And the market has no idea whether you're up money on the day, whether you're down money on the day. The market has no idea. So with that in mind, the market's going to do whatever the market's going to do. And if you're removing yourself from that situation emotionally, you're going to be less drawn in to do something ridiculous. And like I said, be a knucklehead about things. So thankfully, we have that maximum loss limit on Topstep with our combines. I got kicked out at a $3,000 loss, was able to get in the penalty box. And I said, nope, no more. I'm not going to hit a second combine until later. And that's what I did.
You give yourself time to recenter, right?
Exactly right. Emotions play such a big part of this.
You get
Are
emotional.
you, hey, Rips?
Center.
Rips, I wonder, just to get to know you on a bit of a personal level, are you an emotional guy? I know on here, we're doing the market commentary. You obviously have a great eye for the market. You can actually speak it very well verbally, but off camera, off market, how are you personally? Are you an emotional guy? Are you pretty chill? I know you're in Southern California. It may help you stay a little bit chill. Are you the same out of the markets as you are in the market?
So I've been trading for a decade now, and I think before I found trading, I was probably much more of an emotional creature than I am now. I think that I've learned through trading, learning how to manage my emotions. I've become much more disciplined person in life in general. I've always been a very, very disciplined person, but I think that trading helps you open up the best version of yourself if you give it enough time. And I talk about this all the time whenever I'm talking psychology. So when it comes to how I am as a person, I think now more than ever, I'm not an angry person. I used to be much more emotional when I was early on in my trading journey, where I'd be very upset about losses. I'm nowhere near that. I've taken enough losses in my career where it's just another day in the market. And I think, anybody who's been trading for enough years, they can speak to that, right? They can say that, I've hit these losses. Well, how do you handle it? You just do it enough times and it kind of becomes, well, it's just another day in the markets. And it's being able to see that you can bounce back from these losses. You don't get overly emotional about it. When I first started trading, completely different story. I would go on tilt. I would give back months of work. It was tremendously awful. And I think, like I said, by trading for as long as I have now, you learn to be a better person. You learn to be more well-rounded with your emotions. You learn not to be a knucklehead. So yeah, outside of trading, I'm pretty even keel. I'm pretty easygoing. I like to get excited when things are going great, but when things are not great, I take them as they come. I don't get overly emotional about that.
Rips, any vices?
No, I don't drink. I don't do any drugs. I very much, just even keel. That's how I live my life. I'm very disciplined in everything. I like to have structure in all areas of my life. By the way, we are launching here in the market.
New highs.
This is insane. We are blowing out these stops here.
Yep.
Yes, we are. New highs, S&Ps. We tapped out at 48.03 half. We were creeping up to about 47.99. Then all the stops, we took the top off this market. We'll see if there's follow through. Boy, we just bounced right off of settle in the S&Ps, and we haven't looked back since. It's been a hell of a rally for the last hour, going in on an hour. This rally's been incredible. Patak took the markets down lower. Did that give us discount prices or what to get long? What do you make of this, Rips? Johnny, what do you think? More room to the upside?
I was looking at this 48.01, I think, is pretty much where it is. It's the afternoon pullback from Tuesday, basically where we are close to where we settled. But that's where the market really kind of continued its move to the downside in the overnight and since then. So, this is interesting spot, anywhere between 02 and 07 approximately is an interesting area for me.
Yeah, and just to echo that, I really like to see if we retest those 4800s flat and we kind of hold steadfast here. We do have those levels up again. We were watching these last week, 4805, 4807, important levels where we had a lot of resting liquidity. So would really like to see a retest at these 4800s and see if we can start ripping up even higher to the top side. But when we see a move like that, that looks to me right there in that last 15-minute bar there, that's a crescendo there to the top side.
Uh-huh. What does that mean? What do you do with the crescendo?
What's it look like on your book map?
Yeah, so if we flip over into book map here, I got book map up on my screen. It's this huge crescendo move, and you can see how many offers are getting filled here to the top side. So again, this is kind of the same thing that we're looking for in the S&Ps. This is the NAS over here. I'll flip over to the S&Ps. We see this big crescendo move. You can see this gap in liquidity right here. So it came up, hit all of those offers. A lot of folks who were long got filled, and I think that maybe some folks are starting to cap on some shorts here. And when we're talking about capping on shorts, this is things that institutional traders can do who have, they can take millions of dollars in drawdowns and not even flinch. So they start layering into their shorts, and they run algorithms that do this. They'll start out small, 20 lots, 10 lots, whatever the case. And as it gets higher, they're starting to add into that more thick and providing more liquidity. You're not going to be somebody who competes with them no matter who you are, unless you're running an institutional desk. So you watch for this stuff and you want to join their side of things, but you want to see what is their bigger plan here. Are they looking to bring this up higher because maybe tomorrow on Mopex, we're going to be looking at flushing this market back down on some news as an excuse? You want to keep all of these stories in mind here. So yeah, it was a big crescendo here to the top side. Obviously, stops are being popped. You can see that in the volume profile. You can see that in the volume that just hit the tape here. That's about what 5,000 lots there in the NQ. What is that on the S&P? Is about 8,000 lots there on that rip to the top side. So yeah, very, very crazy here.
Hey Johnny, what do we got? What do we got in cumulative delta? Just out of curiosity, just to keep track of throughout the day.
18,000.
Yeah,
Plus?
that's what I got mine. Yeah, positive.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, we're
okay,
negative
gotcha.
delta in the NQs. Do you see that on your side too, there, Hoag?
Is that right?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Crazy, right? I just looked
2,000.
I flipped over to that and I saw that. It's crazy,
That's a shocker.
right?
What the hell? Wait, so all right, so we got positive 18,000 S&Ps, and we got negative what in the Nasdaq?
2,000.
I got 2,500 on mine, so we're probably reset time is a little bit different, but yeah, just about 2,500 on my end there.
Just different platforms.
Those are the shorts you get
For some reason, they can't add or subtract.
Yeah. So, I mean, we are pushing higher here. This is very, very interesting price action up here. This is a squeeze that I certainly didn't expect, especially after how Debbie Downer Mr. Bostic was with his commentary. I didn't expect
really
this
was,
at all.
man.
I don't know
He really
about
was.
anybody else out here, but I didn't get any of this rip back up to the top side myself.
Every time this market breaks, man, people come in and just buy the crap out of it. It's just the way it is right now.
I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I love volatility like this. I love trading sessions that gives favors to both sides of things. If you come into the market and you just want to short the pants off of it, you get your short there. And then if you want to be looking for longs, I mean, by golly, you should have been catching at least a couple points on this rip up to the top side. We were bottoming out at 945s in the NQ, and now we're trading at 92s flat. So we're looking at, I mean, this is a massive move here. This is insane.
What a rally. Zilla, what is causing the move up? There's nothing across the ticker saying why we're rallying. I know Biden's speaking. I'm not sure what exactly he's possibly could be saying, if anything, but we're looking, keep an eye out for what could possibly be said. But like Rips was saying, Debbie Downer Bostic said no rate cuts until later this year. So you think that'd be bearish, but sure enough, like Johnny said, every time we sell off this market, the buyers come in just looking at discount prices, and
It's just never ending. It just when it pulls back, buys come in.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if you were you watching the tape this morning, Hoag, on the S&Ps?
Yeah, I mean, from time to time when I can.
Were you noticing a lot of absorption on the bid off the open on the S&Ps? Because that's what I saw in the NAS this morning.
Absorption on the bid. So that would be negative delta or
no, so positive delta. So they're selling into the bid and they're collecting that. Yeah.
Yes, we saw positive delta even as the market was struggling to move to the upside. So, that was telling me, possibly some longer time frame traders were looking to short it, but it was so early in the session, Rips. That's not going to be part of my decision that early in the day.
Right. Yeah, I was just curious because I was seeing the same thing in the NQ and it was throwing me off because it was the tape's telling me one thing and then the price action is doing another, which usually is price action to trap, right?
Right.
So that's what I was seeing on my end. And now the afternoon move makes a little bit more sense to me. It's easier to process after the fact. But I mean, if you ask me, back at what is that? Basically at 1 o'clock, if you're asking me when we're down at the mid 900s, 945 there. If you're asking me that question, do you think that we're going to give back this entire flush? I'd look at you like you're crazy. I mean, even though the hints were there in the opening session, but I didn't see this move coming at all. But this is a beautiful V-shaped recovery here. Absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Is it ever? Now, Nasdaq's new highs in the S&Ps now. Just touched 48.05 3/4, probably pushing up even higher than that. Nasdaq following along. So we are in rally mode right now. The bulls are on parade, to quote Rage Against the Machine. Let's up the upside. Is this something you're looking to buy the pullback here, guys, or we're just going to let this play out and possibly wait for it to exhaust itself and take a short? How do you we've been sitting here watching this rally, and this is when FOMO starts to kick in, right? You're watching this price action. It's been choppy all morning, and now we're starting to see a trend. Like you said, a V-shaped recovery. We're starting to see a trend forming. How do you trade this? What are you looking for? Are you looking for a pullback, or are we just going to drift higher all day? How do you attack a market like this?
So we have a level that we've been tracking here, 108.25. We came up and we almost just kissed that level there. What was the high? 7.5. So we almost came up to that level and kissed that. So I'm going to be waiting to see if we interact above that level and we start to see some bids firming up. I could find a long because above that, we have about a 40 handle target to the top side at 43.5. So I'd be interested if we're cresting over this level and actually gathering buy side liquidity above that. That's not just stops being popped above that level. I'd be interested in taking that long. I don't know if I'd want to be shorting this market right now. It kind of feels like being stepping in front of a freight train with this much buy side action here. So that's my take on things. How do you feel about it, Hoag?
It walked right through that 48.02 area that I was looking at. I was thinking about taking that, but it just looked too strong. And not just that, Rips. We looked above the initial balance earlier. We looked below the initial balance later. We just extended the range to the upside, and that means that there's more to this. When we extend the initial balance on both sides, generally that's going to end up being a range bound market. There's more to this move than just trying to fade it. If there's a way into it, I'll look to do it. But I think that there's more to this. I don't think it's over.
Yeah, what do you mean there's more to it? You don't think it's over? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it is either. The way that it's trading right now, the way that the liquidity is coming into the market, we're seeing a lot of driving, heavy driving to the top side. And this is not, you have thin markets where they're driving to the top side, and then those offers are very thin because you know that the market makers are going to cap on at higher prices. But this is driving with thick liquidity, and it's not stopping. So that's why it stays interesting for me, where I'm more leaning towards, let's see a retest, at least in the NQ that I'm looking at, 108.25. Let's flip above that, find some stops being popped, solidify some bids, maybe at 105, 106, and then we can see another drive here for Power Hour. We are only about 25 minutes away from Power Hour to start, so we will see some liquidity injection. And of course, MOPEX being tomorrow, that has a lot to do with positioning going into the close today.
MOPEX, Rips, they're asking what MOPEX is in the chat.
So MOPEX is every third Friday of the month. It's monthly options expirations. You can buy monthlies way into the future, but you can't buy weeklies deep into the future. So if you're making long-term hedging bets in the options market, you're buying monthly option contracts, and those are all expiring tomorrow for the month of, it's January 2024.
Unbelievable. It is January. Yeah. Done fighting this move, Kyle says in the chat. Yeah, like we were saying here, it's most likely a lot of these shorts are probably taking the market higher. That's why they say there's not any reason to step in front of this freight train. Johnny's saying this move has legs and probably has more to the upside. So, yeah, be careful of trying to get short in front of this thing.
Yeah, what I look for in this type of move is any kind of pullback. I'm watching to see if there's people who are interested on the bid side, because you have two types of people who are going to be on the bid. You have people who are off sides that are short and they're looking to cover on the bid. That's called going bid to cover. Or you have folks that believe that the market has more room to the upside, and they're passively putting bid orders, but they're being aggressive with sizing, where they're saying, this is where I want to get as much size as I can at this level. This is a value area. I want to get in this because I think that we're going to have more room to the top side. So that's what I'm specifically looking for here on the tape myself.
Rips, one of the things that's always been a challenge to me is to try and get into a move like this, get into a directional move. If I'm not already in it, I struggle to get into it. Do you find that the book map helps you find those opportunities, finds those levels?
Oh yeah, 100%. Because like I said, if we're looking for that type of liquidity to be on the bid, I can see it pretty clearly. And you don't need Bookmap to do this. You can just use a regular bar chart with watching volume, but it's very helpful for me to see specifically where that volume was extracted from. Was it on the bid? Was it on the offer? How much were they pushing it down? What was the resting liquidity that they were showing? Were there hidden orders? Were there icebergs? That's a lot of stuff that you can extract from watching Bookmap. And obviously it's not something where you're going to look at it and straight out the gate, you're going to have it just dead to rights. It takes time to learn Bookmap, as it does with any other skill or tool set. So it's definitely very, very helpful. I like it a lot. Yeah. And in fact, as we were talking here, we drew back down to 85s. We're hit 15 handles higher right there on that extension, coming back to the 100 flats. Markets like to come up to key levels where there's just whole numbers there. We have a level up at 108, but the NAS likes to come to 100s because, you have retail coming off there. You'll have algorithms coming off at 100s, adding the 100s. So I like to see how we're interacting with these types of levels up here, since we swept right above hundreds, popped some stops. Now we're back interacting with it again. Are we strong above that level? Are we holding it? Exactly. So are we holding around that? If we are, there's a chance that we can have more excursion here to the top side.
Sir, yes. Taking a look around the world, so to speak. Dow's also making trading daily highs. Nasdaq trading daily almost daily highs. S&Ps, as we said, we're making new highs here.
Dow.
We woke it up. Yes, just need to get poked a little bit. So here we go. Like I said, it's not these directional markets. Not always easy to get into, but shorting these things and then puking to the upside, you're just more likely to fuel the rally. So get in front or get with it, as opposed to fight the sucker.
Yeah, that's what the equities do. They eat shorts.
For 40 years.
It is really interesting too that we did have the upgrade overnight. I think what the rally that I caught this morning on my Topstep live account, that one I caught because of the news that came out from Apple. I don't know if you folks already spoke about this on the channel earlier, but so Apple catching that huge upgrade, I think that's what really caused things to drive here. Apple pulled back ever so slightly below the VWAP today, and then it kind of drove this recovery. So I think that's what's driving the market right now, to be honest. Apple, of course, is the number one weight of both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. And the rest of the Magnificent Seven are looking very, very strong right now, especially if you're looking at multi-day here. Meta on a multi-day tear right now. We have Amazon shaping back up, coming back out of this temporary lows that it's had over the past couple of sessions. You have Google that's shaping up, looking to put on some highs. The AI sector is hot. You're having Apple getting an upgrade. All of these things matter when you're paying attention to the macro picture. It's going to give you a better idea of what we're looking at on the table here.
Mm. Yeah, we started looking at that Apple this morning. And of course, nothing is a direct line, right? I mean, when that news came out, you had to be there, and then pulled all the way back. Basically, the S&Ps pulled all the way back to to the level it was at when that information came out about Apple.
Yeah, exactly right.
And that's where it came back to, and that's where it's coming, where it's continuing from to the upside now.
Right. And so you have to picture that there's a lot of positioning that are at those key levels too, because this is now we're talking about big funds, big institutions, and there's people at the desk that are watching these levels. Obviously, they can pre-program all of this into their algorithms that are automatically trading this stuff, but they're watching around these key levels that are saying that if we have buy side coming in where we thought that we had the top at the top of the range here, they're going to say, all right, hey, maybe we're going to take another 200,000 here of Apple, and we're going to send that and we're going to get that filtered and maybe at a TWAP, which is time weighted average price, which is a very popular algorithm that is used by institutional traders. You're going to have a lot of activity that can potentially start coming out of that level. And it's very exciting to watch this stuff. So, back in 2017, 2018, I used to really be a news trader because we had a lot of tweets that were coming out that would be moving the market. And being locked into that stuff, that's the kind of stuff that I love trading. So it was really, really nice to see this morning the reaction from Apple. It kind of got me very excited to say, oh, maybe we have some news trading coming around the corner, because we've been so locked into this FOMC cycle lately where it's just been, hey, we're trading the 8:30 prints, we're trading the reactions at 10 a.m., we're trading the speakers that are coming on. And it's been, a very one-sided market. It's been very focused on that. So I'd be really excited to hear that we're back in a news cycle here, especially if it's the AI sector that's been super hot lately.
Agree.
What do you think of AI?
Just a touch about. Yeah, what do you think of AI?
I think that, and again, this is probably going to rub people the wrong way, but I think that we're just getting started in the space. I think that we haven't even seen. I think that we're at about 1 or 2% of 100% of where we're going to be in the future. I think that there's a lot of upside growth. I think that it is going to overtake a lot of industries. I think that we're undervaluing a lot of the different players in the sector right now. NVIDIA is crazy pumped up here, but I don't think that it's even begun to get started. NVIDIA, of course, is a huge hardware supplier to a lot of this. They create a lot of the chips for AI. I think that Microsoft is still undervalued in the space. I think that Tesla is going to be a huge player in the AI space. They've collected so much data from their cameras on their cars that's going to be used for a lot of different things. I think it's very undervalued right now, and we're just seeing the beginning of it.
I agree with that. John, what are your thoughts on AI?
I'm not the right person to ask. I'm really not, because I've all distrustful technology, and I fear for humanity with it. I really do.
Be wild, man.
There was that interesting tweet that Elon put out. I think it was 2 days ago. Elon put out the tweet that basically said, I would like to have more control if we're going to venture in deeper with Tesla into AI. And he expressed his concern, and he has expressed his concern. I think that if you look back in just the last 3 years where we've had the, generative AI, where we're talking about programs like DALL-E. DALL-E is an image generator, text to image generator. How much that has grown alone is incredible, how much it has changed already. And just to think that we're in the beginning of that, if you look at what even Adobe, Adobe, nobody even talks about Adobe with AI. They're a huge player in AI that they're sleeping on. A lot of folks are sleeping on Adobe for AI. The things that Adobe is working on right now, how you can basically have a video generated from nothing, or take a current video clip and completely transform it without even understanding that AI was interacting with it. There's so many things that are coming out right now that I don't think that people are really understanding how big this is going to get. This is going to be crushing industries. This is going to get people out of their jobs. This is going to be replacing a lot of stuff. And I think that the consumer AI that we have rolling out right now is nothing to where it's going to be in 10 years from now.
See, that's what scares me about it. It's going to replace us.
Well, it's already replacing plenty of traders out there. A lot of these algorithms are using very, very advanced AI to read the tape a lot better than anybody else, any human can.
Yeah,
and they're able to. Yeah, and they've been doing this for years now, and it's only getting better. It's only getting quicker, better, faster, stronger. And I don't think it's ever going to change. The trajectory is not going to change. I don't think that any human can intervene at this point, to the point where it's, we're going to say, all right, we're all done using AI. We're getting it out into consumers' hands, and that's what's out there in the public. You have to think about what the AI that isn't for the public right now, that is behind closed doors, that it has, it's very powerful. And I think that a lot of people are underestimating it.
Hey, John, real quick, I got a question for you. When you were on the floor as a floor trader, I remember I was clerking on the floor, and there was the inevitable transition from where, it was electrify, open outcry. Everything was going to be going to the screens, but there was a lot of pushback and resistance to the movement to going to the screen. Oh,
yes.
Do you see any similarities between that and what we're going through right now? Or was that much, less of a transition, less of a change from going from the pit to the screen as far as what we're seeing here in AI and, artificial intelligence?
It's a really good question. I started hearing in 1989 that the floor had 2 years left. So that was a little quick. That was a little overdone, but it's exactly what we're talking about now. Technology took, the floors away. It took the human execution of all these contracts and put it on screen. And, that's what AI is probably going to do, to a lot of folks. They're going to, there's industries are going to change. People are going to lose jobs. That to me is I'm all for progress as long as it benefits, as long as it in some way benefits everybody. I'm a capitalist, of course, but it's just after losing a living already to technology, I don't want to do it again.
That's a really great point that you're making right there, because you went through something exactly of what I think is going to be happening right now with this new AI revolution that's coming. Mm-hmm. And we're getting just a little teaser of it. And you experienced that firsthand, where it's, you went from open outcry to electronic trading. And if you've seen the documentary, I know you've seen it, but any of the viewers out there, if you've never seen the documentary, I believe it's called Floored, right? It's called Floored.
Yeah, Floored.
Yeah, and that they talk about that in that, where some of those traders had a lot of trouble adapting to the differentiated markets between going from open outcry, which was patently different from electronic trading, and a lot of people
100%.
didn't adapt, and they were left behind, unfortunately. And I think that we're going to see that in a lot of industries that aren't trading related, obviously not trading related, where AI is not only going to be a disruptor, but like you said, Hoag, just taking jobs away, and they'll never be back.
Yeah. If you watch in the background, you'll see me in the background a few times in the movie Floored. The guy Rob Prosnewski that had the Beach Boys album cover painted on the back of his trading jacket. They do a few scenes of him there, and you'll see me in the background.
Were you having an up day? Are you like crushing it those days that you're in there?
Well, they rarely got pictures of me happy on the trading floor. I don't know why, but I did have a lot of happy days, but they just preferred me Maybe the expressions were better. I don't know why. They always just caught me like on a bad day. I got
for those out there, hey,
in the newspaper a bunch of times.
Check out the documentary Floored. It's you can catch it on YouTube. It's really cool. You see the transition from the floor trading open outcry to the screen trading where we're at now. Hey, real quick, just to recap, we're seeing a nice sell off in the S&Ps. Boy, it's a wild ride out in the S&Ps. Beneath 4,800, trading 47.96, 47.97. We're selling off. Is this the pullback? Is this the pullback to get long, or are we just going to keep breaking? It was an uptrending market. This is these are the $1 million questions we got to figure out. Hey, Rips, did we touch that level in the NASDAQ that we were eyeing, or we never got up there, did we?
We were very close. The high on the NAS was, I believe, 7.5. And now we're back below. You're sharing the screen. So we're back below that 77 level, which again, this is the level that we were tracking from this morning. This is where we did that big liquidity grab before Raphael Bostic came on. And we often talk about this. We've talked about this on the Top Step program a couple of times, that big institutional traders will often use news as a smokescreen to get their orders in. So even though Raphael Bostic was saying something that was extremely bearish, they're still going to enter in those orders if that was their MO, their modus operandi, to do that anyway, right? So that's kind of interesting that we're running right above that level. We're doing the exact same liquidity draw above that level, but now we just want to see. So at these 77s, are we auctioning below and coming back above and holding that level? If we are, we have room back up to the hundreds there. If we're not, we're coming back down. We have room all the way down to 37.75 there. So that's where I'm going to be watching for potentially to put on a trade here. We are perking back up above the 77 level here. I do want to see how this reacts in power hour because, like I said, MOPEX being tomorrow, we're going to have a lot of liquidity jumping into the market here towards the close. So that's where I'm going to be watching. Still no trades on since I've been on the program today.
Awesome. There was just a 500 lot sitting at 47.97. It got gobbled up, filled, and we are now higher. So liquidity, per usual, getting filled in the S&Ps. A bunch of that liquidity, the downside down there in the 75s to 80s. All those bids, thousands and thousands of contracts getting filled. They're all sitting in the money if they were setting their long. So good on them. And this might be the pullback to see if we can take this sucker higher. But yes, power hour should be interesting. We got power hour. Power hour is going to be Dolby, myself, and Rips. Dolby will be driving, so I'll be able to trade. And Rips, let's make some money in power hour. We got that in about 10 minutes here. So that was the pullback, so to speak. We'll see if we got more juice to the upside here.
Hey, Rips,
yeah, I'm curious. Go ahead.
Here's a picture of what they. This is what I typically look like when they got me on.
The Hoag pose. This one. I think that's on a Top Step shirt. I got to pick that thing up. That thing's amazing.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I was like, what are you guys doing putting that on there?
Johnny, squeezing, by the way, we're coming up towards those hundreds and the NQ. So if anybody caught that long off that 77 level, you are looking good here.
That's the pullback, baby.
How'd you pick that 77 level?
It's the same level that we've been tracking. We've been sharing it for quite some time here over the past couple of weeks. It's been a big trafficked area and we've been selling it a lot. So we came up to it today and this is in the NQs, of course. Came up to that 77, flushed on it, came back above, and then that was where Raphael Bostic came on, flushed through that 77 level. So it's been a big area of contention, a big area of traffic. So if that now is solidified as a big demand zone, I'm pretty hard pressed that I think that we'll stay above that level through the end of the week here.
All right, thank you,
John.
Yep.
Yeah, John, you're not gonna do power hour. Yeah, Rips. All right, so we're setting up for power hour. We got about 7 minutes till we finish out this segment. Power hour. What are we looking for? Continuation of the upside, or we're going to keep track on Delta and perhaps squeeze? I know you're talking about liquidity injection. I think we're seeing some pretty decent liquidity now. How much more are you looking for?
Well, what's crazy is that we're still at a negative 4,000 delta on the NQ. We're positive, I think, on the S&P still positive 15,000. But crazy negative 4,200 delta on the NQs here. So again, I really want to see retests of the 77. I want to be sold the story that those 77s are going to hold. If we do, I might take a 1 or 2 lot long looking for a burst up of volume over the hundreds there. And then if we actually get a power hour, just either a slow grind to the upside or a ripper to the upside, the high target that I'm looking for on the NQ today was be all the way up at 17,143.5. A very advantaged target, but I think that it's potential that we can hit that.
Well, Rips, you might be right on that. At least the continuation of the upside late in the day. with that negative delta, you're probably looking at some shorter time frame traders that have shorted into this, and they're going to need to get flat at the end of the day.
I'm surprised that we haven't had as many people covering that should be covering from that deep low move. Because think about it. On that flush today, we had a double flush. We had a flush into consolidation and then an even deeper flush. And I think that's where everybody's offsides from, is from the second flush.
Everybody's always looking for the big down day, right?
Yeah, especially right now. And it's not something you should be doing in a January, right? January, February, you should not be trying to short the market unless it's you have news that's suggesting that we should go down.
Why do you say that, Rips? What's so special about January and February?
I don't know, but January, February are usually my best months of trading. I've had my biggest profit days in January and February. And you're coming off of Santa rally. Some years you've had Januaries just failing down. But I feel like, especially in an election year, I just don't know if we're going to have January and February start the year off with a down move like this. So, I mean, I'm usually neither bullish nor bearish on the market. I like to trade the price action that's presented to me for that given session. And I try to leave my bias at the door as best as I can. I try to trade around the levels of activity that matter. But I mean, I would be pretty hard pressed that if this year is going to be a down year overall. And I hate to hold the bias.
No, I think you're right. We were talking about this in fast markets, election years. Obviously, they're going to prime the pump. And for an election year, the incumbent's going to want to see the markets higher. Cheaper interest rates.
I'm actually waiting to see whether or not we're going to have some news that's going to suggest that we can kind of, again, going back to that hiding orders thing where these institutions want to hide their MO here. If they want to take this higher, we have had not really a lot of news that's been supporting that. If we have some Fed speak that's coming out, FOMC's at the tail end of this month. It's in on the 31st. So it's just a few days away from yesterday. Right. Exactly. So
Facebook was yesterday.
I mean, yeah, so if we have the FOMC, if Jay Powell comes out and he starts saying some things that are very dovish, I think that's going to give an excuse for an open drive. As well as if we don't have enough liquidity to be getting up there right now, I'm happy if we get a pullback in FOMC, like a deep 500-600 point pullback from where we are now, because that's going to mean that we can potentially gather more liquidity and really start to shoot. Here we are, we're bursting up above that level now. 108.25 was the level that we're tracking. Big hit of volume to the top side there, coming up to 48.05 in the S&Ps as well.
That would be so
There's
tasty.
There's your pullback, folks. Anyone want to get long, you did have your entry.
Yeah, the 77s, that was a nice move. I'm curious if anybody out here in chat and YouTube caught that at all. That would have been, what a killer trade that would have been from 77s.
Chat love. All right, we got three minutes left in this segment. Real quick, just to recap some of these polls we had from earlier. Will NQ make new all-time highs today? 37% said today, 42% said tomorrow, 21% said no. And about the AI discussion we were having earlier. No. Thoughts on AI? Like it, don't understand it, don't follow. 51% like it, 33% don't like it, and then 16% either don't understand it or don't follow it. So there you go. That's just to recap some of the discussion we're having earlier. But yeah, Rips, that was a nice call bouncing off those 77s. If you're in the chat, okay, some people did catch that move. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah, this is uptrending market. Johnny, you got any final closing thoughts for the power hour here going into the close? Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, have fun. Find some good trades. I'll be watching.
Yeah, sounds good. Rips, you're going to join us here. I think we got a couple minutes left. We're going to take some trades going into the power hour. It looks to be jam-packed. Dolby will be joining us here in about 2 minutes or so. Rips, we're going to be looking. What's that upside target we're looking at? Just so I can write it down in NASDAQ.
143.5. That's the big upside target on the NQ today. Let me see what we have on the S&Ps just so we can get our S&P folks here as well. Let me see what my upside target is. S&P upside target is going to be 48.12 3/4. That's our upside target for the S&Ps.
All right, great. Well, we're not too far off. 48.12 in the S&P, 17,143.5. Johnny, is that it for the day? Are we going to see? I don't think we're seeing you in Power Hour. Do you have any thoughts or any closing comments you want to say? Everyone's very gracious in the chat. Everyone loves hearing from you. Great job today. And
I love everybody too.
Please close it out. Yeah,
love everybody too. Just don't fight a directional market. Just don't do it.
Heard it.
Hoag, are you going to be in fast markets tomorrow morning?
Oh, yes.
Awesome. So excited to trade with you tomorrow.
Yes. Awesome. Yeah, just to tap on it for fast markets tomorrow. We got Hoag, Eddie, Andre, I am Andre, MP, and Rips. If I'm reading. Power players Hoag, Eddie, Hoop. Oh, nice, Hoop. Finally get you back online. That was pretty cool. Rips, we got you in the morning doing some fast markets. So we've got more Rips coming up here in about a couple more minutes, and we'll see you guys in Power Hour. John, thanks for everything you did today. It's been real, man.
All right. Love everybody. Have a good night. Have a good session, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Great hanging with you, Hoag.
Johnny.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sitting like a boss, bring the workers out. Press on the exhaust, we be skirting now. No, we not the same, what you talking about? Got me all up in your mentions, must have heard around. How that sound, yeah, that sound good. Tell them break it down. ISO Wendy's in your town, don't forget the dollar sign. How that sound, yeah, that sound good. Tell them get in line. Hold it down, came up from the underground. How that sound, yeah, that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah, that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah, that sound good. Sounds good, how that sound, yeah, that sound good. Sounds good. Send a picture, let me crop them out. They told us trust the process, we ain't stopping now. They know that it's a scene when we popping out. Came up from the dirt, yeah, we popping out. This our year, yeah, we finna lock it down. We the top boys in your city when we come around. ISO no POP, tell them hold it down. We been dropping every month, we ain't slowing down, no. Ayy, sitting like a boss, bring the workers out. Press on the exhaust, we be skirting now. No, we not the same, what you talking about? Got me all up in your mentions, must have heard around. How that sound, yeah, that sound good. Tell them break it down. ISO Wendy's in your town, don't forget the dollar sign. How that sound, yeah, that sound good. Tell them get in line. Hold it down, came up from the underground. Ayy, tried to play me back then, but you learning now. Do not play with fire, you be burning out. It's like butter, baby, butter when I churn it out. They gon' talk behind your back until you turn around. 360, I'm on preheat, I be baking all the good. Chef Curry hit my shimmy, throw it up at half court. Tryna beat me, bet you can't. You a
Gentlemen, welcome to Power Hour. A double dose of Andre and Rips. Fantastic. A single dose of me. We don't want you all to overdose. Chat, how are we doing today? I hope everyone's making money. We'll see. We'll see if we make any money. Rips, how you doing today with your P&Ls?
Doing well, doing well. Have you taken any trades today, Mr. Dolby?
I did. I took a trade in crude oil earlier today. It was a 2-lot. Ended up getting, I think, $20 on the first one, and then ended up having it pull. The second lot pulled back against me, so I got $8 all day, and then
$8 better than no bucks, right?
Hey,
That's
as I
right,
say,
man,
there is
that's
a
right.
trader somewhere that wished they never placed a trade today. Thankfully, I'm not that person, so we'll take $8. It's not bad.
You always have to think about it too from the reverse, because I'm big on finding the silver lining from the day. Think about the days where you're down, $1,000 and you're just thinking, boy, I wish it was one of those days where I made $8 today, because you're $1,008 richer than being $1,000 in the hole, right?
100% Rips, 100%. Sometimes we laugh about $8, but no, like when you're down to G, you're like, man, what I would do to just be up $8 on a day. $8 ain't bad at all, man.
Yeah,
I like
what
that.
would I get if I slept in all day and didn't trade at all? Could have saved myself some money, but hey, grass is always greener if you're having a down day. So next time you break even and feeling bad, just remember that at least you're not down 2 G's or any G's for that matter. But this is Power Hour, so Rips, what are we looking at for this NASDAQ?
So for the Nazi here, I'm looking again down at that 77 level. We had a couple folks in here on the last segment. Here in chat, I saw some chatters jumping in with some W's in chat. Really, really cool to see that. Some folks took it long after the 77s and probably dumped it up high above the hundreds there. So beautiful 30 handle opportunity in the Nas. I didn't take any of it myself. We're gabbing away. We're having a great conversation, Hoag, Andre, and I. So I'm going to see if we can have any kind of interaction down here at the 77s again. Pull back to that low. Get a little liquidity gathered down there, and we can send it back up over the 108s. If we do get above 108 here, I want to see a nice rocket through that level. If we get that, I could potentially put on a 1-lot long here, looking for that 143.5 target there to the upside. But, I'm happy with where I'm at on the day. If I don't take another trade for the rest of the day, I'll do just fine here. Like we said earlier, up $3,400 on the day between my Topstep live account and 2 combines that I traded.
$3,400 all day. That's not too shabby. Andre, how about yourself?
Same, I'm up $300. Took 2 trades in the morning. It was super choppy. I recognized it was going to be choppy. I was cool with the $300. Pretty much sat on my hands in the afternoon, obviously doing the show. Like Rip said, we were gabbing away here. So when you're gabbing away, you can't really be locked in the market, which is cool. You're more so doing play-by-play, which is totally cool. It was awesome to see in the chat that people were able to capture some of that upside opportunity that Rip's touched on. We're going to look to target 48.12. That's the big level in the S&Ps. Typically in Power Hour, I won't look to put on a trade till 240, 245 Chicago time. That's kind of when we get you kind of see the setup coming in. If something does come in, I'll be sure to capture it. But right now, sitting in my hands, staying patient. I'm cool with the $300, but obviously like to see that grow. But the opportunity needs to present itself. Dude, Dolby, that was one hell of a rally this afternoon from 12:30 Chicago time to 1:30 Chicago time in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. There was tons of opportunity we had.
Kidding.
Unfortunately, couldn't capture it, which is okay. FOMO was starting to kick in. I self-realized that I was having FOMO, so that's when you kind of sit on your hands. And I'm not going to chase. Sometimes chasing gets you in trouble. So,
what's that feel like for you? What's FOMO feel? I think FOMO feels different for everybody. So, how does that manifest for you?
I start swearing. I know when I start swearing to myself. I start yelling at myself. You bleep and bleep. Come on, man. You're watching this. When are you going to get in? When are you going to get in? I start talking to myself. I start swearing,
piece
and
of
that's when I know
market. You
100% Rips. I start cussing and I'm like, this is FOMO. It's too late. You missed it. Just suck it up. You missed it. There's another trade coming. But yeah, I start talking to myself. I start cussing, and that's when I know I got to sit back, take a breather, and just let the market play out. You missed a trade. It's not the first trade you missed. It's definitely not the last trade you're going to miss. So be it.
Yeah. What about you, Rips? How's FOMO manifest for you?
I've gotten it under control. It used to be really, really bad. The first 2 years that I was trading way back in the day, it was bad, and I would let it just overtake my entire day. I would be doing the most knuckleheaded things, and it would just be the worst. But I'm clear that now. Obviously, you can never be fully clear out of the gates of FOMO. You're going to have it from time to time. Yeah. But the more you're trading the market, the longer that you've been doing this, it's much easier to get rid of it because you just realize, I've had great days. I've had some terrible days, but you're going to get more and more days in the market, right? The market's open. Thank goodness for futures. They're open 23 hours a day, 5 days a week, essentially. And there's always going to be an opportunity. You never know this. You need to remind yourself, if you're feeling FOMO, you don't realize this, but your best trade is right around the corner. It could be a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever the case. But your best trade of your career is going to be right around the corner. If you can remember that and just say, hey, this is just a temporary feeling. It's going to go away. The market's going to be open at another time in the future. It's easy to let go of that FOMO. But it's time and repetition. You have to go through it. It's not something you're just going to kick overnight in your first year of trading. Everybody's going to get FOMO from time to time.
Yeah, I always say that, the markets are always going to be open tomorrow. And if they're not, we all got bigger things to worry about. So just wait. Wait it out.
That's 100% true, man. Yes, we got bigger things to worry about, is right. Yeah, FOMO. Like I said, I've been doing this for a couple decades now, but for some reason, you see these markets, move, and you're not in there, and it just gets you. I don't know. Even when I'm in a trade, I still get that juice. I still get that rush every time in a trade for whatever reason. I've tried to go robot mode on this entire thing, and I've been much more successful with going robot mode, but for whatever reason, I have to just accept that that's who I am. That's how I react. That's how my body reacts. You can feel it.
What is robot mode? What does that mean?
Robot mode, emotionless, man. Complete, like more like Rips is Rips is kind of, I don't know, you get calloused to movement that you missed out, but you kind of go robot mode, emotionless, just straight up execution. Don't blink. I knew some traders back in the day. They were straight up robots, man. They would take $10,000, $15,000 losing trades. They never flinch because they knew that they'd make $20,000, $25,000 winning trades. So, they go straight robot. They never flinch. They never sweat. You couldn't tell if they're having an up day or a down day on the market because they were emotionless. And man, it definitely helps being less emotional. Here we go. We're catching a bid here in the NASDAQ a little bit.
It really is just time and repetition, being in the market over and over and over. You get through it by I had a question from somebody in the DMs probably last week. How do you deal with big losses? You just have to wear them with pride. They're going to happen in your trading career. Obviously, you want to get better at managing your risk and not take too many big losses so you're knocked out of the game. But I think that big losses harden you, and big losses are different for anybody, right? Big loss can be $100 to you. Big loss can be $100,000 to you. Everybody's different, right? Everybody has a different threshold. But it's taking those losses and, like you said, Andre, being calloused from those losses, being able to wear that as armor in the future, that it's not going to affect you as bad as it is the second time around. And hopefully the second time around is not as big. But again, it goes back to what we were talking about last segment. You're going to take losses. You got to learn to deal with them at some point. You can't just sit here and be egotistical and ignore it and say, I'm the greatest trader. I never take losses. And then when a loss comes, you get crazy on tilt and you go nuts. You have to learn to swing with the fences here, or swing with whatever the pitches are that are coming your way, right? You have to learn to deal with the tilt as it comes. You have to deal with the losses as they come. And by time and repetition in the market, you'll get through it. By the way, we are cresting above that 108.25 level here. I do want to see if this is just a liquidity grab or if we're actually going to be able to cap on a trade here. So I'm looking here. I'm watching.
What do you say liquidity grab? What do you mean by that, Rips?
If we have stops being popped, and it's quite clear that they're just stops, because you're going to see that liquidity run out the moment that we get through those stop losses. But that's not exactly what I'm seeing here. So I want to see if we get any kind of pullback, potentially looking at maybe putting on a one lot trade here. If we pull back to this 108 area at all, I'm going to try one lot long here as we are cresting above that here.
Yeah, I'm along 5 micros.
I'm keeping my wrist pretty tight here.
6.25. Nice. Yeah, I typically don't play breakouts like this, but Rips is saying the market is pretty bullish, so let's try it out. It's only 5 micros, not a huge deal.
Let's hope that we don't get too deep of a pullback here, and if we actually have that strength holding above 108.25, like I said, we do have room all the way up to 143.5 potentially if we grind all power hour here.
Okay,
we got some liquidity at 48.10 in the S&Ps. I'm long now. Yeah, we got some liquidity 240 sitting at 48.10. We'll see if the market will gravitate to that, as we said. The S&Ps love to gravitate towards liquidity. We're clearly in bull rally right now. Let's see if we can target 48.11. Andy Brobalker says. I'm cool with that. But yeah, got in this move. Let's see if we can take it higher.
I want to see if we can actually get an add down here on this pullback. So if we pull back down to say 95 or so in the NQ, I'd be looking to add to that, to be honest to you.
Love it. Adding to winners, right? Would that be adding to a winner, or is that dollar cost averaging?
Dollar cost averaging, but we're sticking within our plan here because we have a hard stop right now at 91.75. but I'm holding hard fast to that. We're going to get launching back above this 108 level. And then, so it will be 2 lots there. If we get above that 108 and we're showing a lot of interested buyers there, a third lot would go on there. And that's where you're adding into that winner there.
Gotcha.
Nice. Yeah. So I got to stop at 84 evens. Target is 60 evens and Q. So about 2 to 1 risk reward on this guy, or reward risk. So see how it plays out. Haven't had great luck with the NASDAQ, but I'm feeling optimistic with the master here.
Well, I do like what I'm seeing with Apple. We are kind of breaking out of that double topping area right now on Apple. So if we do have the strength to auction to the top side there, I do think that we can have a really nice trade out of this one here. So I'm watching how this liquidity is being received.
Yeah, is that something you do? You watch the equities, you watch stocks.
Oh yeah,
trade NASDAQ. You want to watch Apple, the FANGs, all that.
Yes, exactly right. So I'm watching the Magnificent Seven on my screen. Over in a different monitor over here, I have Apple, Meta, Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and of course the S&P. So I have a group of 9 stocks that I'm watching here. Well, eight of the stocks plus, 8 of the stocks. So 7 Magnificent Seven plus the S&Ps.
Okay, nice. I could see how that would help. Just kind of get.
Speaking of Magnificent Seven, RIPS, do those essentially move hand in hand? Are they generally? If you overlay their charts on one, are they generally looking pretty similar?
You'll have confluence on the days where you have confluence on across the whole Magnificent Seven. If you have confluence across the board, they're all ripping to the top side. Generally, you're going to have the S&Ps and the NAS all moving together in tandem. If you have a lack of confluence, so let's say Tesla's down and Nvidia's down on the day, Apple's fighting up, Microsoft's going down, you're going to have sort of a mixed session. So you want to look for confluence across the board. That's going to present you with the easiest trading opportunity there.
Nice.
So I want to see a breakout of 115 here to the top side on the NQ. That's what I'm looking for specifically. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I was not a serious question. My question was
second lot on here. You're looking for 115 to break out.
Nice. What is your spirit emoji?
Spirit emoji. That's a good one. I don't know. Maybe one day it's a bull. Maybe one day it's a bear. What's yours?
Okay. I'll put my spirit emoji in chat. It's very specific.
What is it? Hold on. My spirit emoji.
We were at where were we at? We were at Boca in Chicago, which is I think a Michelin star rated restaurant. Yeah. Fantastic, and our server was hilarious. I used to be in the restaurant business. I know a thing or two about Michelin stars. And our server was like, "Oh, what's your spirit emoji?" And I was like, "Damn, that's a great question." It's a great question.
What's your spirit emoji? What is it? Did you put it in there?
Did you put it in there? I'm not seeing it in chat here.
Find it. Do I only get like 3 rows of like emojis?
Oh, come on. Keep it PG.
I'll put it in here.
Somebody did the eggplant.
It's PG, guys.
Dakota's got the 8-ball. Oh, goodness.
Yep.
Oh, my God. All right. You guys can continue talking while I try to sift through two rows of emojis at a time.
I got to fill the third lot here on the bid, by the way.
Sorry, where do you got their reps? I hear you.
I got filled a third lot on the bid here. I'm trying to bid up these 108s here, seeing if we can kind of hold this up as we did test those highs. We might get flushed out here, but I'm willing to put on the risk as long as we can hold these hundreds here. And I'd look to put on a fourth lot if we can actually hold this up here, seeing that we do have a potential for an open drive.
Yes, we do. There's a nice little pullback. I got long 08s with you. Just
fourth
one
lot on actually.
Nice. Build into this thing.
Yeah, we're building in. We got a 4-lot position here. If we get back above those 108s, crest above 110s, this thing is going to be screaming Willie Beeman here.
Willie. Oh, what a movie, man. I like that reference. I don't know how many people know what that was. Was that any given Sunday, right?
Yeah, for some reason I started to think the longest yard. No, it's Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, screaming Willie Beeman. Yeah, great movie. Yeah. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah.
Dolby, did we get your emoji here?
Yes, I had to get the keyword for it. Hold on. This is my spirit emoji. It's in chat. It's the woman doing the tip shrug. That's who I identify with. That's who I am on the inside. So
that's amazing.
That's in chat. Yeah. So you gotta think about these questions. This is important stuff.
Oh,
guys.
the chat's going out of control with this.
who your inner
Oh,
emoji
no.
is. Yeah, it's important stuff.
Yeah, I'm curious about the chat here, what their inner emoji is. What a great question.
This is the questions we ask people in interviews at Topstep. I'm just kidding. We don't ask those questions. Maybe if you're interviewing,
What's the right answer for that question?
I don't think there is there's a wrong answer. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I mean, maybe there are some questionable emojis here that aren't necessary, but I highly encourage anyone, find your spirit emoji, connect with it. It'll make you a complete person, help you trade better. I don't know if that's true, but
I'm pretty sure that's true. I checked the stats on that. I'm pretty sure it's true.
I mean, I'm up in this trade, and I put in my spirit emoji, so we're 1 for 1 right now. Going
nice.
pretty good.
I'm looking for this to push. I want to see Apple break out of this double top right now, and if we do, boy, oh boy, this market's going to rip.
Nice.
So we've got some liquidity in the S&Ps at 09 3/4, 48.10. We got a couple 200 lots sitting there. You know how the market likes to gravitate to those. We can blow through that. We'll keep chugging along. See if we can get on board this rally here. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Apple has this continuation. Tesla also coming out of the gully a little bit. We have Meta that's perking up as well. NVIDIA, it looks a little bit sad here. I could see NVIDIA wanting to wrestle back above the VWAP to do us a favor here. That'd be quite nice. But we still have nice relative strength out of Microsoft, Amazon, and Google here. S&Ps are on fire, by the way. They're just ripping to the top side here. So would really like to see this breakout come into fruition here.
Trying. Might be a slow grind. Go 48.09. Like I said, there's liquidity. It says NASDAQ. Does it also gravitate to liquidity like it does in the ES rips?
100%. Yeah, it really does. And there's resting liquidity that's down here at 94 and 95. If we did go all the way down that low, my stop's at 91. If we had a lot of bids firming up at 95, I might have to make this position even larger. But I think that we could be holding above here for now. So we're seeking that liquidity to the top side. We have liquidity that's resting right now in betwixt the 115s all the way up to 118, and then another gap of liquidity from 124 almost up to 130 flat there. So that's what I'm going to be looking for on this trade here. Taking a little bit of heat right now, and this is where we need to see Apple not really rolling over as much here.
Is Delta in NASDAQ still negative?
Yes, by 5,600 contracts. So that is definitely something that it gets me a little concerned, of course, because this could definitely open up a potential for a dump. But I want to be holding fast to this one here. I'm looking at, I got to do it. I got to put on another lot here because we came back down. Somebody's front running these hundreds here, but I'm happy to be wrong on this trade if I'm too early for this move to the top side. But yeah, I do think that there is a potential that we can have a nice walk up in at least the final 30 minutes of the day here.
Nice. Yeah, I flattened my long. Not a huge fan of the location. I wanted the breakout to happen a lot sooner, especially if I was going to get long that bullishly, that high up. Ideally, I would prefer an entry closer around like 70 evens or even 80 evens, where you start kind of like wicking out some of those 5-minute candles and see if you can get a stop run and get some momentum to the upside, which I think we can probably get. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we can pull back 10, 20 points, try a long again with a better location and better risk management.
Hey, Dolby, I know
I like that a lot.
You're typically a crude oil trader. What's the compared to the crude oil, the NASDAQ price action? Is it similar? Not very similar?
I'd say that I would say that the NASDAQ is way faster than crude oil. But I do think that crude oil is a very technical market and it obeys technicals really well. It can get really slow sometimes. So I can pull up a crude oil chart right now, actually, and it is very tightly wound on larger time frames. And that could be because it's a very like geopolitically moved market. So a lot of times if there's nothing going on, it's just waiting for information and it'll just chill. It'll just do not a whole lot of anything. So is this the daily? I guess this is the daily. Yeah, I mean, look how tight this range is. We're at 70, almost a $3 range since like early January, which is pretty unusual. So it can get really tricky, right? Because crude can trend really strongly in either direction, which is really nice. But the problem is that it will consolidate for long periods of time. So for example, we have this right here. Let me get a better tool here to draw.
Yes,
So like
yeah,
this one,
it's constantly
yeah, I
Mm.
mean this was almost a full month. Then you have this over here. This was what, October 22 to March I mean, not a huge range, $10. So it's tricky, right? So if you get into the habit of riding trends and all of a sudden it starts consolidating, you need to make the adjustment pretty quick, or else you're just gonna get chopped up. So it takes skill like any other market does, but once you learn it, every market has a personality. I think y'all would agree with that. NQ probably has a couple, idiosyncrasies that crude oil doesn't have, and vice versa. So, like RIPS, like what are some of those like idiosyncrasies in Nasdaq that you feel that are just kind of like inherent in Nasdaq that maybe you won't pick up on until you've traded it for say like a year or two?
How thin it trades. I was talking about this on the last segment. You had a print that literally printed 12, 14, 16 in back-to-back prints on the tape. And you're not going to find a lot of markets, futures markets that are doing that are that thin liquidity, but as heavily traded as the Nasdaq. So it's definitely one of those markets where you really have to learn how to trade it. And by the way, we are back green in this position somehow, some way. Really want to see this wrestling back over 8.25 here. But yeah, it's just one of those markets where you have to spend a lot of time with it, and you should do it with very, very small size to start. You should trade in the micros before you trade the minis and really get a feel for how it moves, because the moves can be sporadic. They can be very erratic moves. They can catch you off sides. So it's one of those markets you have to train yourself on before you start dipping your foot in dipping your toes in the pond, so to speak.
Yeah, that's great advice. And how long would you recommend trading Nasdaq before maybe focusing on a secondary or tertiary market?
Well, I think that it depends. Some traders only like to focus on one single market at a time. And I think that there's a lot to be said about that, because if you're learning the movement of multiple markets, it can kind of bleed over into one another. I haven't traded the S&Ps in a very long time myself. It's been a hot minute since I've traded the S&Ps, probably about 3 months now at least. And if you go from trading the S&Ps to trading the Nasdaq, it can be an entirely different feel, and it can throw you off a little bit. So it's definitely something you want to keep in mind if you're looking at trading multiple different markets, futures markets specifically. I like focusing on one instrument at a time and really dialing in all of your focus into that market.
I would agree with that.
Agree. Each market, like you said, Dobie, each market has its own personality. Yes, the S&P is much more deliberate, much deeper liquidity. You're not going to see the fluctuations and the volatility you're going to see in NASDAQ, or you're going to see in crude oil. So it's something that's a little bit easier on the heart. It doesn't give you as much heart palpitations as John Hoagland would say. A little bit easier on the heart and the old tickers. So much more deliberate, deeper liquidity. The moves are not as violent. So you kind of see moves play out here. Nasdaq. He did say Nasdaq. They're asking.
Yeah, he did.
In the chat there, Rips. He did indeed say Nasdaq, because it's crack. It's crazy.
It's a wild one. You have to really buckle up, buckaroo, because it can buck you off out of your position pretty easily, because it moves very wild. Like what we're seeing right now, we're in a pretty tight range here, and it's not going too crazy on my end, but we do have a chance of getting stopped out on this trade if we don't start busting up through that 108.25 level.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about time stop here. We kind of took the gas out of this rally. We'll see if we can give one more push to the upside. Just like I said, it's still liquidity. We're trying to chase at 48.10 in the S&Ps. It's trying. Here we go. We'll see. Give it an old college try.
S&Ps are looking good. It's just the Nasdaq that's kind of faltering a little bit. We're running out of steam right now, specifically on Meta and Microsoft right now, which is not giving us the push that we need to the top side. It's really kind of all eyes on Apple to carry the boat here, carry the logs to get us up to the top side here.
Huh. Yeah, how often do you see ES pushing and then Nasdaq kind of maybe not following suit? Like, what's the correlation? Is it pretty tight typically?
Usually you have a lot of, they're usually pretty Loctite, but you're going to have days where there's divergence between the two. And those are the days that are usually the most difficult to trade, because again, they share a lot of different weights, right? Microsoft and Apple are both the number 1 and number 2 weight of the S&P and the NAS. So if you have, let's say, Microsoft and Apple ripping to the top side and for some reason NASDAQ isn't, obviously your caution flag goes out. So yeah, you're going to have divergence days where you don't really have them ripping in tandem. I'd really like to see NASDAQ step up here so we can get over these 108s. Let's see if we can get a little perky here alongside the S&Ps here, because we're starting to see Tesla pushing up a little bit, maybe, perhaps, kind of.
Target 48.11, profit target here, 48.11. See if we can catch that. Almost got there. Rips, you got me thinking about chasing that bid all the way back up this morning. You got so close to getting closing out that trade for a winner, and then you saw the market just run away from you all morning long. Now that's in the back of my head. I know I got to isolate this trade. This trade is its own mutually independent trade, but yes, one of my biggest fears is not capturing profits and just watching a winning trade turn into a losing trade. It happens, but don't turn a winning into a loser.
We're definitely in a choppy and consolidatory range right now.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, when we get into these choppier. Yeah, exactly right. And when we get into these choppy areas, it becomes more and more difficult. We're looking for that breakout trade to the top side. If we don't get it, it's not going to work out. And, it's just one of those things. We let our stops work. I'm trying to pick up as many buys on the low here that I can while keeping my risk intact. And right now it's really that make or break time where we need Apple to break out on these highs here. We need Microsoft to start turning up a little bit. We needed to follow suit with the S&Ps. Right now we're getting a droop out of Microsoft, which is not helping. And then Google is also kind of rolling over a touch here. So, I'm probably going to look to peel off some lots here as we perk up towards those, if we get back up towards those 108s again, and loosen my load and kind of flip some up top and try to gather some more liquidity here on the lows. That's what I'm kind of looking to do to manage my risk on this position.
I'm flattening out. We've got 230 coming up. We're going to get some market imbalance information here in a little bit. We got another trade. There should be another liquidity injection as we get closer to the close. So I did flatten my position for a small winner. I'll take it, but the momentum gas ran out on that trade, so I'm willing to take a couple bucks profit and reload and wait for another opportunity. But you still have 5 on there, Rips?
Oh, I'm up to 9 now, believe it or not. I've been scooping up these lows, just trying to flip it up to the top side. Yeah, we're getting heavy over here. I'm looking to scoop up any of these lows towards the hundreds and flip them up top if we could do that.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try a long at 97.75 here. Because I do like the little 5-minute range bound. That's one of my favorite little patterns to trade. Go long bottoms, go short tops. If you're right, you have really good price entry. And if you're wrong, you're going to find out real fast. So I got filled on that. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and this is where the liquidity that I was talking about has been resting in these 95s, this area right here. And you can see a couple little algorithms starting to get interested. Let's see if we can add a lot to kind of scoop this back up here to the top side. Try to flip this out sort of right around that 105 area if we get this nice little perk up. That's what I'll be watching for.
I'm trading E-minis right now. Let's go.
Hello.
Oh, you're trading the S&Ps?
No, I'm trading NASDAQ, baby. This is power hour.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice.
I'm not trading.
Oh, look at this. We are almost back in the profit here. I'm going to flip off 2 contracts here into the offer and see if we get filled here on this tickle at 105, like we said. All right, another contract out here and filled there too. Okay, great. Now we're back in the driver's seat. We have a lot of our bids refreshed low here. We have 7 contracts long. This thing's looking pretty now. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I took almost
trade
risk on this entry, by the way.
You know what we call this type of trade, right? Somebody said it in chat.
That's what we call a sack lunch. Nom, 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 nom.
Sack lunch is right, dude. Get the bag, baby. Get that bag.
You better buckle up, buckaroos, because we're going higher here. That 108.25 here. My goodness gracious, look at this.
Yeah, I moved my stop.
Are you still in that there, Dolby? You caught a nice entry there off the bottom.
My entry was perfect.
Andre, are you FOMOing now that you got out of that position? Don't tell me. Say it ain't so.
It's so good. It's so good. Hey, man, as long as my comrades are making money, I'm happy too, man. This is good to see. That was an awesome trade. Having your conviction, building up to a 9. I don't even know if maybe a 10 on, but you peeled a couple off for profit. Now this trade's in the money.
Yeah, we got 7 on here. I'm looking to peel off a couple more here. I want to see. We pulled out. We're running 5 here. It's all about the sack lunch. What do you think, Dolby? You think you'd ever add in another? You think you'd ever add in a second lot here?
No, I'm already in 5 lots.
You're in 5? Oh my goodness gracious! You're in 5 lots. I don't know.
Come on.
Let's go to the phones right now. DJ Khaled, do you think that Dolby should be adding in another lot?
Another one.
Okay, I mean the guy said it. I think we got to go for it.
Let's do it. Boom! Adding 1 more.
Another one.
Let's do it. I am so susceptible
to
peer pressure.
You're a trip, man.
No idea.
I love it.
Well, we're having fun here. That's the idea. We're having fun for Power Hour.
Power Hour,
I'm going to be a problem in Vegas. All right, let's do it. This is great movement, though. I'm trying. Let's think of
I like what I'm
13?
seeing. We got 5 lots on right now. Unrealized we're at $705, so I'm liking what we're seeing.
Oh, this is great. No wonder you guys trade NASDAQ. This shit's easy, bro.
Uh-oh.
He's
hooked.
Easy money,
Cut that
baby.
ass crack.
It is a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke. Oh, Dole, you cracked me up, man.
Oh man. Smart, we flipped a RIP screen. Coop is tired of looking at my screen, so if we want to flip the RIP screen.
Yeah, here we go. This is the live trade that's on right now. If you want to jump on over to the RIP screen here, this is the live trade that we have on right now, 5 lots long. Seeing if we can crest above these highs at the what is that, 17,110 here. If we can perk a Cito up there to the top side, then we might have a little bit room to get a nice little paycheck here, and that's what I'd really like to see. That's what I'm looking for myself, at least.
He's heating up.
Another
Yeah,
one.
just indeed. And Nasdaq is starting to heat up a little bit here.
What are the
early
bands you
MLC.
have? What's this blue and red stuff you have? Is that just high of the day, low of the day?
Hourly high, hourly low. I get that question all the time. Everybody
cool.
wants to know what that what that is to the top side there.
Calm down. Chat is fired up right now, Dolby.
Chat is hilarious right
Chat is
now.
fired up. Real quick, do with it as you please. Early MOC imbalance, 311 million buy side. Not too much. We'll keep you updated on that as we get closer to 2:50 Chicago time, about 18 minutes.
All righty. I love that.
What did you do to NASDAQ? What did you do to NASDAQ?
I think we
why is it
insulted it.
going down?
We started bringing up DJ Khaled. The NASDAQ said, no, get that trash out of here.
What'd you do to NASDAQ?
All right. I'm putting that in my phone. Do not mention DJ Khaled while trading NASDAQ.
Oh, shit, man. You guys crack me up.
Oh, we mentioned it 3 times. So does that mean we're positive now? Okay, I don't know.
All right.
I might peel off some more on this next extension because Apple really doesn't want to go here. So I might actually peel off 2 into the offer here. Let's see if we get a little perk up here. Can we auction back to the 110s? Let's see here. Nah, I'm going to peel 2 off if we get this off. There we go. Peeled off 2. Oh, 1. See if we get the other fill here. All right. So we're running 3 lots here. We peeled off 2. I like what I'm seeing, but I just want to lower my risk a little bit because, like Dolby was talking about earlier, we're not breaking above the upside. We're not getting that instant resolution that we'd like to see on the NASDAQ yet. So that's what we're looking for.
I want to
couldn't get to
a little bit.
Almost got that level of yours rips, 48.12 in the S&Ps. 2 ticks away from that. Nice call. We got close. No cigar. We'll see if we got any more gas to the upside here. But boy, you guys, those in watching this, these guys are nailing their levels. I hope you guys are taking advantage of it. This is some super valuable last couple hours with the rips here. Join us. Thanks again for joining us, man. You've been a great addition.
Oh, I love chatting with you, Andre, and also Dolby. Just great to be here. Really enjoying my time. I love everybody out here in chat too, chiming in. It's a lot of fun. This is a great way to end the day, end the session, especially after we've had such a profitable session today. It's just been what a great way to end it.
The chat is alive and well, man.
Chat, I love chat. I love chat. If you don't know what I do at Topstep and you like the Discord server, that was part of my missions when I became social media manager, was getting the Discord together. So if you enjoy Discord, I hope you do. It's a passion project. It's awesome. We're like almost 40,000 people in the Topstep Discord right now. We started at 0.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, dude.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's
you got a whole soundboard there, Rips. What do you got? What do you got over there, man?
Nope.
Nah, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either, man. You're wild, dude.
I do want man, I'm going to accept a little bit of risk on this trade. Something I do like doing is if I do get into like a consolidation entry, which I would consider this, is letting the entry test once on a pullback, and then most of the time will end up bouncing higher. So I will give myself a little bit of room here. I don't want to get too aggressive with the stop and then end up missing out on the opportunity, because technically the setup isn't wrong, right? I think that's something that I need to work on, and probably other traders need to work on as well, is moving your stop too soon when your trade has not yet invalidated itself. And so that's something that's easy to do for me because it's like, oh, I'm already up in this little range. I don't want to take any more risk. Well, we haven't broken out of the range yet. So why would I actually move the stop? Because it has not resolved. What I want is the consolidation to break out in one form or another. And we all know it's not going to stay here forever, right? So it has to happen.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I always like to say, if your trade isn't going anywhere that you want it to, if it's just chopping sideways, it's okay to exit. It's okay to jump in the trade at a later time. Andre did. You barely missed anything, Andre. I think you missed, what is that, about, I don't know, 10 handles, 20 handles. No big deal. It's okay. The market, I mean, it's not a big deal.
No, it's not. FOMO did not get the best of me there, so I'm okay with that one. But yeah, it was about 3. I was long from 08. We ticked up to 48.11. There's no way to be honest, I'd still be in this trade. I would not have gotten out.
I'm actually going to let it peel out. I got 3 lots on. I'm going to peel off 2 more into the ask here if we can get there we go. Yeah, so I got 1 lot on tight stop down there at 98.5. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. I got I got my screen up here. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. We're in the final lot. We got $140 in the profit. If we start to perk up above that 115 level, then we'll definitely look at potentially taking this higher and adding more into it. But hey, I like how we manage our risk in this position here.
Yeah, 115. Then we're going to target that 143 half. 143 half. Yeah, it's chopping around a little bit right now. You got that, Joe Saj. Yes, we're chopping around a little bit right now.
Yeah, super chop.
What are you looking to risk on a trade? Is it vary just based on kind of market conditions? Is it VIX based? I've heard that before.
Yeah, for me specifically, my risk management comes from using the market structure primarily. That's the number one thing I'm looking on. So order selection or order entry selection is very key and paramount to my trading strategy. It's going to define my risk. There's certain times when I'm going to be willing to risk maybe $2,000 on a trade because I think the potential upside could be $8,000 or $10,000. You'll often see me do that on newsprint types of trades where I'm okay losing $1,000 because the upside potential is an easy $4,000 trade if I get the right print. So it depends. If I'm taking a consolidation range like this, I'm willing to go a little bit in the red. Obviously, we're having a lot of fun here, so I'm willing to go a little bit in the red and take some heat on that trade. But if you're talking just standard risk management, I use a stop that is a 60-tick stop, which is 15 handles on the NQ, but I'm usually moving that stop almost immediately when my trade goes on. So yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We just got stopped out, by the way. So just getting out on that final lot for just a couple bucks there in the profit. So all out now. We were trying to trade that range, that consolidation. Didn't really work out. We did add some nice ads there on the lows that we popped up to the highs there. But scalping around that range, was looking for that breakout. Didn't come to fruition, and we didn't have any kind of foul there. So overall, very happy with the trade.
And this is exactly why I moved my stop down. Because I had my stop at break-in, I would have gotten stopped out, and it didn't invalidate my trade. It just wanted to say hi to my entry. So by giving myself a little bit of extra room and accepting risk, I'm now able to participate in this upside move and let this come to fruition. And typically, when it does end up testing your stop or your entry, that's when it wants to make that push higher. So
exactly.
Now I did move my stop to break even. We got my holy shit. What was that?
Yeah, welcome to the NASDAQ there. That's the
this is stupid product.
That's what happens though. You'll be sitting there trading, and you'll be talking just like you were, and all of a sudden out of nowhere there comes a move and you just don't even see it coming, and boom, now we're flushing. So yeah, it can happen at any moment's notice. It's the reason why you got to use a stop if you're ever trading with the NASDAQ. There's your skull emoji there.
Want to update it?
I think the market heard you talking, saying, you know what, this is easy. I got this thing on lock. I love the NASDAQ. They heard you and they said, we can't have somebody. Yeah.
Goldman is after my sim trades again, these bastards.
Goldman, oh man, I've been there before.
God, they actually had somebody legitimately ask me whether or not that the market makers are looking for their combine accounts where their stops are placed. And I said politely, I don't think they are.
If they are, we're all in trouble.
Oh yeah, they got way too much free time. That's what their interns do, right? Their interns are sitting in sim accounts, trying to blow up other sim accounts. They're getting practice.
Don't stop on it.
But yeah, I'm happy to be back flat. I'm happy that we didn't take 9 lots down into that stop there. I'm happy that we feathered some off into the offers as we were kind of pushing up there. So I'm happy with the way that I managed risk on that trade overall. It was really, really nice.
Well done. That was a profitable trade. All net, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, good. 9 lots.
I'm going to
boy. I hope
retry
people
long
like that.
at 93 quarters.
I like that long
man,
there. I
that's
actually
fine.
missed my entry. It swept right past that area. I was looking at the same area. So nice entry there on the NQ. See, this is how they get you. This is how we're going to turn you into an NQ trader. You get that one little stop. It's like, oh, come on. That was just a liquidity grab down low. Let me get back in this thing.
But I would have liked that because it kind of corresponds a little bit more with levels, right? The whole look left type of thing. So we have this little high at what, 1040-ish today, and then draw a little line over it, found support, little consolidation here. And that, you got a little confluence, right? You have the consolidation, plus you have a little support here. I think that would have been a super solid entry. It looks like I missed it by just a hair because I was too busy being scared by NASDAQ. But yeah, that's good stuff there. That's good stuff there.
Yeah, it's
Rich,
a
real
fun
quick,
product
we
to
got
trade.
NASDAQ Delta check real quick.
Negative 7,700, believe it or not. Negative 7,700. And somehow, somewhere, we're still stacking bids here on these dips.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I think the final 10 is going to be electrified today, Mr. Andre. I think it's going to be electrified.
Squeeze written all over it, baby. We'll see. Yes. Keep throwing. That's a good number for NASDAQ.
Yeah, negative 7,700. Yeah. I mean, if I could go back in time, I'd probably pick up those sub 90s, but I right now I'd probably be a little bit uneasy in the position if I'm not trading my live account on this. I'm just trading a combine. I have no position on right now, but I'm just saying if I was trading this in my live account and I picked up that liquidity grab, I was a buyer of those 80s, those high 80s and low 90s, I'd still be kind of a little bit uneasy in this position here.
Yeah, I think the other.
Are you still rocking and rolling over there, Dobie?
I'm waiting for a fill at 93 quarters.
Okay, nice. And is that gonna be your second lot? You still have your one lot on, right?
No, I'm flat now. I'm flat.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Whatever that weird thing that happened to NASDAQ is where it just like teleports down like 5 handles.
Yeah, man, NASDAQ crazy.
It does these.
MOC
what
balance
was
still
that? How big of a
keeping
flush was that? That was a 20 handle flush, right? No, 30 handle flush almost.
Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 24 points. 24 points.
That's
wild
dumb.
rips.
That's so dumb.
Yeah,
How you
yeah,
guys
20
did this.
straight to the dome there.
Yeah. I mean, had I known that,
look at.
Yeah, go ahead.
A quick look at the tilt right here. Tilt not showing much, a little bit short by 65%, short in the ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ, nothing doing there. Oh, here come the buyers. How about this?
Well, yeah, they had to go get all the liquidity down below to push higher.
And they had to go right close to that 93 and say, Dolby, you should have been a little bit higher here. That's how they get you.
I've mentioned DJ Khaled 3 times. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Yeah, if you go into a mirror and you see DJ Khaled 3 times, I think the NASDAQ goes up. I think that's the technical rule.
Oh, shit, dude. All right, let's see. Here we go. Coming up. MOC orders are executed 2:50 Chicago time, 10 minutes before the close. So we'll see a liquidity injection there.
Yeah, 10 minutes before the close is the big one. That's the big one. That's where dreams are made and broken. I used to trade SPX options, and you can make and lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in those final 10 minutes if you have the stomach for it. Obviously, do not recommend any newer traders out there doing that. Here's the squeeze that we wanted earlier, Dolby. What the heck?
I should have known.
All those shorts, man.
Should have known.
Oh,
well, I only get
goodness.
to trade NASDAQ like what 2 hours a week, I think. However often I'm on Power Hour, that's my only experience. So no, I'm learning. I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. Got to be a lot more patient and just let the NASDAQ come to your entry and do its thing. We'll get there.
Overall, trading the NASDAQ, are you positive or negative?
Oh, negative, 100% negative, but not by a lot. I'm not like $3,000.
Don't say you paid some tuition. You paid the learning tuition for the NASDAQ. Can't say, 100%. I'm so down on this thing. Come on, you paid a couple tickets of tuition. It's no big deal, right?
Full transparency at TopstepTV.
What is my P&L? I'm down 1250, and it's a mix of crude oil and NASDAQ. I haven't really taken.
Is that just today?
Seriously. No,
Nasdaq
no.
wild.
I've never lost more than.
Okay,
like
I was gonna
$500
say,
in a trading
Dolby,
session.
slow down. We're having fun here.
Well, I mean,
This is a hell of a
a
power
15
hour.
lot. It's probably due for a 15 lot pretty soon. I need to see what it's like to be a high end influencer. See how they do it.
Hey, you're saying that? Hey, Rips, real quick, that 250 or 5 minutes, is that pretty much a momentum trade? You just get on board with whichever way we're going for that last 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, that can happen, but you know, we just saw that 25 handle flush to the downside in the NQ, and you got to be careful of that type of trade. But you know, if you have a trend in market and you have confluence across the board, if the S&P and the Nas are moving in tandem, and it's just you just see bids that are just ripping up to the top, so you see people rushing bid to cover, see the offers are super light. Yeah, you could jump into that, but you got to know your risk. You got to understand that you could lose that position and more, depending on if it skips down in your stop. Depending on what you're trading, right? It's all dependent on what you're trading. But yeah, you can. There's you folks that love to gamble out there. This is when you're blowing on the dice, and then you're rolling those bones. But I don't recommend it to any of the newer traders out there. It's the most volatile time of the day, in my opinion. Those final 10 usually are going to be crazy.
13 minutes, boys. 13 minutes.
13, and we have MOC in 3.
Yeah, that's the one we're looking for. 3 minutes until Boomtown.
Boom shakalaka! So we should probably put on a 15 lot at 7. Okay,
All right, new highs in the S&Ps. Here we go.
I can't believe that the S&Ps are going and the NQ is not. What a shame. That just doesn't make it as fun for an NQ trader like me.
Okay,
and did we tickle that 48.12 yet? Because what was my upside target was 48.12, right?
12, sir. 12. We nailed it.
Wow, look at
Took
that.
time.
My goodness.
It was like pulling teeth, but by golly, we got there.
Oh, goodness. By golly, nah, I'm rubbing off on you. Do you ever say by golly?
No, what do you guys think? By golly, knucklehead. What other funny
all of
phrases
it,
you
man.
got?
Fucking Bronco.
There's a lot of
ripsisms.
ripsisms. Somebody in chat was compiling a list of all the ripsisms out there.
It's like the most like
we are
like safe PC.
Dolby, talk about the bingo. Dolby, talk about the bingo card we're doing.
Oh yeah,
You gotta do it
Topstep
for Rips,
bingo.
too.
So yeah, so Rips, here's the idea of Topstep bingo. So all the producers essentially know all of the mannerisms of the on-air talent. And so we want to do a bingo card where each box is a specific mannerism or saying or something that they do repeatedly that they don't even know that they're doing. And so then we'd randomize everyone's cards, and then you do Topstep bingo. So if MP like YOLO's a 15 lot, like maybe that is a peg. So yeah, we might have to have a rips bingo card as well. We're working on that. We have a couple fun ideas that we want to do.
It's pretty good. It's a hell of an idea.
But yeah,
I
it would
think
be
that bingo
hilarious.
card would get filled out pretty quickly.
It depends. We'll put some hard stuff on there. But I think chat would just be like insane, like trying to get the on-air talent to try to like say a specific thing, right?
Oh,
they'd be like,
I agree. By the way, 20 seconds to Boomtown here. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Buckle up, Andre. I want to see you trading this. I want to see if you can get your fingers dirty here.
Sounds good, buddy. Let's do it. Boomtown. Okay, here we go.
Other entry I want to try is
5 seconds. Buckle up.
80s even.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, they flush out that order book. Okay, a little up jump the boogie here. Let's see if we can get back above these 110s. My goodness. Apple sailing to the south side here. That's not generally what I like to see.
Do something.
Give me that stop run.
Apple
so
breaking?
I have this bracketed right now. So I have a long down here at 80 evens, and I have a short up here at like 2050.
I'm not seeing the follow through that I generally like to see on a rip to the top side here in the NQ. So I might just be hands off here. Hold on. Wait, hold the phone here.
So, like, Rips, what do you mean when you say that, right? Like, you're not liking the price action, yet NASDAQ can teleport in like a second. So, is that like a reliable?
I've seen these order books enough time.
Or? Yeah.
I've watched these order books enough time into the close, and I know what a good look looks like, and I know what a look looks like. So, this is kind of the kind of middle of the road kind of look here. So, nothing I'm really liking to jam in here. But if Apple can crest up to the top side, maybe. But it's a tall order. There's 48.12s on the S&Ps there. 48.13s up on the offer. Boom, 48.13s on the S&Ps here.
Boomtown. Boomtown. Not a whole lot happening. Would expect more Boomtown.
I know Apple is just really letting me down here.
Yeah, but
all right, I'm trying to
Nasdaq's
long
going
here.
higher,
We're
so
perking
is
up.
this a
We're
stop run?
perking up here.
Oh my God, you're going
for a
long.
long.
Jeez,
Oh, we just
what's
took
your
off.
stop on
the
that?
tab off the defense. I didn't do anything.
I'm going for a
What's
long
your
here. We're
stop on
trying
a
this with one
This
lot.
is very aggressive.
We're not doing
one
that.
lot.
I know.
Trade NASCrack, man.
I'm going for a one lot here. I want to see
us
us getting above the 20s. If we get above the 20s, we're going to start to run hot here. Apple is perking up off the 9 EMA. Can we get above the 18s? Looking for 19s, sending it to the 20s here.
15.
All right, we're above the 20s.
I have to change my
Oh my
order.
goodness, we actually ran all the way to 143.5. That would be insane here.
Oh no!
Wow,
this is amateur hour right now.
I'm adding into that for this push to the top side here.
How long, yup.
Looking for these 25s now.
Look at this.
Let's see if we can get this caressing up to the top side ever so gently here. Watching here at 25 now. Oh, a little pullback below the 20s. That's not what I want to see. A little liquidity draw back down to the downside here. Hold on. Looking at these 20s here. Holding.
We definitely need a 15 lot on the short side. Hold on.
Oh my goodness. Adding again right here for that perk back above into the 20s. Let's see if we can clear this 25 player now.
Upside S&Ps.
33.
Wow, look at the S&Ps 48.15 now.
Okay.
48.15 is right.
Oh my goodness gracious. Look at this volatility coming in.
You sold it, Dolby?
All right, we're playing on opposite sides here.
No. Here's the problem. So I put a 15 lot on, right? But the problem is that my bracket order was set for $400.
15 lot, you're insane.
I would have gotten filled instantly and just stopped out.
Oh, you should have taken profits, Trey.
Oh dear.
It wasn't a bad.
Let's see. Hold on.
To be honest.
I want to see this perking back above the 20. I want to see violence above the 20s here. But right now, it's just looking like a liquidity grab up towards 25. So I'm not super confident in this, but if we do have this hold these 20s, perhaps we can get something working here.
Oh boy, yo. I definitely got my hands dirty.
Oh, we're taking some heat now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking some heat here. I'm going to move up my stop here to the 105s. If we perk up above these 20s again, I want to add into this and be aggressive here. But let's see. Holding 15s. And the volume's subsiding a little bit. I think we're going to get a liquidity injection in about a minute here in the final 5. So let's see if we can actually perk back up here above these 20s. Are you in anything right now, Andre?
I was flat. I took a quick $200 loser, tried to catch the move to the upside, never took profits, and took some heat, got out quickly. We'll see what happens here in the next minute for another liquidity injection. You told me to get my hands dirty, try to get my hands dirty, and you know how it goes.
I'm not liking the heat right now that we're taking on this position, unfortunately. Not liking the heat. Sorry, what's that?
You know what they say? Come failed moves, come fast moves. So if this doesn't hold,
yeah, we need that liquidity to jump in right now. This is dumping on us here.
Well, I forgot where I heard that from. It was like a Alpha something a long time ago. Who's a stock trader, and that's like the one thing I remember from him is like, come failed moves, come fast moves, and like psychologically it makes sense, right? Everyone is gonna run for the exit if they're not feeling the Momo, and that's how you get these like really fast kind of pop up and then just rip straight down. But who wants to be holding the bag, right? No one wants to hold the bag.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we're going to get dunked on here. This is $2.8 billion to the buy side too on the NICE, which is surprising to me that we are dumping that hard that fast. So we got smashed on the wrong side of that move there.
Man. I'm pissed. I actually had a really good short.
You were taking that to the short side, right?
I did. I had a really nice short entry up top. I had to flatten it though because I had to readjust my bracket orders. So
that was dirty.
Get it. Make sure you're in your practice account, kids, and understand how your platform works because I just really don't. So learning lessons live in front of 2,000 people.
Yeah. Hey,
all right, let's see if we can get back up at all if we're going to shake and bake in these final, 4 minutes here, 4.5 minutes?
Yeah.
4 minutes, man.
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting filled on this. So let's pull this order and let's readjust.
I'm making another trade. I'm not pissing away this day.
Let's size down to a reasonable 5 lot in the NASDAQ in the last 5 minutes. Cool.
This is where you really gotta, you really gotta go for it at the end of the day here. If you're really, if you're really feeling frisky here on the end of the day, this is really where you want to go for it.
There's like totally no reason to be trading at the end of the day like this.
Absolutely not.
It's fun,
We're
though.
still having fun doing it.
It's fun though, man.
It is great fun, that I will say.
This is probably the most fun close that we've had here, that I've had at least, trading with you folks here, Dolby and Andre. This is the most fun I've had in a close in a long time.
Love to hear it.
Oh, shit.
Ashan, saying I'm degenerate. Ashan, calm down, okay? Don't judge me.
Somebody said you're DGen Dolby here.
Let's see your
DGen Dolby's new.
Actually, I could probably look up your account. I still have access, so. Yeah.
That's fire.
All right, let's see here if we can pick up above the 105s in the NQ.
What do we got, Rips?
I'm looking at a pickup if we get above the 105s, we're perking above that because we are going to have a final liquidity here in the last minute. I don't think we're going to have any range on that, but I'll be glad to jump into something if we start to get a move here, either up or down.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. We got 3 minutes left here. Hey, they want me to. They want us to recap or preview tomorrow's schedule, so I'll do that real quick. Dolby, what you got your trade? You got a trade on Dolby?
Go for it. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, real quick. We got opening call, Eddie and Hoag, Fast Markets, myself, MP, and Rips, the star of the show right now. Then we got Shoulder Tap, Hoag, and Ben. Sweet. Ben's debut, I believe. Is that Ben's debut? It might be. Power players with Hoag, Eddie, and Hoop. Good to see Hoop. We finally get him back on. So all those technical difficulties. Top quiz, everyone's favorite segment. Jack, Sarah, H, and Brooke. Group coaching with Hoag, JD. Then we got, Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. That's Anne-Marie and Hoag. Everyone likes it. And then Power Hour, Jack, Andre, and Dolby. Oh, you and me again, Dolby. With Jack. That's more big game.
Dolby, I'm going to tune in, and if you're not trading the NASDAQ, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Dude, that's the only thing you can trade this time, dude. What are you talking about? Let me look at crude oil. It does nothing.
Real,
if you don't want to see me trade crude, then you got to have me on it. 8:30.
Oh shit! Hey, shout out to all the Bell to Bellers, man. You guys are awesome. You guys are the real ones. Speaking of Bell to Bell, hint, hint. Tune in tomorrow. I think we got something coming. But yeah, Big Friday.
Is it gonna get smoky in here again?
It's getting smoky in here, Rips. Oh man! Hey, smash that like button, subscribe, do all that stuff that those influencers ask you to do. But yeah, this has been an absolute pleasure, Rips. You're the man. Gonna see you tomorrow, Dolby.
Hey, back at you, Andre.
Bell to Bell. Is that a B or a D? What is that?
Bell to B to
B. Bell. Is that right?
Show them how we like it in there.
I don't know. I'm not really good. I'm a metal guy, so I should be like this, right?
Oh yeah.
Bell to Bell. Bam, there it is. Although it might be a D. I don't know. Am I dyslexic? Who knows?
Let's see if we can get the squeeze back up to 115 here, or if we're gonna kind of fail out and top out at this level. I got a 15 lot on. Let's see if I can peel out 5 here on the offer.
Oh man, dude.
Guys. My blinds was
goofy.
Hold on, we got 115 coming up on deck here.
Oh shit! I see it. I see you in the market. I see you in there. Oh. With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a blast.
I'm not getting
filled
on this. I'm not getting filled on this.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm out.
Man,
I'm out.
Flies,
that was fun though.
Yeah,
that was fast.
That was 12 rounds, man.
Life.
12 rounds.
Props to Andre and Rips for going 2 hours back to back. That's
hey, man,
tough.
I'm just trying to keep up. I'm just trying to keep up with the GOAT, dude. That's all. I run in there, dude. We'll do all that. Look at this. All right, that's 3 o'clock, everyone. Wow, look at all these offers in the. Look at all this liquidity coming in. That's a piece. Look at all this shit.
Ooh, wait.
Anyways, yeah, that's all for now. Dolby, you want to sign us off?
I can't do it. Sign us. Pleasure as always. I think Rips and Andre, first time being on with you guys. Absolute pleasure. It looks like chat had a fantastic time, and that's always the most important thing. As long as chat's having a good time, I'm having a good time. Rips, do you have any social media? Admin already posted all your social media. So if you want to follow Rips on Twitter, it's right up there, pinned up top. And then what do we got tomorrow? Who got on tomorrow? Who are like the big guests?
We got Rips. We got Anne-Marie. I think Rips Ben's making his television debut. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, our stars. We got Hoop. I know we tried doing Hoop a couple of weeks ago. Couldn't get him on. He's going to be back on. We got Rips. We got Anne-Marie. We got Ben. Jam-packed day tomorrow. Thanks for everyone for joining. Bell to bell, you guys rock.
Hell yeah.
I think we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Awesome. Yes, we will. See you all later. Have a good one.
Press on the exhaust, we be skirting now. No, we not the same, what you talking about? Got me all up in your mentions, must have heard around. How that